remaining in this first period. 0-0 your score. Shots on goal 3-1 in favor of your Broncos.
Match penalty. Utah Fury Hockey, Book 2. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Read for you by Anneliese, Rennie, and Paige. Chapter 1. Madeline. Not everyone loves the smell of locker rooms, but to me it was home. I'd grown up in several, watching my dad move from college to semi-pro, and finally to the NHL. Hopefully the guys were gone. I didn't want any awkward encounters on my first day back. I peeked into the main locker room and found it empty. Perfect. I hurried past it, reciting the directions Dad had given me. Go past the locker room, last door on the right. The black and red tile next to the door read, Bo Romney, head coach. Pride swelled deep in my heart. This was everything he'd been working towards since he left the league when I was a baby. Once again, his dreams were coming true. I knocked but didn't hear a reply. I checked my watch. It was noon. I was right on time. Not wanting to interrupt, I sat down on the leather couch across the hall. I pulled out my phone and sent a text to my boyfriend, letting him know we would probably be a few minutes late for lunch. He wouldn't like that. Clark was very prompt. Tardiness was rude. But sometimes things couldn't be helped. I tried to tell him that, hoping he'd relax. But we'd been together for 4 years, and he'd yet to budge. He sent me a single-word response, and I knew he was annoyed. I should cut him some slack. He'd uprooted his entire life when I mentioned wanting to be closer to my family. He gave up an incredible job opportunity and had to take the bar exam over again in Utah just to be with me. I was ready to be close to my family again, and in a very un-Clark move, he'd agreed to move with me. He actually mentioned moving first. His parents connected him with the Attorney General's office in Utah. Clark wanted to work in a major city, Los Angeles, Boston, New York, or Chicago. He was willing to start his career in Salt Lake because that's where I wanted to be. If he could do all that for me, I could be patient with him, even when he didn't return the favor. Clark's job wasn't as flexible as mine or Dad's. His previous mentor called in a few favors and got him in with the state's attorney general. Working on Capitol Hill wasn't easy. He had a lot to prove to his colleagues and bosses. A 10-minute delay meant cutting lunch short or missing a meeting. I stood and knocked on the door again. This wasn't like Dad. He normally at least texted me if he was falling behind. The door swung open, revealing a very angry man. He was at least 6 inches taller than my 5'7". His face was twisted with irritation, but that didn't take away from how handsome he was. I looked up at him and tried to apologize, but he shoved past me and hurried down the hall. "Excuse you." I watched his back, wanting to call out to him. He'd been rude. He owed me an apology. "Ignore him, Maddie. He just got some bad news." I stepped into the office and smiled at Dad. He looked good. I worried this job would cause too much stress, but he looked happy with suspiciously less gray hair than the last time I saw him. "Is the team okay?" He nodded and opened his arms. "It's good to see you, sweetie." I hugged him and felt like a little girl again. His bear hugs were one of my favorite things in the world. I stepped back and adjusted my purse on my shoulder. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, are you driving or me?" I laughed. "As if you'd give up an opportunity to show off your baby?" He smiled. "Fine, I'll drive." He led me through the hallways to the parking garage. His Tesla was parked in a front stall, a perk of being head coach. I slid into the passenger seat and rolled my eyes. This was more like a spaceship than a car. Dad hit the start button and pulled out of the garage faster than necessary. "Does Mom let you drive like that when she's in the car?" Mom was not a fan of speed or danger or risks. She was the type to stay home with a glass of wine and her favorite book. "Of course not," he laughed. I hit 110 on the freeway once and she started yelling. I swear, she was about to call the police on me. I laughed and shook my head. Poor Mom. Hey, what about poor Dad? I'm the one that has to suppress myself around her. I shot him a look. She let you get the car, didn't she? He nodded. Fair enough. Plus, you have me to go skydiving and racing with. He reached across the console and squeezed my hand. I'm glad you're back. I missed my partner in crime. I missed you too, Dad. He pulled the car into the parking lot of Restaurant X. Yes, that was the real name. Clark swore everyone in his office was raving about it, and we just had to go. I had a feeling it was going to be one of those places that served tablespoons of food and charged $50 a plate. Dad held the door open for me and made a face. The interior supported my suspicions. Can we drive through somewhere after? I laughed and nodded. Madeline, Beau, nice to see you. Clark greeted Dad with a handshake before placing his hands on my shoulder and quickly pecking my cheek. I was disappointed, but he probably didn't want to show too much affection in front of my dad. Our table is right over here. Clark led us toward the back and pulled my chair out for me. I leaned in for a proper kiss, but he pulled back slightly. Why was he behaving like this? I wanted to ask him, but knew I'd get a lecture about it later. He didn't like public disputes, or affections, apparently. But he never minded in Chicago. I sat and looked over the menu. 4 items were listed, and I could pronounce exactly none of them. I looked up to see Dad grimace. I almost laughed, but bit my lip to keep it from escaping. The waiter came by, and Clark took the initiative to order for all of us. Dad caught my eye and made a face. The laugh exploded out of me, but I quickly recovered with a cough. Madeline, do you need some more water? My glass was full, but I got the hint. I took a sip and smiled at Clark. Thanks, honey. He nodded once before turning to Dad and talking to him about work. I was surprised he made the effort. He hadn't been shy with his feelings about hockey, especially on the professional level. He didn't believe it was a real career. He seemed to be playing nice right now, so I didn't try to change the topic. The team is doing great this season. If they keep it up, we'll be set for playoffs. Dad was grinning, but he probably was just as confused as me by Clark's sudden interest. That's great, Beau. He took a sip of water. You know, the Attorney General is a fan. Dad nodded. He mentioned how much he'd enjoy going to a game. I watched their exchange, wondering who would cave first. Clark rarely asked for things, and Dad rarely made things easy for him. I'm sure he would enjoy it. The games have been entertaining lately. I lifted my glass to hide my smile. Great, great. Clark looked at his watch. Maybe we could get him some tickets to the next home game. I'm sure we could. The waiter returned with our petite lunches. That was the nicest word I could use to describe the minuscule slice of salmon, 3 potato wedges, and 2 carrots. Just have them sent to my office, and I'll deliver them. There we go. Clark got his way without having to directly ask for it. Dad was shaking his head, but really, he had set himself up. Clark wasn't a good attorney because he was kind about getting what he wanted. He was strategic and relentless. Before I'd even finished half of my food, Clark stood and tossed a few bills on the table. Sorry, but I've got to run. I need to be back at the Capitol before 1. I stood to kiss him goodbye, but he was already walking away. I slumped back down and sighed. He seemed like he had a lot on his mind, sweetie. Don't take it personally. I forced a smile and nodded. Mom and Dad loved Clark. They looked past his quirks and strong personality and had accepted him as part of the family. I was grateful for it. I don't know what I'd do if they didn't love who I was with, but sometimes I wanted them to take my side. I know, I just wish the job wasn't so consuming. I feel like we haven't had a moment to ourselves since we got here. It wasn't this bad back in Chicago. No matter how swamped we were with studying or classes, we always made time for each other. Clark used to surprise me at school with lunch when he knew I was too busy to think about eating. We used to meet every Wednesday morning for coffee or breakfast. We made the effort to show each other we cared. What happened to that? Dad gave me a sympathetic smile. That always happens with new jobs. Once he gets used to it and doesn't feel like he has to prove himself so much, things will slow down. He knew what he was talking about. He and Mom had struggled with the same problem for most of his career. I hope so. Let's get out of here and go get some burgers. I'm starving. I laughed and stood. I'd been thinking the same thing.
2. Erik. Coach blew the final whistle ending practice. I was covered in sweat and wanted to start stretching so I could get to the showers first. "Gather round, Fury." I met Reese's eyes and he shook his head. Guess I wasn't the only one that wanted to get off the ice. I turned around and waited for Coach to get through his speech. We hadn't lost a game in a month, and I hadn't heard of any of the guys causing trouble, so what could he possibly have to say? Coach looked around, and when the entire team was waiting, he cleared his throat. "We have a new addition to the Fury family." I looked to Hartman. As the captain, he had to know what was going on, but his face revealed nothing. "My daughter just moved here and joined a physical therapy practice downtown." So that was who had been blocking me from leaving his office yesterday. He'd just told me my contract was up this season and management was watching me, as if I'd forgotten. It was my best year yet. I never missed a practice. Even during the off-season, I was working out. I never took a vacation. I'd dedicated my entire life to hockey and to this team. If management didn't see that, they were blind. I don't know why he felt the need to call me in. I hadn't been slacking off. I'd scored at least 1 goal in each of the last 6 games. Was he trying to get in my head? Push me harder? I was the number 1 left wing in the league. That did put a price tag on my head. Was the team willing to lose me? Trading me could get them their choice of players. They could get 3 decent players for what they were paying me. I shook my head and focused back on Coach. "I want to make sure you guys make her feel welcome, but not too welcome." He glared at each of the single guys, landing on me for a few beats longer than the rest. Yeah, like I had any interest in her. I didn't do girlfriends, and I definitely didn't date anyone related to someone from the team. Even if their hair was like sunshine and their eyes reminded me of Lake Louise, my favorite spot back home. That was one road I would never go down, especially not when my contract was on the line. Pissing off Coach would cement my trade. Chloe, my sister, called me a player. I didn't bother correcting her. I went on casual dates, sure, but it's not like I led them to believe they were the only one. Every girl knew in advance that I didn't do serious and probably wouldn't call them ever again. We both had fun and went on our separate ways. A serious relationship didn't appeal to me, not while I was still in the NHL. My focus needed to be on my game. I couldn't worry about not giving a girl enough time or attention. I knew I wouldn't be able to give them what they deserved. Somehow other guys on the team did it. Even Reese, who had only been on the team for a few months, and Chloe were somehow making it work, but it just didn't seem fair to me. If and when the time came that I was ready to get tied down, I'd want to be able to spend time with her. I'd want her to know she was my priority. Right now, that couldn't happen, so that left me with casual dating. It worked for me, it worked for the girls, both parties were happy, and I didn't have to worry about hurting their feelings when I didn't call them while I was traveling for games. Win, win, win. "Come on, Shultz." Reese bumped my elbow, breaking me out of my thoughts. I guess I'd missed the rest of Coach's talk. Oh well. I followed him to the locker room and took off my skates and pads. 15 minutes of stretching was all that stood between me and a much-needed shower. I went through the motions on autopilot. Reese and Brassard, one of the defensemen on our line, were talking about some event we had to go to. I didn't bother paying attention. Chloe got me to where I needed to be when I needed to be there. "When are you going to ask her?" Brassard was smirking at Reese, who swatted him with a resistance band. "Not for a while, dude." I eyed him. Ask who what? Reese just smiled at me and walked away. I looked to Brassard. "What are you guys talking about?" He laughed. "Maybe if you pulled your head out of your—" "Just tell me," I nearly growled. "He and Chloe are getting serious. Most of the guys are wondering when he's going to make it official." "They are official." idiot. He looked at me almost like he felt bad for me. I mean, legally official, like married. He had to be kidding. Chloe wasn't ready for marriage. We were 25, practically still kids. She couldn't possibly be considering marriage. Dude, your face is pale. Are you okay? I nodded and dropped my foam roller. Chloe wasn't getting married. She wasn't. I wouldn't let her. She was my only family. We haven't been apart since our parents' deaths 7 years ago. I couldn't lose her too. I wouldn't let Reese take her. I went to the showers and hurried so I could talk to my sister. We needed to clear this up now. After dressing, I took the elevator to the front office where she worked as the director of marketing. Her door was closed and I was about to knock when her assistant Kristen popped up from behind her cubicle wall. She has someone in there. So? So she's busy. I didn't like her sass, but I'd accepted that I wasn't her favorite person years ago. I didn't know what grudge she held against me, and frankly, I didn't care. Is it an important meeting? Kristen glared at me. Of course, all of her meetings are important. Right. I turned and knocked on the door. Come in. Before I turned the knob, I turned and smiled at the thorn in my side. Thanks for your help. She was muttering something as I stepped into the office, but I ignored her. Hi, Erik. I smiled at my sister before looking at the third person in the room. It was her, the daughter. She didn't look like the type of woman I usually dated. She was beautiful without throwing it in your face, without bearing it all. I forced my eyes to tear away from her gorgeous open face. Chloe looked at me questioningly before gesturing to the other woman. Erik, this is Madeline Romney. Maddie, this is my brother Erik. Madeline turned in her seat and smiled. Nice to properly meet you. You too, I blinked before turning to Chloe. I need to talk to you. Her smile turned strained like she was forcing it to stay. We can talk at home. I shook my head. No, this needs to happen now. She looked to Madeline, who stood without having to be asked. Smart girl. Thanks for your help, Chloe. I'll see you later. She looked at me and nodded before leaving and closing the door behind her. That was incredibly rude, Erik, even for you. I fell into the chair that had been recently vacated. What I have to say is far more important than what you two were talking about. She narrowed her eyes at me. How could you possibly know that? Was your conversation life-altering? Were either of you preventing someone from making a horrible mistake? And you have something that important to talk about? She shook her head. I swear, Erik, if you barged in to tell me about some girl you hooked up with or a new sponsorship opportunity, I will ban you from my office. I rolled my eyes. She could be so dramatic. I'm here because Broussard told me you and Reese are talking about marriage. She looked surprised. What? How would Broussard know anything about what Reese and I discuss? Because they were talking about it after practice. She sighed. Erik, we're a couple. We've been together for over 6 months. I know that isn't very long, but it's not unreasonable that we'd be thinking about the next step. I leaned forward with my elbows on her desk. Chloe, you're so young. You can't possibly be considering it. She gave me the same look she gave me growing up when I didn't understand the homework, and she'd already explained it multiple times. It was the look that said she thought I was being stupid. I hated that look. I wasn't stupid. I just didn't understand her thought processes. Completely different. Erik, I love Reese. He loves me. We both want to spend the rest of our lives together. It's the natural next step. He can't get married. He needs to focus. It was true. That's why I wouldn't date. Relationships distract you. Is Ollie focused? I glared at her. Yes, our goalie was focused. He was one of the best goaltenders in the world. Is Andre? Williams? Even Coach was married when he played in the league. It's not impossible. She didn't get it. Those people were the exception. I can't believe you, Chloe. You've always been the rational one. I can't believe you're willing to throw away everything you've worked for. Her look turned murderous. Do you honestly think my life would be over if I got married? I'd have to quit my job. My purpose in life would suddenly be to only support Reese. I'd become a mindless robot. Seriously, Erik? She didn't see it, but I've watched it happen over and over again. Every woman that has married a player quits her job and becomes nothing more than a cheerleader for her husband. Oh, how I wish Sophia and Emma were here to hear you say that. I shrugged. It wasn't a lie. Neither of them worked. Their whole lives revolved around their husband and his plans. The charities they run mean nothing? She sighed. Look, Erik, I get that you're concerned. It's your job to look out for me, but you're wrong on this. We're just talking about it. We're far off from getting married, but when it happens, and it will, my life won't change. I'll move out and live with Reese. That's going to be the biggest difference. And one thing I didn't want to happen.
Chapter 3. Madeline. Chloe took me under her wing since the first day I got here. After the awkward encounter where she tried to kick me out of the arena, of course, she'd become my best friend within days. She wanted me to feel like I was included in the pride, which I was told by another wife was a hard invitation to get. Apparently, I had a free pass as Coach's daughter. She invited me to the team's snow day at a park nearby. It was a public event for families, complete with a waffle food truck, hot chocolate bar, and sledding. There were tents set up with heating, so parents didn't have to freeze while their kids played. I'd been dragged by two adorable girls to race them on sleds. I wasn't wearing proper snow clothes, but they didn't seem to be too concerned about my comfort.
Cinderella, you sit in the back and I'll sit in the front.
I nodded and allowed the two 5-year-olds to boss me around. They found me as I finished my hot chocolate and told me I looked like Cinderella. If they weren't so young, I would have thought they were using flattery to manipulate me, but they each looked starstruck. When they asked me to sled with them, I couldn't have their favorite princess let them down. We did 3 rides before I heard someone call my name from the top of the hill. I looked up to see my dad waving. "I'm sorry, girls, the king needs me." I took the sled so they wouldn't have to carry it and hurried toward my escape. I hugged my dad when I reached him. "Thanks for the save." He smiled. I figured 3 times was enough. I narrowed my eyes. "Wait, you've been watching for that long? Why didn't you get me earlier?" He laughed and shrugged. They were having fun. "What about me, your daughter? I'm freezing now." He put his arm around me and offered another cup of hot chocolate. He even filled it to the brim with mini marshmallows, just how I liked it. "Fine, I accept the bribe." "Are you having fun?" I nodded while I sipped on my drink. "I'm glad someone is. The guys are going stir-crazy. I told them they weren't allowed to sled, and I thought they were going to stage a coup to get rid of me." I looked at the hill. "It's not that bad. I doubt any of them would get injured." "Are you willing to risk a player this late in the season?" He was right. Accidents could happen anywhere, and we couldn't afford any injuries. I shook my head. "No." "Me either." I eyed the group of guys gathered by the food truck. They shouldn't be eating sugar-covered waffles, but I wasn't going to say anything. Not if they were already in a bad mood. "I've got to meet with some press. I'll find you later." "Bye." He walked away, leaving me alone. I watched for the girls, but they found someone else to sled with. I'd asked Clark to come, but he said he was too busy. On a Saturday afternoon. I'd pointed out that he didn't have to work today, and he said he'd try. I'd heard that before. He was working on growing his career. I knew he felt pressure to prove himself. I just wish he wasn't sacrificing me to get there. What happened to us? I miss the couple we used to be. Clark was the one person to understand and support me and my dreams. We could talk to each other about anything. He understood that I wanted a life different from what I had growing up. He wanted to give that to me. Until we moved here. No, maybe it was before that. I didn't know any more. I questioned everything. I doubted myself. Had I changed? Was I not what he wanted anymore? Then why move here? Chloe walked through the group of players and handed a cup to Reese. She looked up and noticed me and waved me over. "Hey, I'm so glad you came." She gave me a brief hug before looking at the guys. "Do you all know Madeline?" A few of them said hi, the others gave me a nod. They looked like a sad bunch. "They're being babies because Coach won't let them play with the other kids." I almost laughed until I saw the glares directed at her. I looked past the truck where the park continued to a grove of trees. "You guys can't sled, but do you want to start a snowball fight?" Now they were looking at me like I was crazy. "Perfect!" Something whizzed past me, and Reese yelled. He had white powder on the left side of his face. I turned to see Erik laughing. Reese bent down to gather a handful of snow. He formed it while walking toward Erik, who turned and ran for the trees. Chloe laughed and made a quick snowball before throwing it at Broussard. He stood up and gave her a look that could have melted all of the snow in the state. The rest of the guys soon followed, and snowballs were being thrown from all directions. I grabbed Chloe's hand and ran after Erik. The team ran after us as a full-blown snow war broke out. I hid behind a tree and formed a ball and peeked around. Erik was running by, close enough for me to aim for the back of his head. It exploded down his back. He turned and looked around, but I ducked back before he saw me. Chloe waved her hand and caught my attention. She pointed right, and I looked over. Hartman had his back to me. I met Chloe's eyes, and she nodded and held up a finger. Then two. On the third, we both threw our snowballs and ran away. I heard him yell, but didn't look back. I needed to get to cover. I dodged a guy, too fast to see who it was, and hid behind a tree. Coldness hit my neck. I wiped it off and spun around. I didn't see anyone, but I knew I wasn't safe. I ran deeper into the trees until something stopped me. The air left my lungs in a single breath. Someone had me. I looked up, and Erik was staring down at me with a finger over his lips. He bent down, taking me with him. "Make some more, hurry!" I reminded my brain how to breathe and formed 3 packed snowballs. He tugged on my arm. "Get ready!" I picked them up and held them up to my chest. Reese and Broussard ran by, and Erik nudged me. I threw as fast as I could and ran with Erik when he grabbed my hand. He pulled me with him until we were cornered by 3 players. I turned to run, but Erik grabbed my arms and put me in front of him. "Take her!" He shoved me forward, catching the guys off guard. They split, allowing me to run through, but showered Erik with snow. "Traitor!" I ignored him and ran back toward the hill. I moved toward the food truck when I heard my name. Clark was there, talking on his phone, in a suit. What was he doing here, dressed like he was heading into the office? I walked toward him. He held up a finger and turned away from me. I froze where I was and waited. He came here. He called my name, and now thought it was okay to blow me off? I sighed and waited. Erik came out of the trees laughing. He stopped next to me and raised a hand for a high five. "You made it out alive." I hit his hand and laughed. "Barely. No thanks to you." He shrugged. "I needed a diversion." I crossed my arms over my chest and attempted to glare at him, but I was still laughing. "So you sacrificed me?" "Yeah, I did." I shook my head and checked on Clark. He was still on his phone with his back to me. "Who's the suit?" Erik eyed him. "That's my boyfriend." His head whipped in my direction. "What? That guy?" I nodded. "What's that supposed to mean?" Erik cringed. "He seems a bit uptight." "He's not." I'm not sure why it felt so important to defend Clark. He was uptight. He hadn't always been that way. In college, he'd been spontaneous, taking me off on weekend getaways. We loved going out and exploring Chicago. He was determined to try every pizza place to choose for himself what deep dish was the best. We'd stay up all night talking and coming up with grand plans for the future. He'd changed, though. It happened when he graduated from law school. He'd managed the stress and demands just fine until it was time to take the bar exam. He never wanted to go out. If he wasn't at the library studying, he was sleeping. I rarely saw him until the test was over. But then, he became solely focused on finding the perfect job and networking with important people. We went to events and galas his father invited us to, just so Clark could speak to 1 or 2 influential people. It was enough to get him his first position in a senator's office, but it felt like he left us behind. When I told him I wanted to move to Salt Lake to be closer to my parents, I thought that would be the end of us. There was no way he'd be willing to give up all he'd worked for, or so I thought. He'd shocked me by telling me he'd come with me. His parents had connections for him here. He could propel his career even faster than by staying in Chicago. He took the Utah bar exam while I looked for jobs close to Salt Lake City, and just a few months later we moved. My parents were surprised Clark left Chicago just as much as I was, but my mom told me that meant he was serious about me, about us. It didn't feel that way. I hadn't spent time with him alone since we moved. When I got home from work, he was still at the office. By the time I went to bed, he was just getting in, and he was up and gone before I woke up in the mornings. We were more like roommates than a couple. Erik didn't look like he believed me, not that it mattered what he thought. Clark turned and finally put his phone in his pocket. He walked over and kissed my cheek. It was the first time since lunch with my dad that we were together, and he gives me a cheek kiss. I forced a smile and introduced him to Erik. "Nice to meet you, Clark." Erik extended his hand, and Clark returned the gesture while looking around. "You too." Clark looked down at me. "I heard the mayor is here. Can you point him out to me?" I had no idea what the mayor looked like or if he was here. Why did he care? I don't know him. Erik pointed across the park, where my dad was standing with a few other men. "He's talking to Coach right now with the black coat." Clark nodded and walked off without another word. "He seems like a great guy. I can see why you're with him." I ignored his sarcastic remark and avoided his gaze. I wasn't in the mood for more of his opinion. I just wish people could see who Clark used to be. Back in college, he'd swept me off my feet. I wanted that version of him back. The man I'd fallen in love with. Things would get better soon, the stress would decrease, and he'd go back to normal. "I'm going to get some hot chocolate." It would be my third cup, but I didn't care about my sugar intake at the moment. I needed to get away from Erik and his judgmental looks. I hurried off, but he fell into step next to me. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. If you're with him, he's got to be a good guy." He was. It would be hard to find anything bad to say about him, besides his overly ambitious work ethic. That wasn't even a bad thing. It was just unfortunate for me. "Thanks." He took a cup and filled it with the liquid gold before handing it to me. I eyed the marshmallows, but didn't want to give him anything else to tease me about. He filled his cup and unwrapped the candy cane and dropped it in his cup. "Interesting choice." He smiled. "Drinking it plain is too boring." He was right. I got over caring what he thought and poured a heaping scoop of minis into my cup. His smile grew when our eyes met. "Good to know you live on the wild side." I shook my head and moved away from the table as more of the players came out of the trees and made their way toward us. "I'm so cold." Chloe was trembling and rubbing her arms. Her hair was dripping onto her coat. "What happened to you?" Erik was looking at his sister with concern. "They ganged up on me. Broussard stuck snow down the back of my sweater, while Hartman filled my hood, then put it on me." I tried not to laugh at the image that came to mind. "Why didn't you run?" She shot a murderous look at Reese. "He trapped me and held me so I couldn't move." Reese started backing away with his hands up. "You didn't see what she did to me." "Do you want me to kill him?" Erik asked, without looking away from Reese. Chloe reached out and put her hand on Erik's arm. "No, calm down. We were all just having fun." He shook his head and offered her his hot chocolate. "Thanks." She took a sip, and soon the shivering stopped. "Did your boyfriend make it, Madeline?" "Yeah, he's—" I pointed at where my dad was standing, but Clark wasn't there. I looked around the park, but didn't see him. I don't know where he went." "He left a minute ago." "What? How did Erik know that?" "I watched him talk to the mayor for just a moment, then he got in his car and left." He didn't say bye. He didn't even let me know. I pulled out my phone, but there weren't any notifications. I tried not to let my disappointment show. Maybe he had an emergency or an urgent meeting. Something must have come up. Chloe nodded and took another sip, but Erik just watched me. I almost asked if I had chocolate on my face, but he turned and walked off. Did you have fun today? Chloe was always asking how other people were, if there was anything she could do for them, and offering to help in whatever way she could, at least when it came to the team. I'd been told by some of the other Pride women that she could be ruthless to outsiders, but I'd yet to see that side of her, well, except the first time we'd met at the arena. I did. Thanks for inviting me. She smiled. You have an open invitation to everything, Madeline. You're family. It felt good hearing that. I had a place where I belonged. Living in Clark's shadow for the past few years had been hard. His family ran in a different social circle than the rest of the world. They were upper class, old money. I never felt like I fit in. I was just his +1, the shiny toy for him to show off at events. I was meant to smile and look pretty next to him. No one ever asked me what I was studying or where I worked. It was all about him, the golden child. It was different here. I was my own person, even if I was the coach's daughter. Every person from the team made sure I knew I was welcome. Thanks, Chloe.
4. Erik. I don't know why I cared about who Madeline was dating. I didn't know her. Her boring boyfriend might be perfect for her. I was giving her too much credit. She could be some mindless trophy that belonged with him. I doubted it. Chloe told me how awesome Madeline was, plus she was Coach's daughter. He was a great person, so his daughter had to be. Why was he letting Madeline date that cocky jerk anyway? I didn't know if he was a jerk, but I'd never treat a woman the way he did. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? I looked up from the TV to where Chloe was standing. She was dressed for a nice night out, not something I wanted to third wheel. I'm good. Reese and I had worked things out and had become good friends, but that didn't mean I wanted to sit across from them all night as they stared into each other's eyes and cooed I love yous. Hard pass. She looked at me like I was her child, and she didn't like my behavior. What are you going to do? I didn't have to tell her. She wasn't my babysitter. Nothing that will get me into trouble. I'd learned my lesson after my first season. I didn't do anything worth talking about. I kept my head down and didn't drink during the season. It was surprisingly easy to stay out of the press when you're sober. Well, if you meet someone tonight and bring her back, let me know. I'll stay at Reese's. I narrowed my eyes at her. I won't bring anyone home. I'd been a bit of a party boy through my early 20s. I was a young, rich, famous athlete. Sure, I'd had my fun and took advantage of all the perks my status came with, but I wasn't as bad as Chloe thought. She assumed I was with a different woman every night of the week. I didn't bother correcting her. She could think what she wanted, but I hadn't actually been with anyone in months, by choice. Chloe getting together with Reese had been a slap in the face. Not because my twin was moving on with life without me. That did hurt, though. It just made me realize how little my life had changed since I was drafted. Sure, I had 2 championship rings and made a name for myself in the league, but my personal life was the same. I was surrounded by the most beautiful women, but I was left wanting more. I couldn't talk to those women about my life, my struggles, my dreams. They didn't want to know me. They wanted to brag to their friends later. I was just a name to them. Now I went out with the guys when they called, but I didn't take anyone home. Being alone made me realize that soon it was going to be just me. I'd be coming home to an empty house once Reese got his crap together and asked Chloe to marry him. I wasn't stupid. Deep down, I knew it was going to happen soon. She was in love, and the happiest I'd seen her in years. He treated her like a queen, and that was the only reason I was okay with him taking her away from me. I guess I was a little bit jealous. I wanted what they had, what Ollie and Porter had with Emma and Sophia. Instead, I was known as the playboy that stayed in and watched game highlights alone at night. I needed to get out. I needed to stop thinking. I pulled out my phone and sent a text to Prasad and Hartman. We wouldn't do anything crazy. I was fine just grabbing dinner. Anything to keep Madeline and my lack of a love life off my mind. We agreed on pizza and met at our favorite place, the Pie, a half hour later. I'm surprised you didn't have anything better to do, Broussard teased me after we ordered and found a table in the back. Says the guy that agreed to come. I slid into the booth, leaving room for Hartman. Broussard laughed. I never claimed to be the playboy or partier like you. You all know I'm more of a shut-in. Hartman shook his head at us. Just admit we're the single losers of the team. I refuse to admit that. We're not losers, we're single by choice. I looked to Broussard to see if he agreed, and he nodded. Yeah, I've got girls fighting back at my place over who gets to date me first. I didn't bring 'em this time, 'cause it was a guy's night. Hartman snorted. Yeah, nice of you to respect us enough to leave them at home. I rolled my eyes. Like you have any problems getting a woman to go out with you. Hartman shot me a look, but I didn't back down. Broussard needed some tough love on this topic. Just because you had one bad experience doesn't mean all women are horrible. Broussard shrugged. They're not horrible. I am. I've ruined every relationship I've ever had. I had the perfect girl. We were going to have a future together, but I blew it. You tried to fix it. She wouldn't listen. Hartman looked across the table to Broussard with a compassion I hadn't expected. I knew about the girl that burned Broussard. Most of us did. But I didn't know the full story. I'd never wanted to. Hey, no getting sucked into the mistakes of the past. We could sit here all night regretting the things we've done. We're here to relax and eat good food. Hartman held up his water cup. Hear, hear. Broussard laughed and shook his head. At least he wasn't stuck in his dark mood for long. We all had our pasts. We'd all been hurt before, and tonight wasn't the time to reflect on that. Here's your pizzas, guys. Let us know if you need anything else. Thanks, Tom. I waved as the server walked back to the kitchen. The staff was good about us coming in and hiding in the back corner when there was just a few of us together. They didn't draw attention to us and tried to keep customers away. I didn't have a problem with fans talking to us, but it was nice to have a night out where we're just a couple of guys grabbing a bite to eat. Normal. It doesn't happen all that often, so we savor the times it does. We ate in silence for a few minutes, enjoying the greasy, cheesy slices in peace. It wasn't until I caught Hartman looking at me out of the corner of his eye that I stopped. What? He shrugged. Just wondering. About? If I need to have a talk with you about staying away from certain off-limits people. I eyed him before responding. I wasn't playing his game. I don't know what you're talking about. Broussard scoffed, but when I looked at him, he was taking another bite of pizza, looking away. Coward. Hartman smiled. You know what I mean. I saw you watching her yesterday. You don't normally waste time looking at women you're not interested in. I sat up and cleared my throat, but he continued. I hope I don't have to tell you how stupid that would be to even think of pursuing her, right? You know Coach would kill you. Plus, she has a boyfriend. A really crappy one. One that shows up late to events, schmoozes, and leaves without telling her goodbye. I know, Cap. Don't worry, I'm not interested. Lies. He nodded once and went back to eating. I couldn't tell if he believed me, but he dropped it. I'd just keep having to remind myself that I'm not interested in her. Nope, not at all.
Chapter 5. Madeline. I watched my patient walk on the treadmill, taking notes about his stride. You're looking great, Kyle. The soccer player smiled at me. Thanks, Madeline. Do you think I'll be ready for the season? I nodded. As long as you don't do anything to stress your ankle in the next few weeks, you should be cleared. So, no snowboarding. He winked and increased the speed. I didn't want him pushing himself too hard, so I watched him closely. Definitely none of that. He laughed and turned the speed to a full sprint. I cringed but didn't say anything. He knew his body and the risks. I trusted him to know his limits. He wasn't the only professional athlete that came to this office. It was our specialty. Being downtown near all the arenas made it easy for them to come to us for treatment. Some people thought I went into sports because they assumed I wanted to meet the athletes, but they usually didn't know who my father was. I chose this path because of him. His physical therapist saved his career several times when he played in the NHL, and now the careers of his players. He told me that it takes more than just the guys on the ice to win games. It was the coaching staff, equipment managers, massage therapists, physical therapists, and the entire front office. They were all required to keep a team going. Since I only played hockey through junior high school, this was my way of being connected to the team and other athletes. Kyle slowed back down to a walk. "You're looking great." He winked at me. "You too, Maddie." I rolled my eyes. "All right, Casanova, you're done for the day." I finished my notes for his session while he got off the treadmill and stretched. "You'll give in to my charms soon enough." I set the clipboard down. "You know I have a boyfriend." "Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score." I'd heard cheesy lines before, but that was one of the worst. "Just no, Kyle. Have a good week." I smiled and walked away before he could say anything else. Guys like him were the reason I didn't date athletes. I'd grown up around them. I assumed I'd end up with one eventually. Until David. He played for the local NHL team, the Chicago Lakers. One of Dad's players that I had been friends with was traded to the team and invited me to come hang out. That's where I met who I thought was the love of my life. I know now it was infatuation. David was all sweet words and attention until I was out of sight. He wouldn't know how to be faithful if someone promised him $1 billion. He didn't see the problem with dating more than one woman. He needed to spread the love. He thought he was just too good to limit himself to one girl. It took me almost a year to figure that out. It helped that his teammates liked me and decided to break the bro code by telling me. I didn't want to believe them at first. It took me almost 2 months to catch David in the act. My heart was shattered. I stayed away from athletes after that. When I met Clark my first year of PT school, I was drawn to him because he was nothing like David. He was focused and steady and predictable. He was going to have a normal job with normal hours. His face wouldn't be on billboards. He wouldn't be hounded by fans. He wouldn't have women throwing themselves at him. He was safe. Not that I'd actually seen him in the past few days. He told me things at work were crazy, but it was getting a little ridiculous. I checked my phone while waiting for my next patient. Nothing from Clark, but I had a text from Chloe asking me to call her. I had a few minutes, so I walked into my office and called her back. "Hey, I'm so glad you got my message. We have a kids' event tonight, and I need more volunteers. Are you free?" All that was waiting for me was an empty apartment. "Yeah, I'm free. What's the event?" "We're hosting some of the kids from the cancer unit at the hospital to come down to skate and paint the ice." "That sounds so sweet. What time do you need me?" I could hear people yelling in the background. "Put it down over there, Erik." I could faintly make out his voice. "Ugh, sorry. I swear they can't do anything without being told exactly what to do. I could use you as soon as possible." I looked down at my polo and yoga pants. I might have a shirt to change into in the car. "I can be there at 4:30. "That's perfect. Thank you." "I'll see you later." "Bye." I could hear more yelling before she hung up. Poor girl, she sounded like she needed the help. I checked my watch. My patient should be here, then only 2 hours until I was done for the day. Having plans to look forward to was a nice change. I hated going home to an empty house every night. I went to my parents' house when I knew Clark would be late, but lately, that was every night. Not that my mom minded. She was involved with the team and some charities that kept her busy, but she never turned me down. "Madeline, your next patient is here." I looked up to see one of the receptionists at my door. "Thanks." I walked out with her and greeted Travis, a professional basketball player. "Hi, Travis. How's it going?" "It's going." He passed me on his crutches. He'd been coming for the past 3 months, so he knew the drill. I followed him and went through the motions. One of the best parts of working with athletes was how serious they took their healing. Their bodies were their tools. Their profession was based on it functioning in optimum condition. Unlike other people, they were dedicated to their treatment. I didn't have to push them. Most of the time, I had to tell them to back off and give their body a chance to heal. His session went quickly, and I left soon after him. I was surprised by how many people were hanging around the arena when I got there. I found Chloe at the entrance to the tunnel by the locker room. "You're here!" She gave me a side hug and handed me a stack of plastic wristbands and a team shirt. "Put this on, then head upstairs to the north entrance. You'll pass out the bands. Security will clear people before they come in, so you don't have to worry about checking IDs. Just let them know to come down through portals Q and R." "Got it." I walked up the stairs and changed shirts in the restroom before finding the crowd waiting to come in. Erik and Reese were sitting at a table with stacks of papers in front of them. "Hey, guys, do you know where you want me?" Reese smiled while Erik raised an eyebrow. "Interesting word choice." I glared at him, and Reese laughed. "Just behind us. We're checking people in, then we'll direct them to you." "Sounds good." The security guard by the door nodded to us and opened a door, waving the line in. It was a smooth operation. Erik and Reese were great with the kids and families coming in. I was surprised they were up here instead of some volunteers until I realized they were greeting several kids by name. The team worked with the cancer center close by, so the players probably knew some of them pretty well. It was a nice gesture to have the guys there greeting them. We got through the line faster than I expected, and once everyone was checked in, I followed them back down to the ice. Reese glanced my way. "We're going to get our skates on. Did you bring any?" I hadn't thought of it. No. I didn't know I'd be skating." Erik nodded over his shoulder. "Let's go see if we can find some for you. I doubted there would be any ladies' skates in my size hanging around. It's not like the arena had a rental area." He led me to one of the team meeting rooms where some of the families were still talking. "We brought in skates for the families. I'm sure they have an extra pair you can use." Huh, they'd thought of everything. Of course these kids and their parents didn't have their own skates. I never should have underestimated Chloe. "What size?" "I'm a 7. He nodded and walked over to one of the other volunteers. He came back with 2 white skates. "For you." "Thank you." His mood swings were giving me whiplash. How could he be so snarky one day and act like this the next? He was acting like we were friends suddenly. "I'll see you out there." I nodded and walked away. I planned on keeping my distance if possible. As confusing as he might be, his looks were not. His smile drew me in, and I was pretty sure if I saw him being sweet with kids today, my resolution would disappear, and I might actually start liking the guy. "Hey!" Chloe was standing in front of the team's bench looking at her laptop. "Hi, what are you doing?" Why was she working right now? She was in the middle of an event. "Our food caterer is running behind. I'm trying to find games or something we could do to keep everyone occupied while they wait." I looked out at the ice where people were skating. They looked content to me. "Why don't you just let them hang out?" She scrunched her nose. "What if they get bored? Bring out some sticks and pucks and have the guys teach them a bit, or have them take shots at Ollie." She closed her laptop and stood. "You're right. That's perfect. Let's get out there and see how it goes for a few minutes. If people start getting restless, we can bring out the equipment." She smiled and followed me. I hadn't skated in years. Things with school got to be too much. Chicago had some fun places to go, but with my school and Clark's bar exam, we didn't have much time for fun. Felt good to be back on the ice. I'd learned to skate when I was learning how to walk. It came with the territory of being a hockey player's daughter. My mom eventually learned so she could come out with my dad and me. But it had been a long time. I swung out my arms trying to balance when Chloe took my hand. "I've got you." I glanced over at Chloe and smiled. "It's been a little bit." She laughed and led me around the rink a few times until I felt comfortable. "Did you ever play?" She shook her head. "I took skating lessons with Erik when we were little, but never had the desire to play. Watching him was good enough for me." It was nice having someone that understood my childhood. It was rare. Hockey was such an important aspect of my family and for hers. She told me she tried not to date any of the players until Reese. I didn't either, but our reasons were different. She hadn't wanted to interfere with Erik's game. I'd made the mistake and learned my lesson. though she managed to find a good one with Reese. The guys on the team seemed nice enough. They had their heads on straight, and Dad made sure they stayed in line, but that didn't mean I would ever make the mistake again. Plus, I had Clark. According to his 5-year plan, we'd be getting engaged in the next 2 years and married in 3. When he'd first shared his plan with me, it didn't sound romantic at all. I hated that he planned out our future without talking to me, but I'd learned to appreciate it. It took out the guessing and uncertainty. I would only have to be nervous when the 2 years passed and he hadn't asked me. Until then, things were going according to plan. "Chloe! Madeline! Come over here!" Erik and Hartman were skating with a group of kids. We skated toward them, and I smiled at the kids. "Are you guys having fun?" A small girl holding Erik's hand nodded. "I found Prince Erik." "Oh, really?" I asked. Erik was beaming. Great. The last thing he needed was an ego boost. He didn't look like Prince Erik. His chestnut hair and brown eyes ruined it, but that didn't necessarily mean he wasn't prince-worthy. "He's my boyfriend." She said it with such confidence I almost laughed. "He's a very lucky guy." Erik nodded while she beamed up at him. "Well, I'm Erik's sister, so doesn't that make me a princess?" Chloe asked, in a princess voice. The girl's eyes widened. "Yes!" Another little girl came up to us, holding hands with an older boy. The boy met our eyes, but the girl didn't look up. "Can my sister skate with you?" I nodded, and Chloe bent down and smiled at the little blonde. "Of course you can. What's your name?" "Delta." She looked up for a second before dipping her head. "She's really shy, but she asked me to skate with you guys." The boy looked to be about 8, but seemed so much more mature. I wondered if it was him or Delta who was fighting cancer. He seemed so protective, I guessed it was her. "Let's go." I took his hand, and Chloe took Delta's free one. "What's your name?" "I'm Drew." "Nice to meet you, Drew." I looked down at him, but he wasn't paying attention to me. He was watching his sister. She didn't seem confident on her skates, but Chloe was doing a good job of keeping her balanced. "Do you want to meet any of the players?" He shrugged, but his eyes darted to Ollie near the goal. We did a loop around before I caught Chloe's eye. I tilted my head toward the goalie, and she nodded. We led the kids to where he was showing another little boy his helmet. "Hi, Ollie." Chloe got his attention as the other boy skated off. "We have some friends we'd like you to meet." Ollie grinned and came toward us. "This is Delta and Drew." I looked down to see Drew looking up at Ollie like he was meeting his favorite superhero. Ollie must have noticed. "Hi, guys. Do you want to try hitting some pucks and see if you can get them past me?" He winked, and Drew shook his head. "I can't." Ollie looked confused. "Why not?" "You're the greatest goalie in the world. I can't score against you. No one can." Wow. This kid seriously loved him. "I have an idea, then. How about I get us some pads, and we have people try to score on you and me? You can show me what you can do, and I'll try to help." Drew looked hesitant, but Ollie was able to convince him. Chloe and I brought Delta to the neutral zone with the rest of the group so the kids and players could shoot at the goal. The players seemed to go easy on them, but the other kids were trying their best. Ollie gave Drew directions and showed him how to block. Within 10 minutes, Drew had blocked 3 on his own.
6. Erik. The crowd was extra loud tonight, or maybe I was noticing it because I recognized some faces. The kids from yesterday were back to watch us play. I looked forward to this game each year. We all had personal cheerleaders in the form of pint-sized humans and their families. I loved our fans. They were a huge driving force behind our success, but having the lower bowl full of children that didn't get to experience many nights out like this felt special. They'd remember this. For just a few hours, we got to make them smile and forget their pain. We were up too and having fun. The guys like to put on shows on nights like this, so we'd been talking to the Arizona Rattlesnakes guys, planning some fights to get the crowd going. It wasn't uncommon to stage a few fights, and so far no one had gotten hurt. The Rattlesnakes knew what tonight was, so they were willing to play it up for the kids. I passed the puck to Hartman, who took it behind the goal and passed it back. I saw an opening and shot. Make that up by 3. The guys surrounded me, and I grabbed the puck from their goalie and went to the glass. I tossed it over and laughed when a small boy caught it with a look of utter astonishment on his face. Yeah, he'd remember this night. I went back to the bench and sat as the guys congratulated me. I heard my name called from behind me, and I turned to see Chloe standing on her seat cheering. She was wearing my jersey tonight instead of Reese's. Oh, good. It was my night. I laughed and waved. Madeline was sitting next to her with a wide smile. She was wearing a jersey too. I watched, waiting for her to move so I could see whose it was. She pulled her hair over her shoulder, and I saw the big C. Really? Hartman's? I guess he was the captain, so it was a safe choice, but come on. The seat next to her was empty until I checked again, and Emma was sitting next to her. Huh, no suit tonight. He didn't seem to be around very much. I wanted to ask Chloe what was going on with them, but I knew she'd make a big deal about it. She'd threaten me, warn Madeline to stay away, or worse. She could tell Madeline I was asking about her. I was just curious. Coach had told me they were serious. They moved here together. That made it sound like they were committed, but he was never around, and she always seemed to be. Was he fine with her hanging out with 20 men? Didn't he worry about her? Or us? He was a fool if he didn't. If I were with a girl like her, I'd be concerned if we were never together. If it's just about him being busy at work, that's the worst excuse I've ever heard. Ollie and Porter, heck, even Reese have rigorous training schedules, promotional events, and travel for games, but they made every effort to be there for their wives and girlfriends. If they could make it work, then so could the suit. That wasn't a problem I could tackle right now. I focused on the game, watching the Rattlesnakes for weaknesses. Their defense was lacking. That's why we've been able to get past them 3 times to score. They weren't a huge threat to us. They usually floated in the middle of the pack in our conference, so losing wasn't a big deal to them, although their captain this year had changed. Magellan was a new trade for them, and he thought he could single-handedly turn the team around, but all the determination in the world couldn't reverse years of bad recruitment and coaching. The team needed an overhaul, but he was on the ice screaming at his team. Great leadership. He'd already checked a few of our guys. 3 major penalties had been called on him, allowing us to score twice on power plays. I'd have to send him a thank you note after the game. He was getting more and more agitated. I'd feel bad for the guy if he wasn't so obnoxious. Screaming his brains out wasn't going to get his team to do what he wanted. Our third line was coming in, so I stood with Murray and Hartman. I threw my legs over the wall and dropped onto the ice. Murray went into the heart of the action and got the puck away. He hit it deep into the Rattlesnake zone where I was waiting. I turned and pushed through their defense. To my left, Hartman was open, so I passed to him, feeling them closing in on me. Hartman got it and sent it along the boards to where Murray was waiting. I moved to the center, trying to get open. I signaled to Murray, and he passed when the force of a semi-truck hit me in the back. I threw up my arms to brace myself. My legs were pulled away in the opposite direction of where I was falling. I heard the snap more than I felt it. My legs went numb. I looked around, and Murray and Hartman were coming to me. There was a weight on my back, but I saw Brassard bend down and pull it away. "Shultz, you're all right. Just stay there." "Don't move, Erik. I'm going to kill him. The ref saw it. Did they call it yet? Erik, can you hear me? Shultz, man, it's okay. Move over." Coach? What was he doing on the ice? I turned my neck to see him, but someone held my helmet in place. "Just relax, Erik." Coach's face was finally in my vision. "Shultz, don't move. They're bringing a gurney." A gurney? Had someone been shot? What for? I heard a few chuckles, but they stopped quickly. "You, Erik." I'd been hit thousands of times. I was fine. I blinked and took inventory of my body. I made a fist with both hands. Fine. I tried to turn my neck, but someone was still holding it in place. That was fine, though. I was pretty sure it was fine. I wiggled my toes, but didn't feel anything. Move. Nothing. I tried to bend my knees, but felt nothing. What was going on? Was there someone still on me? "Get off." I looked at Coach, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Tell them to get off me. He dropped his head. No one's on you, Erik. Don't try to move. What was he talking about? Of course there was someone on me, otherwise I'd be able to move. I wasn't injured. I was fine. Here they are. My helmet was gone, then something wrapped around my neck. We're keeping everything stable, Mr. Shultz. We're going to get you out of here. Are we going to the training room? I was lifted onto a gurney and we were moving on the ice. No, we're taking you to the hospital. I'm fine. I don't need to go to the hospital. The young guy, a paramedic judging by his uniform, was standing next to me. What's wrong with me? We're not sure there's anything wrong yet. We're just being cautious. I can't move my legs. The staff at the hospital will be able to run tests and figure out what happened. Erik! Chloe's voice echoed through the tunnel. How did she get down here so fast? Ma'am, I need you to stay back. He's my brother. The guy looked down at me and I tried to nod, but remembered they put a brace on. She's fine. I want her to come to the hospital with me. Okay, follow us. We went through the tunnels to a side entrance where emergency personnel parked during the games. Time seemed to be moving in fast forward. We got to the hospital in seconds, but I knew it was at least 15 minutes away. The guy from the arena was replaced by a team of people all wearing navy blue scrubs. I'm right here, Erik. Okay. Chloe would figure out what was happening. She was good at being in charge. She took care of everything. I was in a room with people surrounding me. Someone cut him out of all that? Don't you dare! I almost laughed at Chloe's concern. Chloe, it's just a jersey. She suddenly appeared over me. I'm not letting them ruin all of your equipment. Ma'am, please step back. We need to see what's wrong. Do you see blood? Ma'am, that's not... I've seen him through hundreds of injuries. I know him better than anyone, and I know he will kill me if I let you touch his stuff. Give me a second. She tugged and gently moved me around until I was down to just my long-sleeve shorts underlayers. Now, feel free to have at him. I knew that voice well enough to know she was glaring at everyone in the room. I went to 3 different rooms as they ran every test under the sun. I wanted to rest. I told them if I could just sleep it off, I'd be fine, but they ignored me. Finally, they wheeled me back into the room where Chloe was waiting. We'll let you know as soon as the results come in. Thanks. She sounded calmer now. You can rest now, Mr. Shultz. I didn't bother fighting it off. My eyelids closed, and the noise of the machines around me disappeared.
Chapter 7. Madeline. Mom and Dad went straight to the hospital after the game. I'd driven with my mom, so that's why I was in the waiting room. That's all. Not because my heart had taken up residence in my throat since I saw that idiot Magellan hit Erik from behind. I cared a normal amount for his well-being. I cared like any other fan. I'd feel like this if it was any of the guys. Right. My knee was bouncing like it was trying to set a new speed record. Dad walked back to where the team gathered. The results are in. There's a doctor speaking with Chloe now. When he's done, we can go in and get more information. Poor Chloe. She was going through this alone. They wouldn't let Reese back to be with her. He was pacing in front of the doors with a look of murder on his face. I'd noticed a few extra security guards arrived, but he wasn't going to do anything. He just wanted to get to Chloe and Erik. Dad, will they tell you what's going on? He wasn't family, but he was the closest thing besides Chloe. If Erik or Chloe gives them permission, the doctor will let me know what his status is. I hated how stressed he looked. Well, how everyone in the room looked. The guys had to finish the rest of the third period, but no one's head was in the game after Magellan got a match penalty and was kicked out of the game. The rattlesnakes weren't even bothering to defend or try for a goal. The air had been sucked out of the arena. I hated that all of the kids had been there to see it. It was the definition of an illegal hit. Erik didn't even have the puck when he got checked. Then the idiot hooked his legs with his stick and pulled them out from under Erik. It was like his body was being split in two. How he wasn't screaming in pain was a mystery. Chloe gasped and stood with the rest of the crowd. When Erik didn't get up, she disappeared. She must have sensed what was going on before they made any announcements or the paramedics arrived. Broussard and Reese fought Magellan and landed a few decent punches before the refs finally decided to intervene. It was like they were letting them get a few in. No penalties were called on them. It was a good thing they'd gotten them in then, because the scumbag was thrown out of the game minutes later. I hoped the league would review it later and suspend him for a few games. It was completely uncalled for. It had been a fun game. It looked like both sides were enjoying themselves up until the hit. Every face around me was somber. Their brother was in there, and every one of the players took that personally. Hartman's silence scared me. I expected him to make a speech to help with the morale in the room, or at least assure everyone Erik would be fine, but he was sitting in a corner by himself, staring at the ground. I hated it. I hated seeing them like this. We needed news. We needed something else to focus on rather than the worst-case scenarios that were running through everyone's heads. My knee kept bouncing until the doors opened. Reese jumped back before barreling forward and wrapping Chloe in his arms. I couldn't hear what he said, but Chloe burst into sobs. I stood, but the guys were faster. Without communication, they gathered around her until there was a massive huddle of players. Mom put her arm around me and moved us closer. Chloe was able to compose herself, and the group quieted. He tore his MCL in his right knee. They're waiting on the MRI to come back to see if surgery is necessary. Mom sighed next to me, but I didn't feel her relief. An MCL injury was a major deal. He would be out for weeks, longer if he needed surgery. I'd treated dozens of patients with these injuries. Not all of them got full use back. I've seen 2 athletes end their careers over injuries like this. That wasn't the attitude everyone needed right now, though. I pushed back the doubt and fear and focused on supporting Chloe. She lifted her head from Reese's shoulders when she met my eyes. "Madeline, you're a doctor. What's going to happen?" I opened my mouth to correct her about my title, but Dad was shaking his head over her shoulder. He knew what this could mean. Like me, he wanted to keep everyone optimistic. "I've treated several patients with MCL tears. He'll be back in a few weeks." She fell against Reese and nodded. "Thanks." I looked around to see if anyone could tell I was lying, holding back information, but everyone seemed happy with my answer. It could be true. How much damage there was and how hard Erik was willing to work would determine what happened. Erik was tough, I knew that. This team was his entire world. He'd pull through. "How is he doing?" Dad broke through the group and asked Chloe. "He's resting. They had a hard time keeping him awake for all the tests, so they're letting him sleep now." Dad nodded. I knew he was dying to get back to the room and see Erik for himself, but he'd have to wait. "Thank you all for coming, but you should get home. You guys must be exhausted." There were a few grumbles, but after Dad agreed, the group thinned out until it was just me, my parents, Reese, and Hartman. "I'll stay here with Chloe." I doubted anyone was going to fight Reese on that. Hartman didn't look willing to leave, but he finally gave in when Dad put his arm around him and promised they'd be able to see him in the morning. I hugged Chloe before leaving with Mom. "He's going to be just fine," Mom said. "Erik has had worse injuries over the years. He's tough." I nodded and got into the passenger seat. Sometimes it didn't matter how tough the athlete was. Sometimes the injury was too much to come back from. I hoped for the team's sake and Erik's he would recover.
8. Erik. On the bright side, I didn't need surgery. On the realistic side, I was going to be out for weeks. Chloe has said at least 100 times how lucky I was, how much worse it could have been. Right. Wearing a brace and needing at least 4 weeks of physical therapy was lucky. I'd kicked her out. She was trying to be helpful, but her eternally optimistic point of view made me want to kill her. The worst part of her "the sun is shining, everything is glorious" outlook was that it was fake. I'd heard her crying in her room when she thought I was in the living room. I'd heard her talking to Reese about how concerned she was. She was worried I couldn't get through this, not physically, but mentally. She thought I would give up or give in. She was wrong, and I was determined to prove her and all of the other doubters wrong. That's why I kicked her out. It's not like I was sending her out to the streets. She was staying with Reese in his penthouse, hardly a sacrifice. They got to play house while I got to recover in peace. I didn't need her reminding me when to take the pain meds. I didn't need her counting them every night to make sure I wasn't taking too many. I didn't need her reminding me to stretch, to not stay stationary for too long, to ice, to rest, to breathe. I was a grown man. I could survive on my own. I was going to prove it to her. I would. As soon as I could get out of bed. I may have overslept. I also may have taken off my brace. I shouldn't have done either. Chloe wouldn't have let it happen. But I didn't need her. I could take care of myself. I threw my legs over the side of the bed and stared at my knee. Stupid traitor. The outline of my brace sat in shadow. Opening the curtains was too much effort. Showering was way too much work. Even eating sounded like a major inconvenience. Maybe I shouldn't have kicked Chloe out. 1, 2, 3. I threw all of my weight on my good leg and swung for my brace. My fingers grazed it, but I missed. I shouldn't have thrown it last night. I tried again, but missed. I was stuck. Not only could I not use my other leg, but if I did, I risked more damage. That was the last thing I needed. Coach wanted to see me in 30 minutes, and I didn't want him to come here and see me in my current state. Curses ran through my mind, but that wasn't going to help me get up. She was right. It would kill me to admit it. My ego would explode and destroy my internal organs. I knew it. I had no choice. I reached for my phone and called her. "Dang it," she said. "What's wrong?" She never answered the phone like that. "I made a bet with Reese. He thought you'd break by now, but I thought you'd make it until tonight." I almost hung up. Too bad I needed her. Funny. Not really. I owe him dinner. I'm so sorry my pain and misery were too unbearable to last until tonight. "Oh, Erik, I'm so sorry. Is it really that bad?" It wasn't. I had plenty of pain meds to keep it at bay, but that wouldn't get her to do what I wanted without having to listen to her gloat. I'm surviving. "I know you are. So what can I do for you?" "I need to get ready for a meeting." And she was really going to make me spell it out. Stupid sisters. "I can't get up." "Why not? Did you fall?" "No." "Erik, what did you do?" I took off the brace. She groaned. "Well, put it back on." "Can't." I eyed it, wishing I'd had more self-control the night before. "Why?" I threw it across the room. "Erik." I could practically hear her rolling her eyes. "Can you just get over here?" I took a breath and reminded myself I needed her. "Please." "Of course." "Can you get here quick? I need to be at the arena in 25 minutes. "Erik!" "Thanks." I hung up and fell back on my bed. Feeling helpless wasn't something I was used to, and I hated it. I've always felt like a superhero, indestructible, larger than life. One wrong move, well, one illegal move, and I'd been taken down. "Good morning." Chloe burst through my door with a cup in hand. "How?" I took the cup she offered and sipped. She'd made my protein shake. "Coach texted me letting me know when your meeting was. I got here about an hour ago to clean up. I was about to come in here to see if you were awake when you called." I should be mad she came back after I asked her to leave, but she knew me better than I knew myself. She knew I was going to need her, and rather than hold it against me, she showed up. She was here for me like she's always been. She crossed the room and picked up the brace. "Here, I picked up some crutches for you too." No way. I wasn't going to use those death traps. The brace was enough of an inconvenience. I strapped the brace on and stood, a bit of freedom returning. "Thanks." "Hurry and shower. I'll have your clothes laying out when you're done." I nodded and followed her instructions, finishing the shake while I turned on the water and waited for it to heat. When I was dressed and ready, I stepped into my room. It was clean again, with the curtains pulled back, letting in the sunlight. She'd made my bed and picked out my clothes. She was too good to me. I knew I needed to let her go, let her have her own life, but I couldn't. I wasn't ready. That's what scared me about her and Reese getting closer. I knew they were headed toward marriage, but I wasn't looking forward to it. I wanted her to be happy more than anything, but she was my sister first, Reese's girlfriend second. How could I function without her? She ran our household. She made sure the kitchen was stocked. She managed my calendar. She was the liaison between me and my agent and sponsors. She knew how much I hated dealing with them, so she stepped up. She did everything for me, and all I did in return was throw my money at her. I paid for her college expenses so she could graduate debt-free. I bought her a car as a birthday present when I got drafted. She lived with me rent-free. All things that took zero effort on my part. She took care of me, so I did what I could to return the favor. But when was the last time I went out of my way to be there for her? When had I anticipated her needs and stepped up? As if my day could get any worse, now I was feeling like a selfish monster. I couldn't keep expecting her to be everything for me. I couldn't keep her to myself because I needed her. For the first time in our lives, I needed to put her first. I would change. Are you ready? She popped her head in my doorway as I strapped the brace over my sweats. Yeah. I stood and followed her out of the apartment. No complaining about my driving. I rolled my eyes but kept my mouth shut. We were both taught how to drive by our dad. I have no clue how she turned out so different. She drove like everywhere she was going was a race that she had to win, even if it was getting to a red light or turning a corner. It was terrifying. I'll try. We made it to the parking garage with 2 minutes to spare. Do you need any help getting to his office? I knew she didn't mean it to be insulting, but my fragile ego had already taken enough hits. No, I can manage. Okay, I'll be in my office. If you need anything, let me know. I nodded and walked past her toward the locker room. Coach's door was open, so I walked in. Shultz, thanks for coming in. How are you feeling? I shrugged. I'm doing okay. He watched me for a moment before continuing. Good. I've met with your doctors and we've come up with your recovery plan. Of course they had. I hadn't been there for them to discuss my body or my health. Not surprising, just annoying. I was their athlete. They owned me. So what's the plan? We don't want the severity of your injury to get out. I nodded. We didn't want other teams to know our vulnerabilities. Our statement will say lower body injury. The only people that will know the full truth are people on the team. We want to keep it that way. What about the doctors? They all signed non-disclosures. We're keeping your treatment in-house as well. How? We had trainers and some medical people on staff, but not a physical therapist. Madeline. I shook my head. What did his daughter have to do with anything? Maddie has agreed to take you on as a private client. She looked over the training rooms and said we already have most of what she needs, and she can bring in the rest. So she's going to treat me here? Yes. Why not just go to her office? Too many eyes. Jeez, they were really going to the extremes for this. And Madeline's okay with this? She'd avoided me at the kids' event last week. I doubted she wanted to spend alone time with me after the incident in Chloe's office. She agreed. Of course, she's his daughter. It's not like she'd refuse him. She had a stake in the team, too. Okay. He nodded and leaned back. Thanks for agreeing. We're hoping to have you back on the ice in 8 weeks. 2 months? That was going to creep by. We'd be close to the playoffs by then. The team needed me for that. I'd be worthless to them in my current condition, though. I needed to get back in shape so I could be there at the end of the season. I'll be ready. Good to hear. Your sessions will start this afternoon. She'll be here at 3. Thanks, Coach.
Chapter 9. Madeline. The anticipation was killing me. This was worse than waiting for Christmas. It wasn't so much that I wanted to see him. It was more the uncertainty. How would he react to me? Would he listen? Was he in the mindset to get better? How was I going to spend 2 hours alone with him? Yeah, I was going crazy, and there was still another hour left before I had to head over. My boss was surprisingly okay with me taking a private client. She said it was fairly common with professional athletes. She was actually happy I already had someone request me. She didn't need to know it was my dad. She told me to take whatever I needed and to make sure I represented the office well. Did staring at the client count? I'd have to make sure I didn't leave my hands on him for a second longer than necessary. Maybe I could make him wear a mask. How could I spin that? I blew out a breath and thought about Clark, my boyfriend. We were probably going to get engaged soon. Our future was solid. He'd work his way up in government, run for office one day, become senator. I'd be by his side. It was time. Ready or not, I had to get to the arena. I waved bye to the receptionist and hurried to my car. Maybe if I focused on the possibility of being late, I would forget about what I was going to do when I got there. The drive was too short. I got out and grabbed my clipboard with Erik's chart and hurried in. The team's training room was well equipped with foam rollers, towels, and stretch bands, so I wouldn't need to bring anything for our sessions, at least not yet. I walked into the empty room and looked for the light switch. I found it the moment the set of doors on the opposite side opened. I hit the lights as Erik stepped into the room wearing only shorts. His hair was wet and sticking up in all directions. It was the most unkempt I'd ever seen him, and all I wanted to do was run across the room and run my fingers through his hair. No, what was wrong with me? He's Chloe's brother. He's a player. He's one of Dad's players. He's not Clark. That was the most important point. It didn't matter how good his abs looked. I was with Clark. I hadn't seen him in a week, but we were together. I cleared my throat and moved to the center of the room where mats were laid out. "Hi, Erik." He grabbed a towel from a nearby shelf and ran it over his body. Perfect. I looked away, pretending to be interested in my paperwork. Yes, there it was. I was an idiot. I never should have agreed to this. I hadn't wanted to, but Dad convinced me. We couldn't let the injury get out. The best way to keep it from leaking was to keep it within the family. Literally, in this case. I peeked at him and nearly swore. "Where do you want me?" I turned to him. What? How did he know what I was thinking? On a bench or the floor? Either. Wherever is most comfortable. Get it together, Maddie. You're a professional. You've worked with incredibly hot men before. This was no different. He was a patient. He sat on a bench. That wasn't a good sign. How's the pain? It had only been a few days since the accident, so I wasn't expecting him to say he was healed, but I hoped he would be improving. It's manageable. Are you taking painkillers? He nodded, and I wrote it down. What's the pain at? He looked around the room, avoiding me. This wasn't good either. A 6. I wrote it down, but I doubted he was being honest. This wasn't going to work if he wasn't up front with me. If we went too hard too fast, there'd be more damage, likely irreversible. Let's see what we're working with. I set my clipboard down and moved next to him. Go ahead and stand. He followed my directions. Start with your leg as straight as you can, then bend it as far as you can. I watched his body for shaking or any other signs of discomfort. Was he in more pain? How bad was his injury? He stopped at about 60 degrees, and I wrote it down. It wasn't great, but it was a starting point. Keep doing that. I want 3 sets of 10. I watched as he extended his leg and bent over and over again. The brace was keeping his knee straight, which was good. His muscles flexed, drawing my eyes away from his knee. He was all power and strength. His body was a machine, and it killed me that it was broken at the moment. Someone like him who did everything right shouldn't be injured. At least the idiot that hit him got a 3-game suspension. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Now what? His voice broke through my thoughts, and I looked up. His smirk meant I was caught. I needed to stop checking him out. I ignored the look and directed him to sit on the ground. He struggled a bit to get down, but didn't complain. Keep your knees bent, but lay back. He followed while smiling at me. Stupid man with stupid lips and very stupid abs. I should have told him to put a shirt on. Slide your heel back as far as you can, then extend it. 3 reps of 8. Yes, ma'am. He began the exercise while I focused on the poster hanging on the wall across from me. It was the most fascinating thing in the room, so interesting I wouldn't pull my eyes away. So, how'd you and the suit end up together? I pulled my eyes away from my focal point and looked down at him. What? You and the guy. I rolled my eyes. I'd told him Clark's name multiple times. Clark and I met in grad school. Clark. He over-enunciated the word like it was something bad. How does the old man feel about Clark? He would kill you if he heard you call him that. He shrugged. I'm not afraid of Coach. I shook my head. Liar. All of his players were. For good reason. He was tough and could make or break their careers. He also helped them win championships. So, does he have Dad's approval? It wasn't any of his business, but I felt a stupid need to defend Clark. He does. They really get along. And your mom? He watched me closely. I crossed my arms. Calls him son. He nodded. You stopped. Sorry. He started the exercise again. I just don't get it. Get what? He cringed, but quickly replaced it with a smile. You and him. He seems so dry. Boring. You don't even know him or me. I could be just as boring. He smirked. I know he showed up to the party for a snow day in a suit. I wanted to swat him with my clipboard. That? And he was on his phone the whole time. Well, that was mostly true, although he did hang up to talk to the mayor. You don't light up when you talk about him. What? This guy didn't know me or Clark, yet he was commenting on my life like he had some right. And the worst part, he might be right. Whenever you mention Reese around Chloe, she smiles. She's happy. She practically glows. That was true. It was pretty cute. You don't. I pursed my lips, ready to tell him off when I realized it was kind of true. I didn't get excited to see him or talk to him anymore. When did that happen? We haven't been spending very much time together lately, well, even before we moved here. That should make me miss him. Look forward to seeing him. But I'd grown used to being on my own. I was fine when he was gone. We went days without being home at the same time. We were more like roommates than a couple. Our lives were going in 2 different directions. But that didn't have to continue. We had a plan. We just needed to get back on track. I repeated that to myself until Erik announced he was finished. Good. Stay there. I grabbed a foam roller from a cabinet and brought it back. Lift your leg a bit. I slid it under his knee. Try to touch your heel to the ground, then straighten your leg. How many? Hold in each position for 6 seconds, 3 reps of 10. He groaned, but didn't say anything. I was grateful he dropped the subject and didn't grill me about Clark anymore. The spark had been there before. We could get it back. What were you working on before I got here? I pretended, like it was my business, like I had a right to know. Just arms and back. I nodded. Good. Don't overdo it. Yes, boss. Oh, good. I went from ma'am to boss. I watched him for any signs of fatigue, but he was doing surprisingly well. The doctors said it was a grade 2 tear, right? Yeah. He grunted while holding his legs straight. He got lucky. A complete tear would have been so much worse. I doubted he felt very lucky, though. I scheduled a massage for you tomorrow. I want you to rest for the evening. Keep your knee elevated as much as possible. He nodded and continued his reps. He was disciplined. I had to give him that. If he kept this focus, recovery should go according to plan. "What am I supposed to do all night?" He bent his knee and blew out a breath. I shrugged. "Watch a movie? Watch games? Play cards? The possibilities are endless." "All of that is boring alone." I lowered the clipboard and looked at him. "Chloe will be with you." He shook his head and straightened his leg. "I kicked her out. I don't think she's coming back yet." "Why did you do that?" They were more than siblings. They were best friends. It didn't make any sense. "I'm trying to prove I don't need her, that I can do this on my own." "Well, that's stupid." He shot a glare at me before focusing on his knee. "It is. You have someone who cares about you, that is willing and able to help you, and you kicked her out. Don't you know how lucky you are? I have tons of patients that have to go through their recovery alone, not by choice. They would give anything to have someone to help them." He ignored me, so I continued. "Get over your pride, Erik. You're not proving anything. You're making your life harder, and I'm sure it's stressing her out." That seemed to strike a chord in him. He cringed just a bit. "She's not always going to be around. I need to get used to it now." So that's what this was really about. Chloe was getting more serious with Reese, and Erik didn't want her to leave. "So you're kicking her out because she has a boyfriend?" He scoffed, but didn't deny it. "Do you not like Reese?" He shook his head. "What? No, he's my friend." "So you don't like them together?" "You don't get it. I'm happy for them, I am." "Then what's the problem?" He glared at the wall, ignoring me. "You don't like that she's growing up, moving on without you? The wall should have a hole in it by now." "I know you two have always had each other. Dad told me. You guys have been inseparable since you got on the team. You know they're close to getting married. She's going to move out, so you're pushing her away now." The silence was my answer. I'd figured him out. He was being stupid. He was hurting them both now for no reason. Chloe hadn't told me, but I knew it would be killing her. She told me about the fight they had when she started dating Reese. This seemed even worse. "You're done?" His head popped up, and he looked confused. "We still have 30 minutes. "I don't want to push you too hard on the first day." "I can do more." I shook my head. "Not today." He stood and ran his towel over his face. "I'll see you tomorrow." I watched him walk away until he was at the door. "Talk to her." He paused for a moment, then left. He was too stubborn. He was going to need all the support he could get right now, but he was too bullheaded to realize it. If he didn't fix this by tomorrow, I was going to have to take matters into my own hands.
10. Erik. Chloe came back. Her bags had been in her car the whole time, and when she parked in front of our building, she came in with me. I hadn't expected it. I thought I would have to beg and grovel. I should have known. She's a better person than me. She knew I needed her. Madeline was right. "You should shower. You stink." I rolled my eyes. I had 2 training sessions. "No excuses. Go clean up. I'll make dinner." I raised an eyebrow and waited. "Okay, I'll order something." I laughed on my way down the hall. Reese had confessed he did most of the cooking on their nights in. Chloe tried. She did, but she just wasn't good. I blame our parents. They didn't make her cook. Or me. Not that I was around much to learn. Our mom was a fantastic baker, and Dad was pretty great at everything else. They enjoyed it, so we were never required to learn. They swore one day they'd teach us their secrets, but they never had the chance. Once I was clean and dressed, I limped my way back to the kitchen. My favorite Chinese food was spread out across the island. "Thanks." "Of course, just remember to cut down on your carbs since you're not training as hard." I gave her a look as I made up a plate. "Thanks for the tip." She shrugged. "I know, you've got this. I just wanted to remind you." "Remind me that I'm not able to play?" "No need for that tone. I'm on your side, remember." She was right. I couldn't take out my anger at the situation on her. I'd be hungry and helpless if I offended her and she left again. Sorry. Come on, that talent show started last night and I recorded it. I sat on the couch next to her and rested my leg on the coffee table. Do you want some ice? I shook my head. Maybe after we eat. She turned on the show and sat back. Are you still coming to Ollie and Emma's housewarming? Tomorrow, right? I took a bit of chow mein and chewed while a guy threw flaming pins in the air and juggled them. Yeah. Okay. She left me alone for the rest of the night. She cleaned up dinner and went into her room. I stayed up for a few hours watching game highlights. It might not have been necessary since I wouldn't be dressing out for a while, but I wasn't going to let myself break habits. Getting sloppy or complacent now would show when I got back. The team played on Sunday, so we actually had a light Saturday. I worked out with the team as much as I could and told them I'd see them later at Ollie's. When I walked through the door to my apartment, I froze. There was an unfamiliar scent. Chocolate? I sniffed. No, we didn't have desserts in the house. Well, besides Chloe's not-so-secret ice cream stash. What's that? I dropped my bag in the living room and met Chloe in the kitchen. She spun, still holding a bowl and spoon. I'm making brownies. Oh no, she wasn't allowed to use the oven, not after she tried cooking a pizza, still in the plastic wrap, for an hour. I bought a new stove after that. Why? The rest of the Pride was volunteering to bring stuff tonight, so I said I'd bring a dessert. Why didn't you stop at a bakery? She gave me an incredulous look. I can do this. I narrowed my eyes. I can. I'm even making a batch with protein powder so you guys can eat them. That sounds interesting. She dropped the bowl on the counter with a heavy thud. I found the recipe online. It's healthy and yummy. I shook my head and walked out. I've been practicing with Reese. Poor guy, I mumbled. She appeared at the entrance to the hallway. What? I'm going to shower. I'd have to warn everyone before they tried those. I'd have them take one and find a way to throw it out without her seeing us. She tried her best. She did, but with me being out, the team couldn't afford everyone getting food poisoning. I got ready and pulled on a t-shirt before meeting Chloe in the living room. Are you ready? Yep. I grabbed my keys and ushered her out the door. She directed me to Ollie and Emma's new house in the foothills of the mountains. It was about 30 minutes from the arena, but I realized why Ollie would make the sacrifice when we pulled up to the gate. There was a security guard checking names, and he let us in after checking both of our IDs. Was that really necessary? Chloe rolled her eyes. We have security at the building, too. She shrugged. I pulled up the drive and parked behind Hartman's car. I got out and waited for Chloe. The house looked like it belonged in the mountains with large wood columns and stonework across the front. Wow. Yeah, that was the best word for it. Maybe they were onto something. Sure, the penthouse was convenient, but it didn't feel like a home. Not like this. I should get me one of these. Chloe laughed. It would be so quiet. It's too big for just you. I almost said she'd live with me, but then I remembered she wouldn't. I'd have to tell Reese how much she likes it. They could be neighbors. We let ourselves in and followed the voices. Most of the team was hanging around, and Chloe broke off to find the girls and set up her lethal brownies. Erik, how's it going? I greeted Ollie and the rest of the guys. This place is great, man. Ollie smiled. Emma's been working on it for months. She loves it, so I'm glad. Reese walked up and I patted him on the back. You might want to get a hold of their agent. Chloe's in love with this place. His head fell back in a sigh. Great. Thanks a lot, Ollie. Ollie shrugged and walked off. The group dispersed until it was just me and Reese. That might not be a bad idea, though, Erik. A knot formed in my throat. I tried to swallow it down, but I just had to nod. I know I should probably sit down with you, somewhere private. I looked around for an escape route. We were surrounded. But honestly, I want witnesses. I could jump over the coffee table, but there's no guarantee he wouldn't come after me. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think it's time. Maybe the ground would open up. The house had a lot of work done, though. It was probably too solid. What I'm trying to say is, I could faint, just pass out right here. Since your dad isn't around, and I know how much you mean to her, My knee. I could fake pain, have it buckle, make a scene. I love her. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Why wasn't my heart stopping? If there were ever a time for a heart attack, it would be right now. I promise I'll always take care of her. I'll do everything I can to make her happy. I couldn't stand it anymore. He obviously had quite the speech planned. I looked at him square in the eyes and cleared my throat. You have my blessing. He looked taken aback. Really? I nodded. As long as you promise to stop talking. He smirked but nodded. I rubbed a hand over my face. I need a drink. He laughed. Too bad it's mid-season. Get some root beer for me. I walked away and almost walked through the front doors. That was not something I'd prepared for. Not at Ollie's housewarming party. Not surrounded by the team. Not yet. I wasn't ready to give her up yet. I reached for the door when it swung open, almost hitting me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Madeline looked up and realized it was me. Her smile faltered just a bit before she recovered. What's wrong? Are you okay? I nodded and tried to step around her. Wait. I ignored her and walked out onto the wide patio. There were 2 wooden rocking chairs off to the side, so I made my way over and plopped down. She followed me. Of course she did. I was seconds away from breaking down, and she just had to be there. She didn't say anything at first, just sat there with a container on her lap. All of downtown was lit up below us. It was quite a view. Would I ever have this? A wife? A house on the hill? Roots? I'd been here for almost 5 years, and I lived like it was temporary. It could be. Everything in the NHL was. My contract was up for review. This could be my last season. How could I leave these guys? Chloe might be the last of my blood family, but these guys were my family by choice. I couldn't leave this. Do you want a cookie? Her voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Are they normal? She looked at me like I might be just a bit crazy. Yes? Not protein cookies? That's a sin. Okay then. She reached into the container and pulled 2 out. She handed me one and bit into the other one. I took a bite. Huh. It was good. I chewed and let the chocolate melt on my tongue. It was way good. When was the last time I'd had something like this? Never during the season. Sweets weren't worth the extra work I'd have to put in at the gym or on the ice, but I couldn't turn her down. It was nice to sit back and watch the sunset. Eating a chocolate chip cookie like there was nothing else in the world that mattered. It was a fleeting fantasy. I'd chosen this life. I knew the sacrifices required before I committed. My parents made me well aware of all I would have to give up. No chance at a normal life, but I made the decision. I'd never regret it. But that didn't mean I didn't wish I had more moments like this. Do you want another one? I shook my head. Better not. Are you going to make me feel guilty for eating another? I looked over at her and paused. Are you going to rub it in my face? She smirked and brought the cookie to her lips, slowly opening her mouth and licking the edge. She winked at me and took an enormous bite. That's cruel. She shrugged. Life isn't fair. No, it's really not. I looked back over the city, hoping she didn't notice my mood change. What's wrong? I inwardly groaned. She and Chloe were 2 of a kind. They both knew how and when to push me. Something happened earlier. Something with the team? I glanced over, and her concerned expression made me feel bad. No, nothing like that. Then what? I sighed. Reese and I had a chat. Okay. I appreciated that she didn't push me. She was going to let me take my time. I knew it was coming. I looked out at the city, not wanting her to see my emotions. But it wasn't a good chat? I shrugged. For him it was. But you're upset about it? I shouldn't be. I should be happy my sister found someone who treated her like the queen she was. She deserved it. Maybe. Is there anything you can do to change it? I shook my head once. No. Is that you giving up, or do you not want to change it? I don't want to change it. Not really. I knew I wasn't making sense, but I wasn't ready to say it aloud. Plus, she and Chloe were friends. I couldn't ask her to keep that a secret. It's going to be a good thing, but I need time to accept it. I know something that will help. I looked over at her and she held out a cookie. I shook my head, but she thrust it forward. This will work. If you think about the thing you're upset about while eating a cookie, you'll create a positive association for the thing. Or it will make me hate cookies. I could tell by her fallen face she hadn't thought of that. You're not supposed to eat them anyway, so it's really not a loss. Her logic was about as sound as mine. Plus, what would it really hurt? Fair enough. Good. I took the cookie and leaned back in the chair. Maybe their marriage would be a good thing. Chloe deserved a family. She deserved a house in the hills and everything she could ever dream of. I couldn't stand in the way of that. Thanks, Madeline. She smiled. Welcome. Now, are you ready to head in, or do you need to sit and sulk a bit more? I stood and wiped off the crumbs before offering her my hand. I wasn't sulking. I was thinking. Whatever you say. I wished I had a witty comeback, but I just opened the door for her and followed her into the kitchen, where we were greeted with cheers. Where have you guys been? Madeline opened her container. I asked him to test my recipe to see if it was any good. Hartman looked at me. You ate sugar? I shrugged. They were delicious. Wow, must be some recipe. He reached in and took one for himself. The group went silent until he moaned and stepped forward and kissed her cheek. You're a goddess among us, Maddie. I wanted to punch him, at least push him away from her. He had no right doing that, getting in her personal space. She was smiling, though. Thanks. Was that a blush? Did she like that? Did she like him? What about the suit? What did it matter? Better take a breath before you pummel your best friend. I looked over my shoulder to where Ollie was standing behind me. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, right, and you don't want to kill him right now for breathing the same air as her. I shrugged. She has a boyfriend. I don't think he'd appreciate that. And where is this boyfriend? He's never where she is. Madeline? I turned at the sound of the unfamiliar voice. There he was, the suit. Just like that, the life was sucked out of the room. Hartman walked away, and soon the rest of the kitchen emptied out. He looked agitated, and I didn't want to leave her with him like that. I turned to Ollie and tried to direct his attention to them. Do you need help restocking anything? Yeah, actually. He'd somehow picked up on my signal, and we walked to the sink on the opposite side of the room.
Chapter 11. Madeline. I hadn't expected Clark to show. I told him about the housewarming last week, but he hadn't even acknowledged me. Hi. I moved around the large marble island and lifted my arms to hug him, but he pushed them away. Hi. That's all you've got to say? I was shocked. He'd never spoken to me like this. What do you mean? I had an event tonight, one I needed you to be at. I went home and you weren't there. I called your mom and she told me where you were. I shook my head, not understanding. I told you about this days ago. I left the invitation on the fridge. My schedule is on my phone. You know that. Anywhere I need to be goes in there. How am I supposed to know that? How would I even add something to it? My secretary handles it. Your secretary? I nearly laughed at how ridiculous this conversation had become. Am I supposed to book time with you through her now? It would help. He was being serious. Clark, I'm not contacting someone I don't know to spend time with you. That's absurd. What's absurd is coming home to an empty house. I needed you to make an appearance tonight. You didn't tell me about it. He looked at me with an arrogant expression. You should have been there. Waiting at home for you? Was he insane? Who did he think he was? Yes. Can you not hear yourself? Clark, you can't honestly expect me to be waiting at home for you every day. Where had my sweet, loving boyfriend gone? I didn't recognize the man in front of me. Why not? Because I have my own life, my own job, my own friends. I'm not going to wait around for you to remember me. What are you talking about? He actually looked confused. We haven't seen each other, let alone spent time together, in over a week. He sighed and looked to the ceiling. I've been busy. I have too. Then what's the problem? The problem is that we can't both function like that. We can't go days or weeks without seeing each other and not notice, at least not until someone needs something from the other. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I looked around. Chloe and Reese were standing with their arms wrapped around each other. Sophia and Porter were making eyes at each other from across the room. That's how we used to be. That's how it should be. But we haven't been that in months. We haven't been in love for months. Clark, we live separate lives. What are you trying to say, Madeline? Maybe we've grown too far apart. He shook his head. You're being unreasonable. You just need to remember what's important. We moved here so I would have a better chance at Attorney General. We moved here to start our lives together. We both have to make sacrifices, but it will be worth it in the end. Your career? That's all you can think of? What else is there? I was flabbergasted. What about love? What about our connection, sharing this life together? He smirked. We have that. I shook my head. He couldn't be that far in denial. We used to. He looked around and frowned. You didn't used to be like this. Like what? Ever since we moved here, all you've cared about is this stupid team. That's not true. Yes, it is. Wherever you go and whatever you do is about them, a group of overpaid, underachieving, overgrown boys. What are they doing for the world? What are they contributing? I'm busting my butt every day to make changes for the future, to make our country better, and these Neanderthals are wasting time chasing a ball around. A puck. He looked at me incredulously. What? It's not a ball. They use a puck. That's what you got out of that. Well, you were wrong about so much, but I figured I could correct one thing. I can't believe you, Madeline. I couldn't believe myself either. I wasn't the type to put up with this. I wasn't the type to let someone put me down. My parents taught me better. I noticed Ollie and Erik out of the corner of my eye. They were stepping closer to us with their eyes on Clark. I hadn't noticed they were there. This was humiliating. I couldn't believe they'd just witnessed this. Clark, I think it's time for you to go. He stared at me for several heartbeats that I heard in my ears before nodding. You're right. I think it is time. He turned and walked out before I could ask him to clarify. I wasn't positive, but I was pretty sure we'd just broken up. I would have thought I'd feel more. No sadness, no regret. Mostly just relief. Like an enormous weight had been lifted. Ollie followed after him, hopefully to lock the door behind him. Erik was stopped, staring at me. I'm sorry, I didn't think he would cause a scene. You shouldn't apologize for him. I tried to smile and failed. I couldn't fake it this time. I looked down, wringing my hands. I couldn't believe Clark had acted that way, and in front of the team. It had been humiliating, and of course Erik saw and heard it all. Couldn't he have magically been on the other side of the house? I felt warmth and looked up. He was standing inches away from me, looking at me like he could see into my soul. The last thing I wanted right now. He's not right for you. I almost laughed. How could you possibly know that? You may think I don't know you very well, but there's a difference between knowing someone for a long time and knowing them well. I didn't argue. I've seen you with and without him. I know what a woman looks like when she's in love, when she can't keep her eyes off the man she trusts and chooses. I looked away. I wanted to leave, but I knew he would follow. You're not happy when he's around. He'd only seen us twice. How could he say that? Things have been strained lately. Why do you love him? I swallowed. I didn't have to answer him. I could turn and walk out, leave, drive home to where I hoped Clark was. "We're a great match." His eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. He wanted more? I could come up with something, probably. "He's going to be a politician. I'm going to work until I have enough experience to open my own practice. In 10 years, we'll be a super couple." "How many times has he told you that?" "A few." No wonder it sounds so rehearsed. I rolled my eyes and stepped away. "Wait." I froze. Why was I listening to him? "I'm sorry. I shouldn't judge your relationship, but I don't like what happens to you when you're around him." I met his eyes. "What do you mean?" "You dim." "What? Was he calling me dumb?" "You're normally so bright. You're always smiling. People gravitate to you. But when he's around, you dim." I didn't want to admit that I knew what he was talking about. It came from 4 years of being Clark's silent puppet. He was the star. I was meant to stand next to him and look pretty. He was molding me into the perfect trophy wife. I knew it. I wasn't happy about it. But I did nothing to fight it. "He doesn't treat you like the absolute treasure you are." He stepped closer until his hard stomach pressed against my arm. "You deserve to be treated like a queen, a goddess. The most important person in the world. You should be the most important person in his world." He made it sound so normal, like that's how every other relationship was. My dad treated my mom like that. But they were from a different era. That wasn't how things were anymore. "Look at Reese." My eyes automatically searched the crowd until I found him. He was gazing down at Chloe like she was the sun, the moon, the entire universe. I had a feeling he would do just about anything for her. That wasn't something I could say about Clark. "Look at Ollie." I found him next to the fireplace. He was talking to Hartman, but his eyes were on Emma sitting with a few other wives. His smile was so pure, so content. He loved her. It was written on his face. That wasn't a look I'd ever seen on Clark. Well, maybe if he was looking in the mirror. I felt his breath on my neck and fought the shiver it sent down the entire length of my body. "That's what you deserve. Don't settle for less. We've been together for 4 years. It's never too late to start over. He moved here with me. He seems just fine with his new job. He's everything I ever wanted. The idea of him, maybe, but Clark can't possibly be what you want for the rest of your life." "Why not?" "Because you're losing your breath standing here next to me." I tried to turn, but his arms came up and boxed me in against the island. "Tell me the last time you felt this way around him." He was dangerous. Lethal. I should run. I shouldn't have these feelings for a guy I barely know. A guy who isn't my boyfriend. There's more to life, to love, than a spark. I need stability. I need promise, a future. He leaned forward until his lips were touching my neck. Can he really provide that? My brain was broken. All I could focus on was the feeling of him all around me. Will you ever feel safe, secure with him? Won't you wonder about where he goes all the time? Who the secretary is? If he's thinking of you? I tried to shake away the thoughts. Clark hadn't cheated on me. Yet. I had feelings in the past, but he promised me, swore to me he never did. He wouldn't. Would he? He wanted to appear perfect. Perfect house, perfect wife, perfect life. News that he was a cheater would destroy the image. It would ruin him. He wouldn't. But that didn't mean he loved me. He'd never looked at me the way Reese or Ollie worshipped their loves with their eyes. He'd never make me feel the way Erik did right now. But this was temporary, fleeting. Erik was a player. I knew his story, his reputation. His own sister warned people about him. He wasn't stable. He wasn't safe. He couldn't provide the predictable life I craved. He'd put me through exactly what my dad did. I'd move around the country following his career. The NHL would run our world. I wanted out. I couldn't do that anymore. I didn't want to. Erik? My voice was barely a whisper. Please. Please what, Madeline? Ugh, his voice. It was melting me. My resolve. I needed out. Please, let me be. I pushed against his arm, and he let it fall.
12. Erik. I watched her walk out of the kitchen. I thought she was leaving, but she wiggled in between the girls on the couch. I couldn't believe I'd pushed her away. I thought she'd listen. Clark wasn't good enough for her. Neither was I, but at least I admitted it. I'd spend the rest of my life trying to make her happy, to worship her. She deserved it. I knew it, but she didn't. Not yet. How could Coach let her be with Clark? Didn't he see the faker for what he was? I grabbed a bottle of water and wandered into the living room. Ollie nodded when he saw me. That guy's a real gem. I can't stand him. He smirked. I noticed. I shook my head, but it only encouraged him. Someone's got a crush on the coach's daughter. I tried to ignore him, but he persisted. The one rule that matters is the one you break. Of course. She needs to dump the idiot first. He nodded. It'll happen. She's a smart girl. Smart girls make dumb decisions all the time. Then don't let her. I wasn't planning on it. I'll be back in a second. He left and went to the couch where Emma sat. He offered his hand and helped her stand before walking to the front of the room. Can we have your attention, please? Everyone turned in their direction, and a hush fell over the room. We want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and celebrating with us. As I'm sure Emma has told everyone, this house has been a long time coming. We were dragging our feet not knowing where exactly we wanted to live, and then there's the whole problem of not knowing where I'd be sent. The room laughed. We all understood. Establishing roots was dangerous for players. But we each have an announcement to make. He looked at his wife, and my stomach sank. He was retiring. He was leaving the league. That's why they felt like they could settle down. I got the okay from Coach today to share this with you guys. The oxygen in the room seemed to vacuum out in a second. No one moved. The team offered me another 5-year contract. We're here for good. I let out my breath and smiled. That punk. He knew what everyone was thinking. People around me cheered, but all I could do was shake my head. I was happy for him, for the team. I just hoped I'd be getting the same offer at the end of the season. Hopefully my announcement gets the same reaction. Emma winked at Ollie before addressing the room again. We didn't just build this house for us. She paused, and I tried to guess her meaning. Was one of the guys moving in? Our team is expanding. She beamed, and a few of the women began clapping and cheering. I didn't know what was going on. We were expanding? The women were standing up and congratulating Emma, but I met the eyes of some of the other guys, and they looked as lost as I was. We're pregnant, Ollie clarified for those of us that weren't processing. Wow, my best friend was going to be a dad? I looked at him, really looked at him. He was only 2 years older than me, but he had a maturity I'd never grasped. He and Emma married while he was still in the minor league. He came to the team with experience, both on and off the ice. Experience that was spreading. Chloe and Reese were getting there. More and more members of the team were getting married, settling down, and moving to the next stage of life. Then there was me, the playboy, the one that didn't take things too seriously. I looked at Madeline. She was hugging Emma and talking with the other women. She was on that path too. She had her life figured out. Who was I to suggest that her plan was wrong? What did I know? My longest relationship only lasted a month. I'd gotten sick of her within a week, but I felt bad dumping her. I thought she cared about me, about us, but she was using me to boost her own fame. Most women I knew were after something. My fame, money, connections. Madeline was different. She came from my world. She understood better than almost anyone. Yet, she was with the suit, the jerk that treated her like a commodity. I made my way to the celebrating couple and hugged them both. Congratulations, you guys. This is amazing. Ollie smiled. Which part? You staying, of course. He slapped me on the back while Emma laughed. Don't worry, Uncle Erik is going to love his little niece or nephew. I shook my head. I've never been around a baby, ever. I don't recommend planning on me spending too much alone time with him. Or her, Emma cut in. Right, I'll cheer you guys on from the other side of the room. We'll see. I ignored Emma's wink and noticed Madeline walking through the back doors. I'll be back. Emma smiled like she knew what I was thinking, so I walked away before she could say anything. I stepped out to the back patio and looked around. I didn't see Madeline, so I walked out further. There was a large pool and a fire pit. They'd really thought of everything. I had a feeling we'd be here a lot. I walked around to the back where there were steps that lead up to the side of the hill. There she was. A small sitting area was arranged facing the house and the view beyond. Found a better angle? She jumped a bit at the sound of my voice. Sorry, I thought you saw me coming. She shook her head. I was somewhere else. Her expression looked withdrawn. Mind if I sit? I watched closely. If she gave the slightest hint she didn't want me around, I would leave. To my surprise, she smiled. Please do. I lowered myself into the chair and looked out over the valley. She was silent, so I followed her lead. I found the arena, the freeway, then tried to spot my apartment building. You're right. I'd turned to her, but she wasn't looking at me. She seemed lost in her own mind. I usually am, but could you be more specific? She laughed lightly. I want more. More what? I waited for her to continue. I had a feeling she was working things out in her head. I was merely in the area. I want a man to look at me the way Ollie and Reese look at Emma and Chloe. I want to know he loves me without having to ask. I want him to know everything about me and love me for it. I want him to be interested in me, my dreams, my problems. I don't want to just be a cardboard cutout of what he thinks will please the world. She settled deeper into her chair, resting her head against the back. I want that, and I don't have it right now. I studied her. The city lights reflected in her eyes and cast her face in its glow. She looked so sad, but so perfectly beautiful. I wanted to touch her, to reach out and let her know she wasn't alone. I couldn't. She was vulnerable. She needed space to figure out what she was going to do. Is it real, though? Do they fake it like I do? I wanted to scream at her that it was the most real thing in the world. It was the only real thing. I don't want to settle. I didn't want her to. No one deserved that. I wanted to break her out of this, prove to her she was worth everything. In that moment, I was willing to do anything, everything to make her smile again. I wanted to wipe away the worry, the confusion. I wanted to be the one that proved to her it could be real. I was going to be the man she needed, the one she deserved. But she wasn't ready for me. I had time. I could stand on the sidelines until she knew what she wanted. A single tear glistened down her cheek. No, that jerk didn't deserve her tears. I scooted my chair closer to her, faced her, and waited. She blinked until another tear escaped, breaking my heart. She was breaking me, the ice-cold player I was. I was turning into the guy I made fun of. I called out the other guys when they turned into piles of mush wrapped around the finger of their girlfriends. I was becoming one of them with each drop that fell. She hadn't moved, just stared ahead with shaky breaths. I reached forward and took her hand in both of mine. You deserve so much more than this, Madeline. She didn't speak. I didn't even know if she heard me. You deserve to be looked at like you're the only woman in the universe. You deserve to be worshipped, loved, celebrated. Her eyes lifted until they met mine. How do you know that? I didn't move, didn't blink. I stared into her soul and hoped she felt the truth behind my words. I see your light. I see your heart. You're an amazing daughter, a caring friend. You're a beautiful soul. She sniffed and shook her head. You don't know that. This wasn't her being self-conscious. I could tell that she didn't believe me. She didn't see it in herself. I don't know what he's done to you to make you believe anything less than what I'm saying. I hope one day soon you'll realize he's toxic. I hope you'll see yourself the way I see you. My throat was closing. Emotions I hadn't felt in years were catching up to me. I bit my lip and looked down. I'd never felt this way about someone, but each word I said was true, and I wanted to be the one to prove them to her. She squeezed my hand, and I looked up. You're one of the good ones, Erik. Before I could process what that meant, she stood up and walked away. My eyes followed her path through the yard and into the house. She disappeared into the crowd when I finally looked away. What more could I do? I couldn't make someone believe me. I couldn't make her see Clark for the scum he was, but I'd keep trying. I wasn't going to give up on her, even though she seemed to be giving up on herself.
Chapter 13. Madeline. What were the chances he didn't remember? 0. Nil. None. Maybe I could convince Dad he'd be better off with a different trainer. Could I call in sick? No, I was still too new at the practice. Plus, Dad didn't want any more people knowing about the injury. There was no getting out of this. I pushed open the door and sighed when I found it empty. I had a minute to prepare myself. I still couldn't believe I'd let myself fall apart in front of him. Who did that? Crazy girls. Girls that wanted attention. Girls that were losing their minds. There wasn't a worse scenario I could think of. Streaking through the party would have been less embarrassing. No, I'd made a fool of myself in front of one of the hottest guys in the world and then ran off like a basket case. That wasn't who I was. I was tough. I would keep up appearances. I don't let people in very easily, yet around Erik, it's like I have no filter. His presence opens me up. He didn't have to say a word for my innermost thoughts to come pouring out like we were discussing the weather. What was it about him that did that? I felt a connection to him, something I'd never felt with anyone else in my entire life. It scared me. It was wrong. I should feel that with Clark, but I didn't. What did that mean? Nothing Erik said and pointed out was new. None of it was anything that hadn't already crossed my mind, but it was the first time someone pointed it out to me. It was the first time I realized that maybe my facade wasn't quite as solid as I thought. He'd been able to see through it. He saw me, and it was terrifying. Hey, you're early. I jumped at his voice. He'd come in through the gym door like last time, already sweating. His shirt was clinging to his muscles. Every single one. Before I started drooling, I dropped my eyes to his legs. The brace was still on at least. Focus, Madeline. Yeah, are you ready? He nodded and met me in the center of the room. His stride looked better. How are you feeling? Good. Good. Awesome. Things were so awkward, we were down to one-word responses. We're going to start with calf raises. I moved to the closet and grabbed a step. Once it was set up, he didn't wait for further instruction. Only 8 reps for this one. I want you to take it easy. He nodded and stopped at 8. Good. 2 more sets. Silence. I should have put on some music. It was too late now. He would know I was doing it to fill the void. He started in on the second set while I watched. He didn't seem to be favoring his knee, which was good. He finished and turned to me. Are we going to talk about it or just pretend like nothing happened? That caught me off guard. I hadn't expected him to be so direct. I'm not trying to force you into talking if you don't want to. I just wanted to clear things up before we spend the next 50 minutes avoiding it. Wow, he said what I'd been thinking, but I'd never admit it. I'm sorry about that night. His eyes narrowed. Why are you sorry? I let out a half chuckle. Was he kidding? Did he really want me to spell it out for him? I lost it. In front of you, I'm sorry about that. He shook his head and took a step closer to me. That isn't something you should apologize for. He ran a hand through his hair, sending it up in 100 directions. Madeline, I never meant to upset you. I shouldn't have said those things. It wasn't my place. I hadn't expected that. I didn't want him to take back the things he told me while we were looking at the city lights. I'd been obsessing over them. They'd consumed me, made me realize that he was right. I wanted more, and I deserved it. Did you mean it? He looked confused. What? Everything you said that night. Did you mean it? He looked at me like he was trying to see into my mind. Every single word. I clenched my jaw and pointed at the step. One more set. He stared at me for a moment before turning away and starting. I didn't want him to see how much that affected me. I needed his words. I needed to know someone felt that way about me. I just wished it was Clark. I knew how he came off. I wasn't dumb or blind, but there was so much more to him. He'd changed since we got here, but it hadn't always been like this. The first year had been perfect. I felt like I found my partner, the one person that I knew without a doubt would always be there for me. I fell in love fast and hard. He was my world, and I knew I was his. But things had changed. Couldn't they change back? Couldn't we go back to being that couple, the one that looked at each other and saw the world, the one that supported each other, that pushed each other to be their best? I wanted that. I didn't want to give up on him. Despite how things had been for the past 6 months or so, I loved him. I wanted that to be enough. If I could hold on to that, it could get us through whatever this was. Maybe it was just the transition. A lot had changed in a short period of time. Once he got comfortable in his new position, things would go back to how they'd been. Madeline. I looked up, and Erik was staring at me with worry in his crystal blue eyes. Sorry, let's go to the wall and do some stretches. I could hope all I wanted for things to go back, that we could be what we were back in Chicago, but it wasn't up to me. Clark needed to want it too. I needed to talk to him. That's all this came down to. I would do it. We'd only seen each other in passing over the last few days. How could he not see that we needed to make changes, that we needed to work on us? I got through the rest of Erik's session without zoning out or crying. It was quite an accomplishment. What are your plans for the rest of the day? I didn't want to tell him I was going to go home and wait for Clark to show up. Hopefully, he would get home before midnight. Just heading home. I have some things I need to do. He nodded. Have a good night. I watched as he walked back into the gym and disappeared. One hard thing done. If I could survive that, I could talk to Clark. I gathered my things and left. On my way, I called Clark, but he didn't answer, so I texted him asking when he'd be home. No response. He must be in a meeting, even though it was already 6. Did they really have meetings this late? I pulled into my favorite Mexican restaurant and got us dinner. It was always better to have hard conversations when everyone was full and happy. No hangry words. By the time I got home, it was close to 7 and Clark still hadn't replied. I ate by myself, like I did more often than not lately, and turned on some sitcom for background noise. I needed something to distract me while I waited. 8 o'clock. I checked my phone, but only had a text from my mom. She wanted me to come over for dinner tomorrow, like I would turn that down. I was getting sick of eating alone. I changed the channel and found a hockey game on, New York versus Boston. This should be good. I settled into my couch and pulled a blanket onto my lap. Clark didn't get how I could watch games for teams I didn't like. He didn't get that I genuinely loved the sport. It didn't matter who was playing. Plus, every game affected the Fury, no matter how indirectly. I needed to keep an eye on any threats, and Boston was looking good this year. When the second period ended, I checked my phone again. Nothing. It was after 9. Where could he possibly be? I called him again, but it went straight to voicemail. If only he had social media, then I could stalk those, but he didn't use them. As a future politician, it made sense. He didn't want anything to haunt him later. The lock rattled, and the door slowly opened. 11:30. Clark looked around with wide eyes. "Madeline, what are you doing up?" I turned off the TV and stood. "I was waiting for you." He shrugged off his suit jacket and set it on a chair. "I'm sorry. If I'd known, I would have been home sooner." I studied him while he spoke. His tie was loose, and the first 3 buttons on his shirt were undone. A bit more than necessary. More than he normally did. I sniffed the air, but didn't smell alcohol or anything else. I half expected a foreign perfume. He looked rough, obviously tired. "I called you and texted." He smiled. "Sorry, my phone died at work." I nodded, as if that was something that couldn't possibly be remedied. They didn't have outlets at his office? "Where were you?" "Work." He blinked and looked just over my shoulder. He was lying. "That's a late night." He nodded and pulled at his tie. "Yeah, it's been busy." "Of course." He walked up and kissed my cheek. "I'm exhausted, honey. I'm going to go to bed." Not a chance. Not after I waited hours for him. "I got you dinner. Mi Costa, your favorite." "Oh, we called in dinner." "We?" He nodded. "There were a few people that had to stay late." "Right. Well, I had some things I wanted to talk about." He cringed. "Oh, was I inconveniencing him?" "Can it wait? I'm really tired." "We haven't really seen or talked to each other in days, Clark." He shot me one of his signature smiles, the kind he used in front of crowds, the one reserved for when he was trying to get what he wanted, the one that drove me crazy. I used to love that smile. I believed it. But now I knew better. "What is it?" That was what I was going to get? I wanted to storm off, tell him never mind, but I knew he wouldn't be thinking about it all night like I would. He would go on without a second thought. He would feel like he got let off the hook. Not tonight. "I miss you, Clark." He threw his arms up. "What do you mean? I'm right here." I shook my head. "No, you're not. You're never around. And when you are home, your mind is somewhere else." He dropped his head. "Maddie, look, things have been crazy. We knew that was going to happen before we moved here." "I know, I'm busy too. But it's like we're living in 2 separate worlds." He stepped toward me and placed his hands on my shoulders. It made me feel like a child. "I'm sorry. I'll try harder." He closed his eyes. "I'll come home early on Friday. We'll make dinner here and spend the night together, okay?" It was all I could ask for. If he tried just a little, I would know he still cared. "Thank you. That sounds perfect." He kissed my forehead and walked back to our room. I went through and cleaned the kitchen and living room before picking up his jacket. I was tempted to search the pockets, sniff the fabric, but I refrained. I needed to trust him. The lights were off in our room. He was laying on his stomach on the bed in just his briefs, his pants a pile on the floor. I picked them up and hung them up with the jacket. I got ready, crawled into bed as carefully as I could. He made a promise. Now, I just had to wait to see if he lived up to it.
14. Erik. I'd always liked Coach's house. It was large but homey. You never felt out of place or like you couldn't touch anything. The highlight was the backyard. It was gigantic, with a full basketball court, pool, and 3 mini-golf holes. He said the yard was what sold his wife. She thought it would draw us out of the house, so when the team came over, her house wouldn't get totally destroyed. She was half right. During the spring and summer we were out there, but with Utah weather, we were stuck inside quite a bit. I wasn't clear on what the plans were. Chloe sent out invitations to everyone on the team last week, and the only information was that we were supposed to be at the house at 7 and to not tell Madeline about it. 5 minutes. Places, people. Chloe clapped her hands, and everyone shuffled out of the entryway and living room. It was quite the experience. 30 grown men, most of them players, and just as many women crammed into the kitchen and hallways. Quiet! I laughed. She expected us to be quiet. Now that was something I'd never seen. She's pulling onto the street. We have her coming in through the front door. Coach was grinning like a kid that just got away with stealing a cookie before dinner. What a goof. Erik, come here, Chloe whisper yelled at me, and I weaved my way through the tightly packed crowd to the front. What? She just smiled. I just wanted you up here with me. I rolled my eyes. I hadn't told her about what happened at the housewarming, but it was like she somehow sensed that there was something. Headlights flashed into the darkened room and everyone went silent. I almost held my breath to keep from making noise. The handle was being turned. It swung open and everyone screamed, "Surprise!" at once. Madeline jumped back with her hands over her chest. She looked stunned for a moment before smiling. She turned around and swatted at her mom behind her. I should have known you were up to something. Chloe ran forward and hugged her. Were you really surprised? Madeline looked a little shell-shocked. I was pretty sure we pulled it off. Yes. How did you guys plan all this? She looked around, shaking her head. Everyone's here? How did you guys keep this from me? She met my eyes and smiled before looking away. I wanted to go over and give her a hug, but I wasn't sure where we stood. Things had been awkward at our training, and as much as I wanted to ignore it and move on, I had a feeling she wasn't ready. She has some serious decisions she needed to make, and I didn't want to push her. Music started playing and people disappeared. Food's in the kitchen, everyone, Coach yelled and then moved out of the way as his players barreled past him. He walked over to me and patted my shoulder. How's the knee? It's a lot better. Good. Don't rush the recovery, though. We need you healthy for the playoffs. I'd rather you sit out now than mess it up again and be out for the season. I agree. He narrowed his eyes. You've never been this easy to bench before. I shrugged. I just know how important it is. This was a serious injury, and I don't want it to affect my career long term. He studied me before looking away. It wouldn't have anything to do with the 3 sessions a week with a certain blonde. I nearly choked, and I didn't even have a drink. Probably a good thing, since I would have spitted on him. No, sir. He grinned. I know I told the team to stay away from her, but I wouldn't mind if one of you swept her up. What about Clark? I thought he liked the suit. I don't think her boyfriend would appreciate that. He scoffed, and I fought the urge to smile. Guess he didn't have Coach fooled after all. I love my daughter and try to respect her decisions, but that guy needs to go. If it takes one of you to make her realize that, then fine by me. Interesting. So I had his blessing, I just had to win over Madeline. He gave me another solid pat and moved on. I found her in the crowd and watched. She was smiling and laughing. She looked happy. I didn't want to mess up this night for her. An hour later, Chloe brought out a cake that looked like a mini ice rink, complete with little hockey players. I had to laugh. It looked like something a young boy would have at his birthday party, but with the way her eyes lit up when she saw it, I knew she loved it. We sang happy birthday to her, then cake was served. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had birthday cake. It felt like I was a kid again, and I didn't mind. All we needed now was pin the tail on the donkey or a piñata. That would be a sight. Chloe burst into the room, shooing people out of her way. "Move over, boys. It's game time." Of course. She held up a poster on the wall and Reese moved in to tape it in place. It was a life-size picture of Hartman. I burst out laughing with the guys around me. Madeline was doubled over laughing while Hartman sat on the edge of the couch rolling his eyes. "Funny, guys." Chloe turned around and smiled. "For some reason, your picture was the only one we could find." "Long live the captain," someone shouted, and laughter erupted again. "We're going to pin your stick." She held up a bunch of cutouts and a blindfold. "Who wants to go first?" To my surprise, several guys jumped up. I glanced at Madeline and was glad she was still smiling. I felt like my sister had hijacked her party and was turning into something she missed out on in her childhood. Reese was a little over-enthusiastic as he spun each person around. He didn't bother pointing them in the right direction, so Ollie ended up running into the front door. Brassard ran full force into the couch and landed on Hartman, who shoved him off. It was a mess, but it was making Madeline laugh, which was all I wanted to see all night. "Erik, your turn." I stood up and walked to Reese. There was no point in arguing. I was outnumbered and I didn't want to disappoint the birthday girl. The blindfold went on and a paper stick was shoved in my hand. Reese spun me at least a dozen times before letting me go. I stumbled and almost fell before someone caught me. "Thanks, I don't want to mess up my other knee." Ollie chuckled. I knew his laugh anywhere. He turned me and pushed me forward. I stuck both hands in front of me, taking careful steps. I found the wall and ran my hands along it until my left hand found the smooth poster. I didn't really pay attention to how high they had put it up or how close other people were to finding Hartman's hand. I rubbed the poster, trying to gauge its size. "Hey now, Erik, that's enough." The crowd behind me laughed, and I pressed the stick where my right hand was. I had no idea if I was in the right area, but I didn't want to keep caressing my friend's picture. I pulled off my blindfold and sighed. I put it on his left leg. Perfect. "Oh, good try." I waved and gave a small bow to the laughter before taking my seat. Chloe made sure everyone had a turn, whether they liked it or not, and declared Sophia the winner. It felt a little weird playing kids' games, but everyone was a good sport about it, and Madeline seemed to be having a good time, and that was all that mattered. Chloe jumped up. "Everyone, make sure you eat. There's a ton of food. I'll leave you all alone. No more embarrassing games." I started clapping, and the others joined in. Chloe bowed and offered her hand to Madeline. They went into the kitchen as Coach was walking out. "You missed a good game." Hartman laughed and pointed at the poster. Coach shook his head and took a seat. "Chloe called and asked us if we had plans for Maddie's birthday. When we said no, she took over. She asked about Maddie's favorite parties growing up and brought them all together." It was sweet, and I was proud of my sister. I felt a little guilty I had no idea about it. I would have helped if she asked, but that was Chloe. She was oddly organized and thrived on planning events. Madeline should be glad it didn't turn into a full-blown ball. I stood and made my way through the crowd to the kitchen, but stopped when I heard a voice in the hall. When I recognized it as Madeline's, I pretended to watch the room while listening. "I know you were invited. Why aren't you here?" There was a pause. "Work? Really? At 9? She must be talking to Clark. I'd noticed his absence, but hadn't really cared. "You said that last week and you didn't show up. It's my birthday, Clark. One day out of the year, I'd expect you to leave early." I shook my head. That jerk didn't deserve her. "You're on a team. Can't someone else cover so you can stop by?" The hurt was evident in her voice. There was no way he could ignore it. If she were my girlfriend, I'd be here in a heartbeat. "Fine, Clark. Don't bother. I'm staying here tonight." Footsteps got closer, and I realized I was about to get caught, so I pushed my way into the kitchen and picked up a slice of pizza like I'd been here all along. Madeline walked in and wiped under her eyes once before smiling. She was good at faking it, but I could tell her heart wasn't in it. I wasn't going to let that idiot ruin her night. I finished my slice and made my way to her. "Hey, birthday girl." She spun and smiled up at me. "Hi." "Will there be gift bags before we leave?" She laughed and shook her head. "It honestly wouldn't surprise me." Me either. I wouldn't put it past Chloe. I know it's a little silly, but this has been one of the best birthdays I've had in years. What could go wrong with pizza, cake, and pin the stick on the captain? She giggled. Exactly. Do you know if there are plans now? She shook her head. I have no idea what's going on with this party. Then let's make this a full-blown kid's birthday. One of her eyebrows rose. What do you have in mind? Follow me. I took her hand and led her to the entertainment room at the back of the house. I knew from last summer that Coach had Mario Kart set up on the projector, and there were very few things better than watching professional athletes competing in video games. I opened a panel at the back of the room and turned on the game console and took out the remotes. Get ready. She looked at me confused. The intro music to the game started, and I turned it up. Within 30 seconds, a flood of guys took over the room. I demand a rematch. Ollie grabbed one of the remaining controllers and tossed the other one to Brassard. Madeline looked around with a smile on her face. I leaned over and whispered, if you think we're competitive on the ice, you wouldn't be able to imagine what's about to happen. Chloe walked through the doorway and stopped. Oh no. Without another word, she turned and walked out. Madeline laughed and nudged me. I'm pretty good, so watch out. I'd let her win every game as long as she kept laughing and smiling. We went 5 rounds without her losing. The guys that were playing entertained us by pitching themselves at their opponents and throwing tantrums when they lost. I'd been kicked off after the second round, but I didn't care. Madeline was in a ball on the ground, laughing uncontrollably as Reese and Hartman had an argument over cheating. This was all that mattered. Keeping the team happy had always been a priority, but since I'd seen Chloe and Reese together, I realized there was more. I wanted a partner. I wanted someone to put before myself. I wanted someone to spoil and spend my time making sure was happy. I wanted to stop living for myself. Up until recently, I'd been my #1 priority. That's what it took to make it to the NHL. I couldn't let other worries hold me back. My focus had to be on me and my game. Now, I knew there was more to life than that. Seeing happy couples helped me realize I could have more. I could have a relationship and hockey, and I wanted it. I looked at Madeline and smiled. I wanted her. After 3 hours of playing, people began trickling out. Madeline hugged each person as they left and thanked them for coming. I watched, waiting until it was just us. Thanks, Erik. I sat next to her and stretched out my leg. For what? She shrugged. For making this a perfect birthday. I had to laugh. Most women would want jewelry or at least a fancy dinner. She smirked. I'm not most women. I prefer simple. Tonight was really everything I could have wanted. Everything? I watched her. She'd been so upset that Clark wasn't here. She sighed. Yeah. I didn't question her. If she wanted to talk to me about it, she would. I'm going to go see if my parents need help cleaning up. I nodded. I'll put things away in here. She smiled and left. I watched until she disappeared around the corner. She seemed happy until I reminded her. What a moron. I should have left it. I put away the controllers and turned everything off before making my way to the kitchen. No one would have known the house had been full just minutes before. It was spotless. Chloe was leaning against the counter talking to Marie, Coach's wife. She waved and nodded toward the back doors. I looked over and saw the back of Madeline. It was freezing outside. What was she doing? I grabbed my coat and slid it on before stepping outside. She didn't turn around when I sat next to her on the steps leading to the backyard. I didn't say anything. I just wanted her to know I was there. She sniffed twice. Each time made me tighten my fists. She didn't deserve this. That idiot didn't deserve her. I put my arm around her shoulder, and to my surprise, she leaned into me. With her head on my shoulder, she cried for a few minutes. If you give me his address, I'll go beat him up for you. She huffed and shook her head. I don't doubt it. He doesn't deserve you, Madeline. She pushed away from me and turned until our eyes met. I think I see that now. I wanted to jump up and cheer, but I kept my arm around her. I'm sorry. She started to shake her head, but I continued. I'm sorry that anyone has ever made you cry. If I could take the pain away from you, I would. She blinked and another tear escaped. I wiped it away and reached for her hand. You deserve the world. You deserve to be happy, to never wonder, to never question. You should be loved and worshipped every single day. If he's so dumb that he doesn't realize that, then he's not right for you. She sniffed. You hardly know me. It was my turn to shake my head. I know enough. She blinked, and when her eyes opened, they were looking at my lips. I sucked in a breath, waiting. She leaned forward an inch. It was all I needed to know. The second my lips touched hers, something in me clicked into place. It was like my body, my soul knew she was it. There she is. I tightened my arm around her, pressing us together. Her lips were so soft. I opened my mouth, wanting to take her in, but she let out a tiny gasp and backed up. Erik, I can't. She stood and was back in the house before I could process how I'd gone from kissing her to sitting in the freezing cold by myself. I messed up. She wasn't ready. I let out a sigh and waited a few more seconds to give her time to leave. I didn't want to run into her again. I counted to 10 and stood. Chloe was still in the kitchen. When I walked in, she gave me a sympathetic look. Are you ready? I nodded and walked to the door. She said goodbye for both of us and followed me silently to the car. Something happened? I nodded. And it didn't go well? I nodded. She sighed. Give her time. I planned to. I knew her limit now and I wouldn't push her again, but I wasn't giving up.
Chapter 15. Madeline. I hated myself. How could I let that happen? I did let it happen. As much as I wanted to blame it entirely on Erik, I couldn't. I made the first move. He responded to me. I shook my head and laid down on the guest bed in one of the spare rooms, the one I deemed mine in my mind. It was a good thing I'd told Clark I was sleeping here because I couldn't face him tonight. What was I going to tell him? I cheated. I was a cheater. I hadn't meant for it to go that far. I was upset, and Erik was there. He was always there. Whenever I needed someone to talk to, he was around. But I shouldn't have let that happen. I'm not that kind of girl. Relationships mattered to me. Trust mattered. Clark trusted me to be faithful, and I let him down. Shame washed over me in a heavy wave. I couldn't even be mad at Erik. I couldn't blame him, even if it were an easy out. I knew he was interested in me. He hadn't tried to keep that a secret, and I kept putting myself in positions with him that led to this. I leaned forward. I know I did. I let out a sigh and wished for a way out. But what did I want out of? Out of responsibility? Out of trouble? Out of my relationship? I didn't want to admit it, not even to myself, but that wasn't fair. If I wasn't in this 100%, then I shouldn't be in it at all. Clark and I both deserved that. I couldn't stay with him out of obligation. I couldn't stay because I felt bad he moved here. It had been his idea first. We both benefited from the move. He got a better position with more opportunity, and I got to be closer to my parents. He would hold it over me, though. I knew he would. He'd remind me of how much he sacrificed for me to be here. But I was the one sacrificing. I was in a relationship by myself. He'd tell me he was working so much to make a better future for us, but that wasn't what I wanted. I would rather be broke and in love than rich and miserable. That was it. I decided. I would talk to him. I had to. I woke with determination. I was going to talk to Clark. I wouldn't let him brush me off, and I wouldn't back down. It had to happen. From the moment I made my mind up the night before, I knew it was the right choice. A weight that had been slowly crushing me for months was gone. If that wasn't a sign, I didn't know what was. I dressed and was out the door before my parents could catch me. I wanted to get home before he left for work. I checked my phone. It was only 6:30. I still had a half hour before he left for work, even though it was Saturday. Our parking spot was empty. How strange. He knew I wasn't coming home, so why did he leave it for me? Did he expect me to change my mind and show up? I let myself in and wandered into our bathroom. He should be getting ready by now, but it was empty. I looked into our room and found it exactly how I'd left it the day before. He didn't sleep here. He'd pulled all-nighters before, but not since we'd moved here. A prickle ran down my spine. Something was wrong. Was he injured? Maybe he was in an accident. Oh, no. I was planning our breakup, and he was in the hospital. I'm a terrible person. I pulled out my phone and checked for messages. They would have contacted me, right? I was his emergency contact. I looked around for a clue, but it didn't look like he'd been home. I called him, but it went straight to voicemail. I looked up the number for the closest hospital and called. No one by his name or description had been admitted. Should I call others? I sat on the couch and dropped my head between my knees. I was panicking. I needed to keep a clear head. Maybe I should drive his route to work. If I don't see anything, I could check his office. Yeah, that was a solid plan. I stood just as the door opened. Clark walked in wearing his suit pants, a shirt unbuttoned to mid-chest, and no tie. No jacket either. I narrowed my eyes at him. Where have you been? His eyes widened when he saw me. I thought you were staying at your parents'. I did. He sidestepped to the dining room and sat down his briefcase. I had some work to do. Fury built up in my chest. Stop lying! He looked shocked I'd raised my voice. I never did. Madeline, honey, I'm not lying. Then explain the pink lipstick on your collar. His face flushed. I felt nauseous. After the pain I'd gone through last night and the panic this morning, he could calmly stand there and lie. No more. I wasn't going to turn a blind eye or force ignorance any longer. How long? He stared at me blankly. How long, Clark? He dropped his head and sighed. Since we moved here. What? He threw up his hands. What do you want me to say? I met Crystal when I was interviewing here. She helped me get the position, and one thing led to another. You moved here for her? He shook his head. No, Madeline, that's not what happened. Sounds like it. It just happened. We have so much in common. She gets my drive. She knows what it takes to succeed in our world. I was hearing the words, but nothing was making sense. He was the liar, the cheater. Somewhere deep inside, I knew. There were too many signs, too many late nights, too many missed calls. I wanted to believe in him. I wanted him to be better. I wanted us to work. I didn't want to flush our years together down the toilet. Looking at him now, I wondered why I did it to myself. He wasn't what I wanted. He hadn't been for a long time. We might live together, but we hadn't been in a romantic relationship in almost a year. We were roommates, living completely separate lives. I felt anger, betrayal, and disappointment. I was mad that he lied. Once upon a time, we were friends. We trusted each other and depended on each other. He was once what I thought I wanted. Safe, stable, predictable. Funny how that worked out. What I didn't feel was a broken heart. He didn't have my heart anymore, hadn't for a while. I fell out of love with him months ago, but refused to admit it. I thought it was a rough patch, something we could work through. We couldn't come back from this. More importantly, I didn't want to. I doubted he did either. Madeline. He was looking at me with concern, probably thought I was having a meltdown. I was strangely fine with it. I knew the truth now. That's what mattered. It's time for both of us to move on. I'm moving out. His face changed from confusion to anger in a flash. What? I turned and walked to our bedroom to start packing. You can't walk out, Madeline. I ignored him and pulled out my biggest suitcase. I loaded it with as much of my clothing as I could before moving to the bathroom. Stop this! We have plans. You can't just leave. I had an armful of my toiletries and turned to him. What plans? You gave those up the moment you decided to cheat. I shoved past him and dumped my armful of toiletries into my bag. It was all I needed for now. I zipped it up and pushed it to the floor. Clark was blocking my exit. I moved here for you. I picked up my life and moved halfway across the country for you. You can't just leave. I shook my head. He couldn't still believe that. This was your idea to begin with. You moved here to be with Crystal. You moved here because you saw an opportunity. Don't pretend any of this was for me. His face was getting redder by the second. Let me go, Clark. You'll come back. I know you will. I'll send someone for the rest of my stuff. You're going to change your mind and I won't take you back. I shook my head. You don't get it. I don't want to be with you. I don't want the life you think you're creating. I've held on this long because of the past we have together, but we're not the same people as we were when we met. Our priorities have changed. I can't be the robot you need me to be. I'm not a trophy wife. I won't stand by you at rallies supporting you while you have affairs. I don't want this life. You're going to regret this. I shoved past him, pulling the suitcase behind me. No, I'm not. He watched me from the door as I shoved the bag into my car and pulled away. Once I was out of our complex, I let out a sigh. It was done. It was really over. I'd done it. I drove back to my parents' house and pulled my bag up the stairs to the front door. I forgot I'd locked it on my way out and I didn't have a key, so I rang the bell hoping they'd be up. Dad opened the door with a confused look. Maddie, I thought you were in bed still. He saw the suitcase and I swear he started to smile but quickly caught himself. There was something I needed to do this morning. And? How did it go? He took the handle and carried the suitcase to the bottom of the stairs. It's all done. He finally smiled. I'm glad you finished it. Me too, Daddy. He stepped forward and wrapped me in his arms. You deserve so much better than him, honey. I nodded into his chest. I know.
"16. Erik." A week went by without a chance to talk to Madeline. We went through our training sessions, but every time I tried to talk to her about anything other than the exercises or my knee, she cut me off. She was different, guarded. I wanted to know what was going on in her head, but she wouldn't let me in. I tried to talk to Coach about it, but he told me she was working through stuff, to give her time. I didn't have a problem with that, I just wished she would talk to me. The only thing she told me was that my knee was looking great. I was improving faster than she and the other doctors expected. I guess that was one of the benefits of being an athlete. I took good care of my body, so I was able to heal faster. "Get your skates on, Shultz." I looked up to see the assistant coach, Rust, looking at me. "Really?" He nodded and walked out of the locker room before I could ask another question. I hadn't been allowed to skate since the accident. I knew I wouldn't be allowed to do everything with the team, but it was a huge step forward. I put on my gear and walked through the tunnel to the ice. Coach was standing behind the bench yelling out a drill. I walked up to him and waited for him to acknowledge me. He nodded, but didn't meet my eyes. "I want you to do warm-ups, but you won't be participating in the scrimmage. I want to see how your knee does." I turned and joined the team. Anticipation filled my belly as I stepped onto the ice. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been nervous about skating. Maybe as a young child? I expected flashbacks of the accident, but none came. I glided to the neutral zone and realized I was fine. My knee felt normal. I never would have thought the night that it happened that I would be back so soon. I was worried my career was over. I looked up to the seats and found the Pride. Madeline was sitting in the front row with Chloe. They were both laughing, and it brought a smile to my face. It was good to see them both happy, especially Madeline. At least she was opening up to someone. I asked Chloe for information, but she refused to tell me anything. She said Madeline would talk to me when and if she was ready. I knew I did something wrong. I shouldn't have kissed her, but I just wanted the opportunity to apologize, to tell her that if I could take it back, I would. Not because I regretted kissing her, but I hated that it changed things between us. I had to find a way to talk to her. I'd show up at her house if I knew where she lived. Maybe I could wait for her after work. Was that creepy? If I had to ask, then it was. A whistle blew, and half of the team moved to the side while the other half began running drills. Ollie and Hartman stopped next to me, and Ollie bumped my shoulder. "Good to have you back out here." "Thanks." "How's the knee?" Hartman asked. "It's great. Hopefully I'll be back soon." "Good. We need you." Hartman was too hard on himself and the team. "You guys have won all but one of the games I've been out." He just shrugged. I looked back to the Pride and smiled when I caught Madeline looking at me. "Have you guys heard how Madeline's doing?" They both shook their heads. Ollie smirked and glanced at her. "Why?" I shrugged. "She just seemed off this week during our sessions." Hartman shrugged. "I haven't heard anything." That was good at least. Nothing bad had happened. We ran through drills for the next hour, and I could feel the coaches watching me. I felt great and hoped that they saw it. I wouldn't push myself if I didn't feel ready. It wasn't worth ending my career early. I just hoped they saw how well I was doing. The final whistle blew, and I joined the team as we headed back to the locker room. "Shultz, I want to see you in my office after you stretch and shower." I nodded and tried not to rush myself. "What do you think he's going to say?" Howe, a defenseman, was sitting next to me stretching his quads with a band. "Hopefully that I can at least dress out for the next game." He nodded. "We need you back." I appreciated that, but they'd been doing just fine without me. That had me worried. Had my injury made them realize they didn't need me? Was it proof they could trade me and still win games? I really hoped not. "I'll let you know what he says." I stood and left to shower. I tried to block out all negative thoughts and hurried to get ready. Coach's door was closed when I arrived, so I knocked and waited. "Come in," he called. I took a deep breath before opening the door and letting myself in. "Hi, Coach." He looked up from his computer and gave a brief smile. "Go ahead and sit." That wasn't a good sign. Good news didn't usually require sitting. Good news could be told quickly. I followed his orders and waited. He folded his arms on his desk and watched me for a moment. "How are you feeling?" "Great, sir." He nodded. "Practice was fine? No pain?" I shook my head. I felt really good. He watched me silently for another moment. "Madeline cleared you." I let the words sink in. I was done? She felt like I was ready? Why didn't she tell me? She hadn't hinted at all during our last session. That's good news. He nodded slowly. "It is, but I wanted to make sure you felt up to it before making the announcement." "I'm ready." It hit me then that I wouldn't have a reason to see her. How would I get to spend time with her now, especially since she was avoiding me? Wait, had she cleared me so she didn't have to see me anymore? She wouldn't. Would she? Would she risk my health? The team? No, she wouldn't do that. She must really think I was ready, but that didn't help me with spending time with her. "Okay, I want you to be aware of your knee, though. Any pain, and I want you to let me know." "Of course." I was ready to get up and run back to the locker room. I wanted to let the guys know, but I knew he wasn't done yet. "Good. Your health is our priority." He paused. "I appreciate the work you've put in to get healthy. Madeline had great things to say about you." I looked at him, wondering if he was talking about her professional opinion as my trainer or as his daughter. I enjoyed working with her. A slight smile crept on the corners of his mouth. "I know she enjoys you, too." That was definitely a personal statement. What had she said about me? "She's been working through some things for the past week, but I think it would be a good idea if you told her." Told her? How much you enjoyed working with her? He raised his eyebrows while I sat confused. Was he talking to me as my coach or as Madeline's dad? The lines were blurring and it was messing with my mind. Coach, are you saying what I think you are? I hated speaking in code, but he'd been the one to plant the seed back at her birthday party. He thought she could do better than Clark, and now he was telling me to possibly make a move? He cleared his throat and leaned forward. I'm going to have to spell this out for you, aren't I? I nodded. That would be helpful. You should talk to Maddie. Things have changed for her recently, and I think it would be a good idea for you two to talk, outside of a work environment. I nodded and let the words sink in. Something had changed? I wondered what it was long after he excused me and I walked back to the locker room. How was the meeting? Hartman was standing next to Brassard and Howe, already changed into their street clothes. Good. Coach said I've been cleared. They all congratulated me, and a few of the other guys came up and slapped my back on their way out. That's great. It's been weird playing without you. Hartman pulled his bag over his shoulder and waved as he left. I gathered my stuff and soon followed. I had to figure out how I was going to get a chance to talk to Madeline without her avoiding me. Maybe Chloe would have an idea. When I got home, I started making dinner. I may have had an ulterior motive. I was hoping if I surprised Chloe with dinner, she'd be more willing to talk to me about Madeline. Bribery was not beneath me. She walked in as I was setting the table. Wow, something smells good. I turned and gestured to the table. Take a seat. Chicken marsala is coming right up. She shot me a suspicious look, but sat down. I brought 2 plates full of food out and sat one in front of her. Thanks, Erik. I smiled and waited for her to take a bite. It was one of her favorite meals, and I knew once she tasted it, she would be in a good mood. She smiled at me. This is great. She took another bite, so I began eating. I let her enjoy the meal, waiting for my chance. She finally met my eyes and smirked. Can we pretend you did that out of the kindness of your heart? I threw up my hands. Are you insinuating that I would do this for any other reason than to show you how much I love and appreciate my beautiful sister? She fake laughed. Right. I shook my head and held a hand over my heart. I'm offended, Chloe. I try to do something nice. Cut the crap, Erik. What do you want? Fair enough. She knew me well enough to blow over the niceties. I've just been wondering how Madeline is doing. Her eyebrow rose. Why, pray tell, brother? I shook my head. She was going to make this as painful as possible. She was more closed off during our sessions this week, and she cleared me without mentioning it to me first. It makes me think she's avoiding me for some reason. Wait, you've been cleared? I nodded, hoping she'd move past that. Erik, that's something we should celebrate. We are. I waved to the table. See? She rolled her eyes. You're more concerned over why Madeline is ignoring you than you being able to play again? It sounded weird when she said it that way, but I was already past being cleared. I wasn't over Madeline. Yes. Wow. What? I never thought I would see the day when Erik Shultz lost it over a woman. What are you talking about? She shook her head. You've enjoyed the benefits of being a professional athlete since you were drafted. Yeah? I mean the benefits of the women. So? So you've never been with the same woman for longer than a week. None of them kept my interest. And Madeline does. I was getting annoyed now. Of course, that's why I'm asking about her. I'm just trying to figure you out. I've never seen you care about one woman before, and I like Maddie. I don't want to see her get caught up in your whims. I was shocked. You think I'd hurt her? Maybe. She sighed. Erik, I love you. You know that. But your past isn't exactly what most girls are looking for. I dated around because I've never met a woman I was interested in enough to spend more time with. You're the team playboy. I didn't come up with that. She shook her head. I know, the PR department may have influenced that, but you gave them plenty of material to run with. You've been with models, actresses, socialites. I'm aware of my dating life, Chloe. Yeah, so is everyone else. I shook my head. I couldn't believe that she, of all people, was judging me. She was the one person in the world that really knew me. If she didn't believe in me, no one would. Madeline's different. I've gotten to know her and I really like her. Then you're going to have to prove it. It's not going to be easy, Erik. That's fine. She's worth the fight. Chloe finally smiled. I'm glad to hear that. It killed me that she saw me that way. She didn't believe me. Sure, I'd been stupid in the past and got caught up in the fame that comes with being in the league, but that didn't mean I was a bad guy. I was upfront with those girls. They knew I wasn't interested in anything more than one night, one event. It was for appearance's sake. I needed to change that. I needed to prove I wasn't that guy.
Chapter 17. Madeline. I was adjusting to my new routine better than I thought I would. Living with my parents wasn't as bad as I'd imagined, and it was nice having someone at home with me. Dad was busy with the team, of course, but Mom and I were enjoying girl time. We'd started taking an evening spin class, and she was working on getting me to come to her yoga class. I could tell she loved having me around. As an only child, I'd had her full attention growing up. Dad told me it was hard on her when I moved to Chicago for school. She was left home alone while Dad traveled with the team. This was working out for everyone, and I wasn't eating dinner alone anymore. I wasn't worrying about he who shall not be named, and when he would finally come home, I wasn't wondering where he was or who he was with. It was wonderful, freeing, exactly what I needed. Now that Erik's therapy sessions were over, I was at the office more and getting used to my coworkers. My contentment made me realize something. I was enough on my own. I'd created the stability and predictability I'd craved my whole life on my own. I always thought I needed a man to do that. Nope, I was wrong. I was just fine solo. Have a good night. I waved to the receptionist, Trish, and walked out to my car. Mom mentioned she was making pizzas tonight, and I was looking forward to getting home and helping. Madeline. I turned to the sound of my name and almost tripped over the curb when I saw Erik walking up to me. What are you doing here? He couldn't be hurt again, right? I want to talk to you. So you thought waiting outside of my place of work was a good idea? If I didn't know him, I would have found it creepy. I mean, it still was, but at least I knew he wasn't a crazy person. It's a bit stalkerish. He looked at the ground. I know, I'm sorry. I just didn't know how to get you to talk to me, and I don't know where your house is. Huh. He didn't know I moved in with my parents. I figured word would have already spread by now. Chloe knew. I wondered why she didn't mention it to him. What did you want to talk to me about? I cleared you for play. He stepped closer. Can I take you to dinner? It was tempting, but I knew how disappointed my mom would be. I have plans. Right, of course. Was he nervous? I didn't think that was possible for him. Well, I know you have a boyfriend, so I'm probably crossing a line. I don't. I didn't mean to interrupt him, but I didn't want him or anyone else still thinking that. Really? He was surprised. I guess Chloe hadn't told him. Yeah, really. He didn't speak for a few moments. It was almost uncomfortable. No, we haven't known each other for very long, but I really like, talking to you. He cringed, and I almost laughed. Erik Shultz, the hockey god, the playboy, was nervous? I like talking to you, too. Really? He smiled and ran his hands through his hair. Do you want to maybe go out sometime? Wait, that's why he was here? He was asking me out? It didn't make sense. Erik, I know, you're just getting out of a relationship, so you probably need some time. That's fine, though. I can wait. I felt so bad. I wanted him to stop. I wanted to explain to him what happened, how Clark had been cheating, how my reality had been shattered. I was just barely getting comfortable being by myself. I needed to learn to be by myself. It wouldn't be fair to me or him if I jumped into something else. I do need some time. His demeanor changed. He seemed to deflate. I doubted he would care. He'd go find another supermodel or something to go out with. The pride had filled me in on his reputation. I'd heard about it in Chicago, but they knew the real details. He was a player, a womanizer. He went through women, like most people went through rolls of toilet paper. He was the complete opposite of me and what I wanted. I had to admit the description didn't match up from what I'd seen from him. I wasn't willing to risk it, though. I couldn't trust my instincts right now. Okay. He nodded once and took a step back. I understand. He turned and walked away before I could say goodbye. That was the last thing I expected tonight. I knew I'd hurt him. Maybe hurt was the wrong word. He was disappointed. I had to put myself first right now. I forgot how to do that, and it resulted in the situation I was in with the fallout from the betrayer. I'd talk to him later, let him know what I was going through, help him understand why seeing me wouldn't be a good idea. I wasn't what he wanted. I was the opposite of a one-night stand. I got in my car and drove home, replaying the bizarre conversation in my mind. Mom was already at work in the kitchen when I walked in. Hey, honey, grab an apron and start rolling. I picked a red apron from the hook near the pantry and pulled it on. She slid a ball of dough toward me and I got to work. How was your day? She was chopping peppers, but stopped and looked over at me. It was interesting. Oh, something exciting happened? Did you get a new client? Is he famous? A rock star? I burst out laughing. Why would a rock star come to a center in Salt Lake? She shook her head. There's plenty of celebrities that live here and in Park City. That was true, but it was still far-fetched. Nothing like that. Sorry to let you down. She smiled and began rolling out another ball of dough. Then what happened? I blew out a breath. Did I want to tell her about Erik? Well, of course I did, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear what her thoughts were. Promise to just listen? She narrowed her eyes, but nodded. I looked down at the dough and pounded it. Erik Shultz was waiting for me when I left. I peeked out of the corner of my eye and saw her biting her lip. It was killing her not to say anything, but she kept her promise. He wanted to go out tonight, but I told him I had plans. She nodded, but remained silent. So he asked me out for another time. I told him I was single, and he seemed to understand I need some time. He told me he would wait until I was ready. I looked up and laughed. Mom's eyes were so wide. I could tell she was dying to say something, but I wasn't done. I'm not sure it's a good idea, though. You know what people say about him. He's a player. He's way out of my league, and I don't even understand why he would be interested in me. It's almost like a joke. Maybe he sees me as a challenge because of Dad? I knew I was rambling, but I had to get everything off my chest. I don't want to get hurt again, and he would definitely hurt me. I'm not his type. I do relationships, and he's allergic to that word. I sighed and looked at her. She raised her eyebrows, and I nodded. I'm done. That's quite a lot to take in. I couldn't agree more. I was still reeling. I don't think you should judge Erik before really getting to know him. His reputation is something to consider, but you shouldn't define him by it. She was right. I'd hate if someone did that to me. I've known Erik since he joined the team at 19. I know he's been through a lot. He's a good guy. I wouldn't say that if it wasn't true. I love all the guys on the team, but there are only a few I would be okay with you dating. Erik is one of them. That surprised me. I thought she would be warning me to run away. I can't even think of that right now. I just got out of a crappy relationship. I don't want to get involved in anything else before I take the time to figure out who I am." Mom nodded slowly while forming the dough into a perfect circle. I looked down at my attempt. It was more of a rectangle at this point. I gave up and watched her, waiting to hear what she thought. She finally sighed and wiped her hands on her apron. "Maddie, I can't tell you what to do. You know yourself and your needs better than anyone. But—" I could sense that wasn't the end of it. "I think you're using the breakup as an excuse, something to hide behind." How could she think that? It was a mere week since I ended a 4-year relationship. That wasn't very long. It wasn't like it had been a year or more and I was still living here and not dating. Even if that was the case, that should be fine. There's no right or wrong amount of time to wait before dating again. Mom! Don't take that the wrong way. If you really need some time, I'll support you, but I think you know who you are. I think you know what you want out of life and what you want out of a relationship. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended things with Clark. I narrowed my eyes at his name, but she didn't notice. I understand being scared of getting hurt again, but don't let fear dictate your life. I didn't think I was. I bit my lip and looked down at my deformed attempt compared to her perfection. Maybe that's what was wrong with me. I wanted perfection. I wanted everything to go according to my plan. Look where that had gotten me. Maybe you're right. Maybe? She raised an eyebrow and laughed with me. Okay, you're right about part of it. I do know what I want in life and in a relationship, but Erik isn't it. Because he's in the league? I shrugged. I didn't want to criticize her choices. She'd married my dad, knowing he was destined for this same life. Honey, I know you didn't always love moving around while you were growing up. Understatement. I hated having to start over every year or so. But Erik isn't your dad. He's better. I gasped and stared at her. She laughed. If you ever tell Dad I said that, I'll deny it, but it's true. Dad never found his place like Erik has. The league is different now, too. As long as Erik performs the way he has been, there's little chance he'll move. His contract is up this season, she nodded, and I doubt the team will risk losing him. I watched her. Did she know something? Stop looking at me like that. You know Dad wouldn't tell me anything. She was right. Being the family of the coach had plenty of perks, but finding out news before anyone else was not one of them. There's more than just moving. He's a professional athlete. There's fame that goes along with that. She nodded. That's true. And some guys get caught up in it, but not all of them. The Fury has been good about keeping the boys in check. She turned to face me and folded her arms over her chest. It seems like you've found all the cons in the situation, but what are some of the pros? You wouldn't be considering this if you didn't like things about him. Once again, she was right. I was focusing on the negative things. She held up her hand. I don't want you to answer me right now. I want you to think about that. Weigh things, and decide for yourself whether or not giving him a shot could be worth it. I appreciated being let off the hook, especially since the first few things I could think of had to do with his looks. Probably not what she meant. Thanks, Mom. She smiled. You're welcome. Now, back away from the dough. I'm not sure what you were trying to make, but it's not a crust. I stepped back and watched as she undid the damage I'd caused and rolled out another perfect circle. Show off? She laughed. Practice.
18. Erik. Rejection wasn't something I was used to. In fact, I couldn't remember ever having to deal with it. What did that say about me? Probably that life had been too easy, but that wasn't true. I'd been through more than most people. I've just gone after things with enough dedication to yield the results I want. Plus, I'd never met a woman that wasn't interested in me. That wasn't even the case right now. I knew Madeline was interested. We'd had enough moments that I was confident she felt the same spark. I saw the way she looked at me. She wanted me as bad as I wanted her. But why had she turned me down? She was free of Clark, but maybe she hadn't moved on. I thought she already had. It's not like they had the most functional relationship. They were hardly ever together. She was living a separate life from him for months, so I thought she would be ready. I was wrong. I would wait, like I said I would. If all she needed was time, I could give that to her. Stop pacing. I looked at the couch where Reese and Chloe were facing away from me watching TV. It's not like I'm blocking your view. I might have been a bit on edge. Chloe had picked up on it when she got home with Reese. They made dinner and invited me to join them, but I was too riled up. The sound of their show disappeared, and when I looked up, Chloe was staring me down. You're ruining our night. Come sit down and tell us what's going on. I felt a little bad. During the season, it was rare for them to have a night together where they could relax. I moved to the living room and sat in the armchair. What's going on? I looked from my sister to Reese. He didn't look as annoyed as I was expecting. I tried to talk to Madeline. Chloe nodded, but remained silent. I asked her out. She said no. Reese laughed until I scowled at him. Sorry, it's just, was that the first time you heard that word? I ignored him. Telling him would lead to relentless taunting. The point is, how do I convince her to go out with me? Chloe pursed her lips and seemed to be taking me seriously, finally. You can't just go in full force with her. She's in a transition period. Plus, she isn't your normal type. You know that, and I'm sure she does too. Reese was nodding. You need to take baby steps. I narrowed my eyes. That wasn't something I'd done before. How? He shrugged. Try spending time with her in non-threatening situations. You think I'm threatening? He shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. She probably isn't ready to date, so hanging out with a group of people would be more comfortable for her. I nodded. That made sense. I know we don't have much time at home right now, but maybe next week when we're back, we can get a group together and go to the pie. Ugh, we were traveling to Toronto for the next several days. I wasn't looking forward to it, but it was perfect timing. Madeline needed space, and I was going to be out of the country. That's a good idea. He smiled. I know. And no dating random girls. Chloe felt the need to state the obvious. I shot her a look. I haven't been out with anyone in months, if you haven't noticed. The season had been busy, so meeting women wasn't a priority, and it didn't hold the same appeal it once did. As more and more the guys on the team settled down, I realized that was the life I wanted. It didn't surprise me Chloe hadn't picked up on it. She was lost in Reese world. She looked to Reese and he nodded. Really? She needed him to confirm? That's good, Erik.
Chapter 19, Madeline. I was a selfish person. Mom dreaded the traveling days when Dad was gone, but I was looking forward to it. Not because Dad would be out of town, but Erik. He'd given me space, hadn't contacted me once, but knowing he was close was getting to me. Dad never mentioned him, but I knew my parents were waiting for me to get my act together and call him. For the next 4 days, I didn't have to worry about him. It was a much welcome break. Chloe invited me to a girls' night out with the Pride, and I couldn't wait. I just had to get through one more client, and I was free. The tall basketball player walked in through the front doors and waved when he saw me. I'd worked with Chris for the past 6 weeks on his shoulder. By now, he knew the routine. Hi, Miss Madeline. I smiled at his southern greeting. He was such a gentleman. Hi, Chris. Are you ready? He nodded and followed me to a table where I strapped on the electrodes for muscle stimulation. How's your week going? He didn't flinch once while the machine worked. It didn't hurt, but it could feel uncomfortable at times. So far, so good. I've got a big girls' night out tonight. His smile grew. Don't get too crazy. I hear hockey wives are rough. I laughed. 'Cause their husbands are? He nodded. They're a different breed. The players definitely are, but the women are great. I told Chris about who my dad was during our second or third session. He asked about my childhood, and when I told him how often we moved, he guessed one of my parents was in the military. He was shocked when I told him the truth. He liked to hassle me about the sport, even gave me tickets to his game so I could watch what he called a real sport. I didn't agree with him about that, but I wasn't going to tell the 6'8" giant I thought hockey was more intense. That's why we need to get you with one of my guys. I shook my head. That's the last thing I need. He eyed me. You got someone else? Nope, I'm single. Felt good to say that. Perfect. I'll give you Jordan's number. No, not going to happen. I tried not to focus on the fact I was one simple please away from having Jordan Dasher's phone number, the star of the team. If I was intimidated by Erik's reputation, Jordan's had me running in the opposite direction. You'll see the lights someday. I laughed while removing the electrodes. Sure, Chris. We finished the rest of his session without him trying to set me up with any other teammates. As flattered as I was that he thought any of them would be interested in me, that was one road I did not want to go down. Have a good weekend, Ms. Madeline. You too. I waved before he walked out and went to my office to grab my purse. I had an hour before I was meeting the girls, and I wanted to change and get cleaned up. Mom wasn't home when I arrived, so I hurried and fixed my hair and makeup before putting on jeans and a sweater. I checked the time, realizing I was going to be late. Chloe offered to pick me up, but I knew it would be out of her way. She was nice to always include me in things, even though I didn't think I technically qualified to be a member of the Pride. That was for the wives and girlfriends of the players. She told me family of the players and coaches were more than welcome. I stopped feeling awkward when she told me she was included before she and Reese were dating. As much as I appreciated their friendship, I felt a little out of place. Growing up, I was surrounded by boys. I hadn't ever had a solid group of girlfriends until now. I parked and entered the Mexican restaurant looking around for the women. The hostess smiled at me. How many in your party? Oh, I'm meeting friends here. She nodded. The girls' night? Yeah, I was relieved she knew what I was talking about. They have the back room. She turned and directed me to them. Thanks. I walked between the booths and tables of other customers until I spotted Emma and Chloe. You're here, Chloe announced, and several women cheered. Hi, everyone. I took an open seat between Sophia and Emma. We were just talking about you. Well, that couldn't be good. Oh? Sophia rubbed my shoulder. Don't worry, we were just playing matchmaker. Well, that was worse than what I was thinking. I kind of wished they were discussing my lack of style or bad haircut. That would be easier to swallow. I'm not. We know you're just newly single, but we just love you and want you to find the right guy. I forced a smile while trying to formulate an excuse. Evidently, just getting out of a long-term relationship wasn't enough. Emma turned to me. We've been talking. Oh, good. And we realized we might have been a bit harsh before. I looked around the table and everyone was looking at me. Erik isn't the bad guy we made him out to be. I sat and waited for someone to continue. Where was this coming from? I looked at Chloe, who looked extra guilty. I appreciate you telling me that, but I'm just not in the right place to be dating. Chloe nodded. We get that. We really do. And I know that we've only known each other for a few months, but I think you may be using your breakup as an excuse. First my mom, and now Chloe? I looked around the table again and realized they all felt that way. We know things with your ex weren't great even before you broke up. We never saw him, and you didn't light up when you spoke about him. I sat back, silent. I couldn't defend myself. I'd already realized this on my own. I'm just saying that your relationship may have officially ended only a week ago, but you were emotionally removed from it long before that. Chloe watched me, probably waiting for a reaction, so I nodded. I don't want you to miss out on something great because you don't want to risk getting hurt. None of us do. Why did it feel like this dinner was turning into an intervention? Erik is really a great guy. I know he has a reputation for being a playboy, but that was mostly contrived by the team's PR department. It was good publicity. I let that sink in. Had they purposely blown things out of proportion to get more attention on the Fury? It wouldn't surprise me. It was something most teams did. Erik hasn't gone out with anyone since the beginning of the season. That was the first surprising thing I'd heard all night. Really? Chloe nodded. He told me he dated around because he never found a girl he was interested in seeing twice. She smiled. Until he met you. I narrowed my eyes. He didn't really say that. She nodded. No, it's true. He really likes you, but he respects that you're dealing with a lot right now. Emma spoke up. It's true. He talked to me and Ollie about it. About me? She nodded. About you? About the life he wants? She glanced at Chloe before looking back at me. He wants to settle down. He wants what we have. I hadn't expected that. He seems like the guy that would be living fast and hard for as long as he could. Hearing that he wanted to settle down, possibly get married, shook my perception of him. Chloe leaned forward. Erik is one of the most passionate people I know. He goes for everything he wants with all of his heart. I don't want to let stories of his past scare you away. I nodded and let everything sink in. Maybe I had judged him too harshly. Every moment I'd had with him felt real. He was patient and kind. He knew when to get me to talk and when to just sit with me. He knew how to cheer me up, how to make me laugh, how to comfort me when I was upset. He really was more than a playboy. Part of me didn't want to admit that they were right, along with my mom, but that would mean sacrificing more time that we could spend getting to know each other. If I promise to talk to him when the team gets back, can we talk about something else? The entire table laughed, and Chloe nodded. Of course. Once the attention was off me and my dating life, I was able to relax. We ordered, and I was shocked by how good the food was. Have you met Phil, the owner? Sophia asked once we were done eating. No, this is my first time here. She looked surprised. I can't believe your parents haven't brought you here already. Phil used to play for the Fury. He opened this place after he retired. It's one of our favorite places to go. It was a bit shocking that he decided to stay here. I would have thought players would leave Salt Lake for somewhere warm when they were done. It gave me a little bit of hope that settling down in one place was a real possibility. As we were leaving, I hugged each of them and thanked them for including me. Chloe linked her arm through mine and walked out with me. I'm sorry that we ambushed you earlier. I was talking to them about Erik and how different he's been lately. Most of them noticed it too, especially Emma. She mentioned how perfect you two would be, and one thing led to another. She trailed off, but I knew what she meant. That tends to happen when a bunch of women get together. She laughed with me and nodded. It's so true. Anyway, I promise to drop the topic. I've said what I could, but I'll leave you to make your own decisions. I won't bring it up again. Thanks. I know you guys did it out of love for him. And you. That was sweet. I really did appreciate how welcoming they'd been. You guys gave me a lot to think about. She nodded, a smile creeping at the corner of her lips. We're having a viewing party for tomorrow's game at my place tomorrow if you want to come. Thanks, that sounds fun. But my mom already asked me to watch it with her. We're doing a whole mother-daughter spa night while it's on. She grinned, but I could tell it wasn't completely genuine. It took me a few seconds to realize how terrible I was. I wanted to run or have the ground swallow me up. Chloe had lost her mom, and I'd just rubbed it in her face. Could I be a worse friend? Oh, Chloe, I'm so sorry. She waved me off. No, don't apologize. You're lucky you and your mom are so close. How about next time there's an away game you come over? She would love to have another girl over to spoil. She nodded. That sounds really fun. Thanks. Good. Thanks again for inviting me out tonight." She pulled me in for a hug before stepping back. "I'm glad you came." "Me too." I waved as I got into my car and she walked away. It had been a strange night, but despite the embarrassment at the beginning, I had fun. It was nice to have friends to spend time with, even when they were shoving their agendas down my throat. Had to mean something that they were repeating what Mom said. Right?
20. Erik. We lost one of the games on our trip, but won two, so it wasn't too bad. The guys were exhausted, and I couldn't wait to get home. I'd kept my distance. I hadn't reached out to Madeline once. Sure, it was only a few days, but I wanted to talk to her. I wanted her to know I was thinking of her. I was reverting to my teen years. When I walked through the front door, I was surprised to see Chloe waiting for me. I expected her to already be with Reese. "Hey, how was it?" I shrugged and dropped my bags. It was a long week. She nodded and sat on the sofa watching me. She looked like she was waiting for something. It wasn't our birthday. What was going on? "Did you have a good week?" I was anxious for her response. What had I missed? "It was fine." She blinked, and I waited. If she wanted me to guess, it wasn't going to happen. I couldn't read her mind, and I dug myself into plenty of holes playing this game. "I went out with the girls one night." "Sounds fun." Why was she telling me that? I didn't really care. It didn't have anything to do with me. Wait, who was there? Her smile never wavered. "Most of the pride." I nodded. She was going to make me pull it out of her. "Madeline? Why do you ask?" Her smile morphed into a smirk, the little brat. I rolled my eyes and started to walk away. I was too tired to play her games. "She was there." I stopped and turned back to her. "We talked about you." Of course you did. I couldn't show her I was dying to know what was said. I had to play it cool. Chloe would see my weakness and exploit it. It was like a sister superpower. "We just mentioned that although you may have had a certain reputation in the past, it doesn't define you. I may have mentioned that you haven't gone out with anyone since the beginning of the season." I would not react, must not show weakness. "Okay." Her smile grew. Dang it, she was onto me. "We seem to have softened her a bit toward you." Good. That was just what I wanted. They probably bombarded her. I felt the need to apologize to her even though I wasn't there. I knew Chloe could be a bit much. She was intimidating when she wanted to be, and bossy the rest of the time. Once she got an idea in her head, it was a done deal. There was nothing in this world that could stop her. Normally, I didn't mind. I was usually the benefactor, but now I was on the flip side. It was uncomfortable, a bit alarming. "Perfect. Thanks, Chloe." I walked away before she gave me more to worry about. Deep, deep down, I know she thought she was doing me a favor, but in reality, she probably undid any progress I'd made with Madeline. I sat on my bed and debated. Should I call her? Go find her? I couldn't go to her work again. That wasn't received very well. Maybe Chloe knew where she lived. That would mean asking. Enduring what I had to go through in the living room all over again was not appealing. At all. I could text her, like a coward. What scenario would least likely lead to rejection? In person. That wasn't an option, not without asking someone for help. Maybe Reese knew where she lived. Chloe told him everything, but that went both ways. If I asked Reese, he would turn around and tell Chloe before our call was done. Nope, I was on my own, which left me with a choice between a call or a text. Text left too much opportunity for her to ignore it or turn me down. Old-fashioned phone call, then. I checked the time. She should be off work by now, right? 6 was late enough. Before I could talk myself out of it, I hit her name and held the phone to my ear as it rang. And rang. And went to voicemail. I hadn't considered this. Hang up? Leave a message? No one checks their messages, but would not leaving one be weird? Beep. Hey, Madeline. It's Erik. Call me back. I hung up and threw my phone across the room before I could make myself seem like a bigger idiot, if that was even possible. Ugh, I was disgusted with myself. 2 Stanley Cup championships, countless interviews, meetings with powerful and influential people. I've never fumbled over my words. I've never been nervous. One stupid call and I lose my mind. What was wrong with me? A vibrating sound came from near my closet. I looked over and saw the screen of my phone illuminated. Should I? I was up. Reflexes kicked in before I could question myself into paralysis. Hello? I sounded like I'd just finished running a half marathon. Get it together, man. Hi, Erik? It was her. I cleared my throat and reminded myself to breathe. Hi, Madeline. Sorry I missed your call. I was driving. Of course, she was being safe, not ignoring me. Good idea. She laughed a little, and I realized I wasn't making sense. How are you? There was a pause. I'm fine. How are you? I'm losing my mind. Fine. Good. Good. She laughed again. This wasn't going well. Girls laughed at me all the time. After a well-timed comment or joke, not when I was stammering like an idiot. Right, so I know that I told you I would wait until you were ready, and it's only been a week since I last asked. I sounded like a complete creep. I dropped my head in my free hand. What was wrong with me? I've never struggled this much with a woman. I've also never tried this hard. But I was just wondering if you would be interested in getting dinner sometime. I closed my eyes and accepted my future as an eternal bachelor, and not a cool one that chose that life. Oh, Erik, I don't know. It wouldn't even have to be like a date. I just want to get to know you better. I was scrambling, holding on to anything I could. This was me sinking, ladies and gents. Silence. I almost opened my mouth to spew more garbage when she finally spoke. I guess that would be okay. Really? Ah, the desperation in my voice made me cringe. She laughed. Yeah, I'm free tomorrow. You don't have a game, right? No, tomorrow works. Okay, pick me up at 7? Sure, where do you live? I looked around for a pen and paper, but there was nothing. Maybe I'd have her text it to me. With my parents. My heart stopped beating. With your dad? She laughed again. He is one of my parents. I was going to die. If this conversation didn't put me in the grave, Coach would. He sort of gave me his blessing, but I didn't trust that yet. It could be a setup. I knew what could happen to people, especially players, on his bad side, and I did not want to end up there. Can we maybe not share this with him? You don't want me to tell my dad? I swallowed. Not really. Okay. I won't tell him. I may live to play another game. Thanks. Perfect. I'll see you tomorrow. Sounds good. I hung up and threw my phone across the room again. I should never allow myself to use it again. That entire call was a train wreck. I may have secured the non-date, but I had a bad feeling about how it was going to go, and I had to hope I'd understood Coach the night of Madeline's birthday. It sounded like he was giving me permission, but you never know. He could kill me instead. Oh boy.
Chapter 21. Madeline. I was distracted all day at work. Luckily, my patients knew the routine well enough to guide me along. I followed their lead through exercises and therapy treatments. It was horrible. I tried to pull my head from the clouds, but I was nervous. Not so much about a date, although this would be my first date in over 4 years. That was intimidating enough, plus it was with Erik, a man that was completely out of my league and a player. He had the power to break my heart in ways Clark never could. That was scary. Plus, I didn't know where we were going, so I didn't know what to expect. That made me nervous. I liked planning ahead. I liked knowing what was coming. I had a feeling Erik was the opposite, and life with him would lead to a lot of days like this. Another reason this was a bad idea. He wasn't stable or predictable. He was the exact opposite. He was everything I didn't want. Then why couldn't I stop thinking about him? Why had my heart stopped when I saw his name on my phone? Why had I frozen for so long it went to voicemail? Erik was dangerous. But I said yes. Not because the pride tried to convince me he was a good guy. He'd proven that to me on his own. It was because there was something about him that drew me. Every time I saw him, I should have run, but I never did. I let him approach. I let him get close. He made me realize I could have more than boring and routine. I deserved more. I deserved passion and laughter. Excitement. I felt sparks of all of those with Erik. I never did with Clark. That's what scared me. It made me nervous. "Are we all set, Miss Madeline?" I nodded to Chris and moved so he could stand. "Have a nice night." I waved to him and walked to my office. Chris was a nice guy, so he'd never tell me to my face that I'd blown off his session. But I knew I had. I couldn't have any more days like this. We'd go out tonight, we'd see that we didn't belong together, and we'd be done. I could get through one night. All I had to do was go home and get ready, without letting Dad know I was going out with Erik, because that was evidently a deal-breaker. I was sure he had warned the team to stay away, but Erik didn't really think Dad would do anything to him. Did he? Felt like I was in high school having to sneak around. I would let it slide tonight. But that was it. Dating me wasn't something he should hide. I pulled on jeans and a sweater. Hopefully I wasn't underdressed, but I had no guess what we were doing, so I planned on staying warm. At least it wasn't snowing tonight. Mom was in the kitchen, so I said bye to her and went outside to wait on the porch for Erik. He arrived right on time in his ludicrous Lamborghini. Chloe told me how much Erik loves his car, so I knew better than to tell him how ridiculous I thought it was. He worked incredibly hard his entire life. If he wanted to buy a car that could feed an entire third-world country, then fine. That was his prerogative. He jumped out and walked up the path to me. "Hi," he sounded breathless. It wasn't that cold. "Hi. You look great." "Thanks." I took in his jeans and coat and felt better. "Are you ready?" I nodded, and he took my hand, leading me to the passenger door. I slid into the nicest car I've ever seen in person. It looked more like a spaceship inside than a car. I glanced over at my little Corolla and smiled. I would pick that car over this every day. I had a feeling I wouldn't even be able to turn it on if I was left on my own. He got in, and we were off. He drove in the direction of downtown. "Where are we going?" He glanced at me and smiled. "I hope you don't think it's dumb." Well, now I was curious. What did he have planned? "Try me." "There's an ice rink set up, so I was thinking we could do that, then get some hot chocolate and food." His voice trailed off. "What's wrong?" Saying it out loud made me realize how dumb it is. I should have made reservations at a restaurant or something. I shook my head, but he was looking at the road. "It sounds perfect." He pulled up to a red light and looked at me. "Really?" I nodded. "I actually haven't ice skated the entire time I lived in Chicago." He raised a brow like he didn't believe me. "Now in a few weeks I've been twice. My parents will be happy I'm using my years of lessons." "It's something that comes back to you, don't worry." He continued driving until we were in the heart of the city. He parked on the street, which surprised me. I'd seen the ice rink a few blocks from the arena. I assumed he would have parked his baby in the private garage and walked over. Maybe he wasn't as obsessed as Chloe let on. He offered his hand as I got out and slipped on a piece of ice on the sidewalk. "Careful." "Thanks." Being this close to him was a problem. He smelled like teakwood, and man, it was intoxicating. He led me to the front of the car and opened the hood. Only there was no engine. It was empty except for a duffel bag he picked up and slung over his shoulder. He must have seen my confusion because he clucked and shut it. The engine's in the back. Oh, right. Of course, fancy pants cars have to be different. Heaven forbid an engine just go where it belongs. He took my hand again and led us across the street. He waved to the woman sitting in the ticket booth and walked on. Don't we need a ticket or a wristband? I looked around and everyone else seemed to have one on. Nah, Karen works in the front office. She's volunteering here for the week. So, we don't have to pay? Isn't that a little weird? This is set up for charity. I didn't mean to sound so judgmental, but it didn't make sense. He, of all people, could afford it. He smirked and seemed to hesitate. She said that my $10,000 contribution last week could cover an entrance or two. My jaw dropped. I know I looked ridiculous. I was probably drawing attention. 10,000? He nodded and sat down on an empty bench. He waited a moment before patting the area next to him. I sat, simply following his direction. Who drops cash like that? I mean, I did just fine for myself, and my parents have always been well off, but this was another kind of wealth. 2 white skates appeared in my lap. I stared down at them, wondering where they came from. He didn't buy me a pair, right? Chloe said you guys wore the same size, so I grabbed hers so you wouldn't have to wear rentals. I nodded. That was very considerate. Kind of like donating more than I make in months. He was bent over tying his skates, like everything was completely fine. He glanced over his shoulder and frowned. Is something wrong? Do they not fit? I can go get you a different pair. I hadn't looked. I was sure they were fine. I was still hung up on his donation. It wasn't just the amount. It was the fact that he did it with no press, no cameras, no photo in the news. He simply made the donation and went on with his day. Who was Erik Shultz? I was having a really hard time connecting the version of him I'd heard about to the one sitting next to me. I finally shook my head. They're fine. I slid off my boots and pulled them on, a perfect fit. Being the same size as Chloe would have its perks. He stood and offered me his hand. I took it and stood, not letting go, as we stepped onto the slick surface. Last time I'd had Chloe to give me confidence. I wanted it to be like riding a bike. I stepped carefully, waiting for muscle memory to kick in. I was leaning into Erik, trusting him to keep me up. You're doing just fine. He laughed. I elbowed him in the ribs and tried to release my hand from his, but he tightened his grip. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to tease you. He spun to face me, taking both of my hands and guiding me around the small rink. He skated backward with such ease I wanted to trip him, but I knew that would take me down with him. Just relax. You're too tense. Yeah, and staring at his face, less than a foot away from mine, was not helping. I rolled my shoulders and tried to loosen up. There, just take smooth steps. I felt ridiculous. I knew how to do this. I'd been skating since I could walk. Just a few years without practice, and I was back to the beginning. Children were passing us. Children! Don't look around, just focus. Take a step and balance on that foot. I did, and he nodded. I stepped to my other foot, and we continued gliding around for 2 full loops. I was getting more and more used to the movements, and after maybe 5 or 10 minutes, Erik turned around and skated next to me again. You got the hang of it. I looked at him and finally smiled. Took me a minute. You're doing great. I hadn't fallen, so that was a win. It's a little cruel to choose what you do professionally as a first date. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye and blushed when he caught me. We're not playing hockey, so it doesn't count. That's true. I should be grateful you aren't making me practice shots. Did your dad make you? I shook my head. Not really. If I was interested in it, he would let me practice, but it never really stuck. What did you like to do growing up? I mostly hung around the arena watching practices. I never played sports or anything, though. Why not? My parents didn't have time. I realized that wasn't entirely correct. They would have made time, but I was caught up in all of it. I was there every day after school, cheering at every game. That was my life. He laughed. Mine too. That's true. We had that in common. What was your favorite subject in school? I laughed. I hadn't thought about that in a long time. When I was little, I loved math, but in high school it was science. That makes sense. I shrugged. It helped that I liked those classes, but I knew I wanted to go into sports medicine since I was young. One of my favorite players, Matt Tempara, got injured during a game, and I was devastated. I thought he would be done forever, but he went to therapy and came back a few months later. I thought it was magic. You fixed my knee, but when it happened, I thought I was done. What you do is magic. Not really. He stopped and turned until we were face to face. I'm serious, Madeline. What you do is amazing. You're dedicated, and you care about your patients and their progress as much as they do. That's rare. I thought it was a part of being human, but maybe not. Some of my colleagues are just there for the paycheck, which was fine, but I worked because I loved it. I admired what athletes do and how hard they work, so I wanted to do whatever I could to help them get healthy. It helps when my patients are hardworking. They need to want to recover. I looked into his eyes and felt myself heating up. Not all of them are as easy to work with as you. He smiled. You liked working with me? I nodded. The sessions always went by quickly. It was the company. It was. My eyes dropped to his lips. They were so close. Wait, what was I thinking? I pushed back from him and took off on my own. It took him a few seconds to catch up to me, but when he did, he was laughing. No cheating! I laughed and raced him. Not that I had a chance. He caught up and held up his arm so I couldn't pass. You said no cheating. I lied. He went straight until we slammed into the wall. He turned to face me and smiled. Nice try. I shrugged. Coming in second to you isn't that bad. Says every other player in the NHL. I rolled my eyes. What? He was laughing, and I eventually joined in. You're so cocky. It's true. I've been ranked as the best left wing in the league for the past 2 years. I know. You do? Of course. You're one of my dad's players. His smile dimmed. Right. I watched him for a moment. You're not just a player to me. His eyes narrowed. A hockey player or a womanizer player? I considered it. With everything I'd ever seen and read about him in the news, plus what the Pride told me, I knew he had a past. But that didn't have to define him. He didn't hold Clark over my head, so how could I hold that against him? Both. His smile finally reached his eyes. I appreciate that. I took a deep breath. We were on the verge of the heavy stuff, and I didn't know if this was the place to get into it, but I might not have the courage later. As long as that stuff is behind you. His brows furrowed. I didn't want to explain what I meant, but luckily he seemed to catch on. I wasn't as bad as I was made out to be. The team gave me a role to play, and the media took it to the next level. Every girl I posed for a picture with was supposedly my girlfriend or another girl I was sleeping with. I didn't want it to get as bad as it did, but it was out of my control. I can promise you that I haven't been out with anyone since the beginning of the season. I nodded. Chloe told me the same thing. I know you might not believe it, but I don't want to be the eternal bachelor that parties for the rest of his life. You don't? He shook his head. Then what do you want? He stared into my eyes until I felt like he was looking into my soul. I want forever. I want to find the one person that I can spend my entire life with. I want the house and the family, the backyard, and the dog. I had to look away. As much as I wanted to peer into his eyes for the rest of my life and listen to him talk about a future, I couldn't. I couldn't pretend that his dreams included me. "Are you ready for some hot chocolate?" I nodded and hurried to the exit. I wanted a moment to think. One night, and he was changing everything. I'd formed a clear picture of him. I thought I knew who he was, but he was proving me wrong. What else could he change? The longer I stayed here, the more likely I was to fall apart. It was safe to assume he was a playboy. It was easy to put him in that box and forget about him, but I couldn't. I couldn't forget about him no matter how hard I tried. I sat on the bench and took off both skates by the time Erik joined me. "Is everything all right?" I nodded. "I'm just ready to get these off." "Yeah, it can be exhausting." He had no idea. I followed him out of the ice rink, and he stopped at the sidewalk and turned back. He reached for my hand, and I let him take it. This was good. Let him lead. Get rid of the thoughts and feelings that were building inside of me, making me more confused by the minute. He noticed me. That was something I could never say about Clark, and it broke my heart. I wanted so badly for this to happen, for us to be a reality, but I was stuck. I couldn't just ignore his past, but was it something I could move past? Was it something he was willing to let go of?
22. Erik. We walked into a small cafe, and I led Maddie to an empty table in the back. "What can I get you?" She sat and looked up at the display near the cashier. Her smile grew, and she pointed to a display of chocolate croissants. "One of those, please." I nodded and walked to the line. I looked away from her and through the window. Madeline wasn't the kind of woman I pictured myself with. She was kind, patient, considerate, loving, compassionate, and now I was listing every quality I could think of. This wasn't right. I was supposed to be the single one. I didn't deserve a woman like her. I ordered and brought back the 2 cups and 2 bags and placed them on the table. They had chocolate croissants, so I got you one of those, but if you want a plain one, I'll trade you. I slid a bag toward her, and she grabbed it before I could take it back. "No way." She opened the bag and tore off a corner. She shoved it in her mouth and instantly moaned. It was the single best thing I'd heard in ages. "That good?" She nodded and took a sip of the hot cocoa. "Caramel?" I smiled and took a sip of my drink. "How?" I shrugged. "You have caramellos in your bag at all times. At first, I thought it was the same one, but I saw one with a missing corner, then the next day it was fine. I realized you must really like them." She nodded slowly with a full mouth. I waited for her to finish, but she turned and stared out the window. "You seem lost in your head." She met my eyes and looked guilty. What was she thinking about? "I'm sorry." "It's fine." I watched her, feeling a small smile creep on my lips. "Is there anything on your mind?" A million questions flashed across her face. I'd never seen her look so uncertain. "Well," she faded off. I waited for more, but nothing came. "Madeline, you can tell me anything." "I've heard some things." I narrowed my eyes and waited. I knew better than to volunteer information in these situations. No need to add evidence. "Even before I moved here, I heard about your reputation." I waited. I could only imagine the crap she'd heard. "I'm confused. There's that side of you, but I haven't seen that. I know we haven't known each other for very long, but I feel like I know you. But my idea of who you are conflicts with everything I've heard." She paused her rambling, but I stayed silent, hoping she'd continue. "I don't know which version of you is the real you. It scares me. I've been fooled before. I know I can be blind, and I don't want to make that mistake again." I sat back and crossed my arms. She wasn't wrong. There were multiple sides to me. Some had been crafted by the team, some I showed the public, some I showed the team, and some I kept to myself. But didn't everyone? I couldn't be myself in certain situations. I couldn't bear it all, my heart and soul, to the media. They would use it and exploit it. There were parts of me I only shared with those I was closest to, and there were parts that no one had seen yet. I get that. I do. I'd never want to hurt you, but how can I prove to you who I really am? I looked down at my hands and sighed. The only way is for you to spend time with me, for you to form your own opinion. I can sit here and deny things all night, but that won't really change what you think." She was biting her lip, silently watching me like she had been all night. I knew something was off. I thought maybe it was nerves. Maybe she didn't know how to date after everything with her ex, but this was the real problem. My reputation. Something I had helped create, but it wasn't me, at least, not all of me. I've dated a lot, I've made mistakes, hurt feelings, and I regret that, but I don't know if I would necessarily change anything. She narrowed her eyes, and I had a feeling she didn't like what I was saying. Every mistake and poor decision helped shape me into who I am today, and I'm pretty okay with this person. I'm not perfect, far from it, but I try. I try to be better, I try to make better choices, and do things that bring people happiness. I know you do. Did she? I know you're not some horrible person, Erik. I'm not trying to make it seem like you are. The thing that worries me is how quickly your interest may wander. She thought I would cheat on her? Just drop her for the next best thing? What man in his right mind would leave her? I studied her face. Her eyes glistened, and her nose was a little too red to just be reacting to the cold. She was upset, but why? The suit. That idiot. Madeline, I have never and would never cheat on someone. She blinked and looked away. I would never do that to you. You deserve to be worshipped. You should be loved and adored and held onto like the treasure you are. She laughed and wiped one eye. You're too much. I reached across the table and held her hand. I'm being honest. I might be stupid sometimes. I might forget important dates or misunderstand your needs, but I would never, ever intentionally hurt you. I promise. She sniffed and looked up at me through thick, wet lashes. They said you were one of the good ones. Who? The Pride. I squeezed her hand. I thought they were the ones that warned you about me. She giggled. They were also the ones that invited me out last week for an intervention of sorts. They spent a good 20 minutes telling me how great you are. I shook my head. Yet another reason why I would never fully understand women. And you believed them? She shrugged. My mom is rooting for you too. That was a surprise. Really? Yeah, I thought at first maybe you were paying them off, but you've proven they were speaking the truth tonight. I never would have expected her to say that. I thought I would have a lot of groveling and begging in my future. It was a blessing she was so willing to forgive. Another thing that made me hate the suit even more. How could he hurt someone so loving? There's something I need to ask you. Her eyes widened, just slightly. What? Are you over your ex? She sat back and pulled her hand away from mine. Not a good sign. I didn't speak. I didn't want to interrupt her or give her a reason not to answer. After a minute, she finally answered. Yes. If only I were secure enough to trust that. But how? It's been a week. Don't get me wrong, I want that man out of your life and mind more than anything, but I want to be sure you're ready to move on. She smiled. I appreciate that. Things with him were over long before last week. It took me a little while to realize that, but moving out was a formality. We grew apart. We stopped caring about each other. What we each wanted didn't match anymore. I realized that, and that was the hardest part to accept. That you guys wanted different things? No, not necessarily. It was more admitting that I was wrong, that I'd made a mistake. That I could understand. Sometimes it's easier to continue with something than admit that it's wrong. She nodded. Exactly. Once I realized that I needed to admit I'd been wrong, I got over it. I couldn't keep living that lie. I didn't want to. My feelings for him faded a long time ago. So you're not looking for a rebound? I finally admitted out loud what I'd been thinking, worrying about since I met her. I didn't want her to run to me and make another mistake. I didn't want her to think of me as a way to get over a heartbreak. I cared too much about her. I couldn't be someone to heal her heart and send her off for some other man. I couldn't do it. She reached forward and took both of my hands. No. She looked into my eyes, and I could see the truth. I tried not to want you. I really, really didn't want to, but you snuck into my mind, then my heart. I like you, Erik. Like? She grinned. Definitely, let's get out of here. We abandoned our treats and rushed outside. The cold air was like a slap in the face, but it reminded me I was alive. I was here with Madeline, something I didn't think would ever happen. I pulled her against me and wrapped my arm around her shoulder. She snuggled into me as we hurried down the street. We stopped at the corner and waited for the light to change. I leaned down and kissed the top of her head. Thanks for coming out with me tonight. She giggled and turned to face me. I may have been a bit nervous about it. Really? She nodded. But I'm glad I did. Me too. The traffic around us disappeared. All I saw was her eyes, her smooth skin, her lips. Her face inched closer, and I took that as my sign. I dipped my head and brushed my lips across her cheek. Slowly. I trailed my fingers up her arms and took her face in my hands, caressing her jaw with my thumb. Her hands gripped my coat and tugged me toward her. Her warm lips melted my heart. I was gone.
Chapter 23. Madeline. The Fury won their game last night, so to celebrate, Erik and Chloe were hosting a dinner party tonight. Instead of dread or worry, I felt excited. He'd called me before he had to dress out, and after the game yesterday, I got to see him for a minute. It meant a lot to me, to know he was thinking of me even when he was busy or exhausted. Yet another thing I'd missed out on with Clark. I thought it would feel like smothering having someone check in on me, but it wasn't. It showed me how much he cared. It made me feel like we were both in this. We were both invested. It made me more secure in my decision to give him, us, a shot. After work, I went home and changed into a navy wrap dress and nude heels. Since we were staying inside, I could actually dress up a little. I was almost to the door when Mom caught me. "Where are you off to?" She looked up and beamed. "Oh, honey, you look beautiful." "Thanks, Mom." I picked my purse off the entry table and tried to open the door, but she stepped in front, blocking me. "Where are you going?" "Chloe's." Not a lie. "And Erik's." She winked and stepped to the side. "Have fun." "Thanks." I hurried before she thought of any other questions. I'd told her our first date had gone really well, but I was hesitant to give too much information. I wanted to keep it to myself. I wanted to keep our relationship safe. No judgments or opinions, but I couldn't keep it from Mom, and I was sure she was updating Dad every night. When I got to their apartment, I skipped knocking and opened the door. The living room was already packed. I waved to Hal and Broussard sitting on the couch and looked for Erik. Ollie looked up and pointed to the hall with the hand wrapped around Emma's shoulders. I mouthed my thanks and followed his directions. I waved to the crowd taking over the kitchen and snuck down the hall. Chloe's door was closed when I passed, but that wasn't my destination. Erik's door was cracked, so I pushed it open enough to see in. He was sitting on the bed, tying a shoe. He looked up when I stepped in and smiled. "Hey, you." I melted just a little at that smile. I couldn't believe it was for me. Mine. He was mine. There was no getting used to that, and I didn't want to. I wanted the butterflies and excitement forever. "Are you hiding?" He laughed and stood up. I walked into his arms and wrapped mine around his waist. "No, I was helping Chloe set up, then she had to go get ready, so I got stuck finishing. I didn't get to take a shower until about 30 minutes ago." "That's nice of you to help her." "I didn't have much choice." I giggled, but he silenced me with a kiss. It was light and sweet, and just what I needed after missing him today. I was already missing him. I was in over my head. He pulled back and smiled down at me. "Are you ready?" I nodded. "Can I leave my purse in here?" "Of course." He took it from me and set it on his bed, then turned and took my hand on his way out of the room. I followed him back to the living room where everyone was waiting. Chloe was addressing them and paused for a second when she saw us enter. "And Erik and I are so excited to have everyone here tonight to celebrate a great game. The Fury have been on fire this season, and we know it's because we have a great team. We're more than just a bunch of players and their wives or girlfriends. We're a family. Each of our losses or successes matters to all of us." The room erupted in applause, and a few of the guys started chanting, "Fury! Fury!" When everyone quieted down, Erik pulled me with him to the front of the room. "And I want to thank you all for coming over. I know you're tired. You have your own lives, your own families, but we love you guys. I want to also let my family know," he gestured to the room while I tried to predict where he was going with this little rant, "that Madeline and I are officially together." Not what I was expecting. We weren't trying to keep it a secret, and I was sure by the end of the night everyone would figure it out, but I wasn't anticipating an announcement. Despite my shock, I smiled and hugged everyone that came up to congratulate us. A few of the guys slapped Erik on the back and told him well done or it's about time. I just shook my head and laughed. I guess we were out, and the people were happy. "Now let's eat." Chloe was slaving away over this meal all day. There were a few groans, and Chloe pretended to be offended. "Hey, I'm not that bad." Erik, Hartman, Reese, and Howe all began laughing. She put her hands on her hips and shook her head. "Fine, maybe I am. I've learned my lesson and only order catering now. Don't worry, it's all edible." "Let's eat." Erik waved to the crowd in the kitchen where an impressive barbecue spread was set up along both counters. "You guys go all out." I waited for more of the group to go through the line before stepping in with Erik. "I know these guys can eat." That was an understatement. Growing up, when we had the team over for dinners, Mom and Dad filled a second fridge with food. It seemed like no matter how much you provided, it was always gone. We filled our plates and found seats in the kitchen with Chloe and Reese. She looked up and smiled at me before raising an eyebrow and sizing up her brother. "That was quite a little proclamation, Erik." He smiled and took a huge bite of pulled pork. "How do you feel about that?" she asked me, before breaking a roll in half and taking a bite. I was surprised, but people would have figured it out tonight anyway. Erik nodded and wiped his mouth. I wanted everyone to know. No secrets. The look Chloe gave him should have melted his skin off. I looked between the two of them, feeling out of place. Reese smirked and leaned behind Chloe toward me. "Chloe and I kept our relationship a secret at first. She didn't tell Erik." "What?" There was no way those two could have kept something that big from each other. Not only were Chloe and Erik close, but Reese and Erik were best friends. "I was new to the team, and Chloe didn't think Erik or the rest of the team would approve." I cringed. It made sense now. It was crazy what a few months could do. I never would have guessed that was how they got together, knowing them now. "Anyway, I'm glad you guys are dating. We've been waiting for the right girl to come around and get Erik to settle down." Erik shook his head. "Takes some of us longer than others to figure things out." Reese nodded. "I know. I didn't want to date while in the league. Thank heaven I met this woman, and she showed me all that I was missing in life." He smiled at her, and she leaned into a kiss. They were adorable together. They just fit. I was surprised when I learned they'd been together for about 6 months. "You're going to make me barf. No kissing at the table." Erik held up a hand, blocking them from his view. "You guys are cute together. Ignore him." I wanted what they had. Erik and I were still new, but I hoped we could get to the same degree of intimacy. "Thanks, Maddie." Chloe smiled and ignored her brother. After everyone was finished and the kitchen was cleaned up, the group gathered in the living room. A competitive game of charades was set up, but Erik and I watched from against the wall. Hartman was acting out what was either an ostrich or shoveling. I couldn't really tell. But watching a large hockey player bend over and almost touch his face to the floor was incredible. His team was laughing too hard to even make guesses. "Come with me." Erik's hand dropped from my shoulder and slipped into mine. He led me through his bedroom and out onto the balcony. He picked up a blanket on the way and guided me to a bench overlooking downtown. He bundled us with the blanket before wrapping his arms around me. I should have been cold, but being that close to him warmed me to my bones. We haven't done this in a while. His chest rumbled against my back as he spoke. He was right. When I first got here, I had the tendency of finding myself outside, alone with him. Even back then I knew. At least my subconscious did. Those nights were our foundation. Little by little, I let him in and realized all that I was missing out on by being with a man like him. Do you want to stay here? He sighed, and I relaxed against him. I want to, but I don't have complete control over that. I knew that. I knew his contract was up for review. But if you had a choice, I want to stay on the Fury for the rest of my career. These guys are my family. This is my home. I nodded and leaned my head back on his shoulder. I want to get a home here. I want to have a family here. Ideally, Chloe and Reese would stay here, Ollie and Emma would stay, Hartman, Broussard, and Coach. I wouldn't want any of it to change, but that's not realistic for our jobs. Anything can change with a moment's notice. I knew that all too well. I tried to run from a life like what I had growing up, and look where that got me. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd run to Chicago just to end up right back with my parents, and I was now dating a player. My future looked a lot like my past. But maybe Mom was right. Erik's a better player than my dad was, and the league is different. Erik brought in money. That, plus his talent, made him indispensable to the Fury organization. I knew Dad wouldn't trade him, but it wasn't entirely up to him. Was I willing to risk that life? The uncertainty, the instability? I took a deep breath, taking in his teakwood scent. Yes, for him I would. I want this. His arms tightened around me. You want us? I nodded. I want this to work. I want us, too. I want you to meet my parents. His laugh rumbled deep in his chest. Maddie, I've known them for 5 years. I want you to meet them as my parents, not Coach. Okay. Okay, this was good. This was how it was supposed to go. I'd met his family, Chloe. He'd meet mine. Was I getting ahead of myself? Planning for a future? We'd been on 1 date. That didn't mean we'd run down the aisle any time soon. I needed to keep a clear head. I just spent 4 years with the wrong man because I'd been blind. I shouldn't rush into something else, even if it felt more right than anything in my life. I knew there was more to a functioning relationship than chemistry, more than just how great it felt in his arms. That didn't mean we would make a good couple, that we would have a successful marriage. It didn't even mean we'd ever get married. Do you want to get married? The words were out before I realized he wasn't in my head. He didn't know the context. I basically just proposed to him. What? I started to laugh at the panic in his voice. I didn't have to see his expression to know I'd just freaked him out. It was surprising I couldn't feel his heart pounding. I just meant in general. Is marriage something you believe in? Oh, yeah, he laughed. Yes, I do believe in marriage. I want to get married one day. Good. That was good to know. I didn't need a plan. Things with Clark had been on a schedule he made, dating for 2 years, a 1-year engagement, and a wedding in the chapel by his parents' home in Connecticut. I didn't want that. I wanted romance, spontaneity. I wanted to get swept up in love and grow as a couple naturally, which was why I was microanalyzing now. If only I could turn off my brain, just enjoy the now. Do you want a dog or a cat? It was my turn to laugh at the random outburst. Dogs! At least 2. Good. I turned my head so I was closer to him. Are we planning our future? His head tilted down until his chin was resting on my forehead. A little bit. Why? Because I know. You know what? That we're going to be together. We have a future ahead of us. It should scare me that he felt that way, that I felt the same way. I never believed people when they said that they just knew when they met their spouse that they were the one. I never believed in love at first sight. I thought you were supposed to meet someone, slowly get to know them, go on several dates, decide to be a couple, date for a few years, get engaged, and eventually get married. With Erik, it went from meeting to thinking about him constantly, to our first date, to talking about our future. Where were all the middle steps? Where was the time? It wasn't even like we were going in fast forward. It was like we rolled a dice and skipped 6 steps ahead. And why didn't that scare me? It should. It was completely unlike me. I was a planner. I ran from guys like him. Not him. Erik challenged me. He opened my eyes and made me see the reality of my life. He made me realize I wanted, no, needed to change. Erik? Yeah? Who cared? Who cared if we did things out of order or too fast? Who cares if we've only known each other for 2 months barely? I didn't. Erik didn't. So what did it matter? I really like you. He kissed the top of my head. I really like you, Maddie.
24. Erik. Since we had a game on Saturday night, I was officially meeting Madeline's parents on Sunday. That somehow made it feel more official. I dressed in slacks and a button-down shirt. It was too late for first impressions, but I wanted Coach and Marie to know I was taking this seriously. My feelings for their daughter were serious. I wasn't sure of the exact moment it happened, but over the past few weeks, she chiseled away at my stone heart and took root. As much as I've always wanted to have a family eventually, I never thought it would happen this soon. I figured maybe after I retired I'd find someone, but she snuck up on me. Maybe it was being around all the happy couples popping up on the team. Seeing them made me realize it was a possibility for me. I got out of my car and walked up the drive to their front door. I'd been here hundreds of times, but this was different. I wasn't coming over to hang out with the team or watch a film with Coach. It was just me. They would focus on me as a person, not a player. I hoped I met their expectations. I knocked and held my breath until Maddie opened the door. She looked gorgeous in a plain maroon dress. "Hi." She stepped back and let me in. I moved forward and gave her a kiss on the cheek, just in case there were eyes on us. I wasn't ready for PDA in front of the parents. "You look beautiful." She smiled and took my hand before leading me into the kitchen. I realized then I'd made a mistake. I was such an idiot. I should have remembered something so simple. If I wanted to make a good impression, I shouldn't have arrived empty-handed. I should have stopped on the way and bought some flowers. I wanted to retreat. I wanted to come up with some excuse to leave and find the nearest store, but Coach already saw me. He greeted me with a handshake and a smile. "Good to see you, Erik." I nodded. "You too, Coach." Madeline shook her head. "No hockey tonight. You call him Bo." I looked to her dad as he shook his head. "Fine, sweetie." Marie walked in and gave me a hug. "So good to see you, honey. You were great last night." "Mom." Maddie had her hands on her hips. "No hockey." Marie laughed and waved off her daughter. "Okay, I'll try to remember that. Dinner is ready, so let's take our seats." I followed behind them to the dining room. The table was set for 4, and food was waiting for us. Once we were seated and the pot roast dinner was served, I was able to relax. I hadn't had roast since my parents were alive, sometime back when I was still in high school. It was such a mom thing to me. I never asked Chloe to make it, and never tried myself because it felt like something that was sacred to Mom's memory. Eating it now with the closest thing I had to family felt right. "Erik, what do you do for a living?" I looked up to see Bo, smiling at me. Maddie groaned. "You don't need to mock me. I just don't want the night to revolve around hockey. I want you guys to get to know each other outside of that one topic." Marie covered a laugh with her hand, but Maddie caught it. "What's so funny, Mom?" Oh, honey, I'm not laughing at you, I promise. I get what you're trying to do, but we've known Erik for 5 years. I know his favorite cookie is double chocolate chip, but he'll never eat them in public. She winked at me. She was right. She made them for team meetings and always packed me a bag with them. I tried to be healthy, especially in front of the team. I wanted to be an example, but I couldn't say no to those. We know about his childhood in Canada, his hockey career from high school on, his parents' tragic passing, his love for his sister. Honey, we know him. We love him. I don't think it's necessary to pretend like we need to start from scratch. I couldn't stop the smile taking over my face. Each word she said brought me closer to tears. I loved her and I loved Coach. It meant everything to me that they thought of me that way. Maddie was silent for a moment. Her dad reached for her hand and squeezed it once before pulling away. Maddie, you don't think I would have let you get involved with someone I didn't already approve of, did you? She looked at him with narrowed eyes. What do you mean? We've only been on one date. Coach smiled. Oh, but you've spent plenty of time together. She started shaking her head. You could have found a dozen other physical therapists to work with him. He nodded with a smirk. You had me do it because... She looked around the table before facing him again. You were trying to set us up. Coach shrugged, and I almost stood to give the man a hug. That beautiful genius. He knew her ex wasn't good for her. He put us together hoping we'd end up right where we are. Are you mad about that, Maddie? She looked to me and finally smiled. It was a bit underhanded, but no, I'm grateful. Then it's settled. We all know and love each other. Now let's eat. I smiled at Marie, but her words hit me. Did I love Maddie? Did she love me? It was too soon for that, wasn't it? I thought about that as we ate and cleaned up. If someone asked me a year ago, even a month ago, I would have said no. It was impossible. Love took months, years even. Now, I wasn't so sure. Let's go to the porch. I smiled at her suggestion and followed her out. There were space heaters set up, but we still huddled together on a bench. Why do we always end up outside? She laughed. I don't know. It was an accident at first. Now it's just kind of our spot. I'm sorry dinner didn't go as planned. She sighed and leaned into me. Mom was right. They already know and love you. Maybe I was a little jealous that they know you better than I do. I wanted us to all be on equal ground. That makes sense, but it's not really the case. They might have known me longer, but you already know me in a way that no one else does. Really? I tightened my arm around her and breathed her in. I feel like I'm playing a role that people expect from me, even with the guys. They all think of me one way, the one that doesn't take things too seriously, the one that lives life in the fast lane. I'm the flashy one, the one that ends up on TV. Only a few people really know me, but only you know what I really want. The house and the family? I nodded against her head. I've never told anyone that. I didn't think I'd ever have it. But now, I can see it. Really? Really, I can picture it with you. Her sharp breath confirmed that I'd surprised her. I know this might be too much too soon, but I can't talk myself out of it. I can't convince myself that this is all too fast, that it's too soon for me to feel this way. What way? I want you to be my future. I want us to have the life both of us dream of. The home, the roots, the family. I want to build all of that with you. She turned and looked at me. Erik. It was barely a whisper, but it was enough to let me know she felt the same way. I dipped my head, pressing my lips against hers. I gave no warning, but she immediately responded. Her arms wrapped around my neck as I tugged her by the waist. It was right. We were right. I kissed away any doubts in either of our minds. I opened my mouth, inviting her to do the same. She let me in, and I kissed her with all the emotions I couldn't explain. The feeling of her in my arms was better than any goal I'd ever scored. I wanted this forever. I broke away and waited as her eyes lazily opened, meeting mine. I love you, Madeline. A tiny gasp escaped her before she smiled. I love you, Erik. I never knew I could need words so desperately. My lips were back on hers, searing, promising, sealing. This was it. This was what I wanted my life to be. I could leave my career tomorrow and be just fine as long as I had her with me. The best part was that I didn't have to. We'd be together, fulfilling our dreams.
Chapter 25. Madeline. This was true happiness. Every other time in life that I'd thought was happiness was wrong, at least with past relationships. This was how it was supposed to feel. No doubts, no games, no competition. Peace. It was like my heart and soul sighed and relaxed into a state of pure contentment. The sun was a little brighter, the weather a little warmer. Work went by faster, life was good. My coworkers noticed the change. I was complimented on my hair, my smile, my new shoes. I had a feeling it had to do with my energy more than my appearance. I was so happy, and I didn't try to contain it. I was surprised I was able to refrain from singing around the office. I was in such a good mood traffic didn't bother me. I got home and changed into comfy sweats before heading to the kitchen to start a batch of double chocolate cookies. Erik had practice tonight and a game tomorrow night, but I wanted to at least drop these off so he could have them when he got home. I hummed as I worked, floating around the kitchen. It's a good thing the windows are closed, or small forest animals would be surrounding you right now. I turned and giggled at Mom's expression. I could tell she didn't know what to make of this change in me. "Aw, you think I'm a princess." She stepped forward and stole a taste of the cookie dough. "You've always been my princess." She tasted the dough and nodded. "These are good." "Thanks. I'm going to drop them off later." "I'm sure Erik will love that." She smiled and winked before walking out. I hadn't told either of my parents about what we said on the patio, but apparently they had a sixth sense. Not that I cared. I was ready to shout it from the rooftops. I couldn't wait to see Chloe, to tell her, see if Erik had talked to her about us. It was silly, juvenile even, but I was dying to know. As soon as the cookies were done, I packed them up and slipped into some boots and drove to Erik and Chloe's house. I was nearly bouncing when Chloe opened the door. "Hey, how are you?" She let me in and led me to the kitchen. "Good. I just made a treat for Erik and wanted to get them here before he got home from practice." She smiled and peeked into the container. "Oh, he's going to be so happy." "Hopefully." She leaned against the counter and crossed her arms. "You've made him happy." "Thank you for that." Hearing that meant so much. I hoped he knew it went both ways. "There's supposed to be a press conference. Do you want to watch?" "Of course." I followed her into the living room and sat on the couch. The TV was already on the sports channel. "Has this TV been on any other channel?" Chloe cocked her head and laughed. "Probably not." I didn't think so. At least my mom liked to watch cooking and home improvement shows. Chloe was just as much into sports as Erik was, so they probably never strayed. After a commercial break, they cut to the team. The first line was sitting down with my dad at the end, Hartman, Reese, Erik, Howe, and Broussard. Our leading men. I smiled when the camera zoomed in on Erik. Someone asked him a question about how he was feeling. "I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. I worked with a really great trainer." Chloe hit my leg when I sat up, beaming. "That's me?" She laughed. "Yes, it is." The next few questions bounced around to all the guys until a young woman stood up and addresses the group. "The female fans want me to ask the important question. How many of you are still single?" Chloe groaned. "I hate Holly Lange. She calls herself a sports journalist, but all she does is ask for gossip." I recognized the name, but I didn't follow her. I cared about the sport, not who was dating or who was caught in the latest scandal. It was part of being in the spotlight, and I understood it was something the guys had to deal with, but I didn't care. I know it bugged them, too. Hartman laughed and put on a charming smile. "I think you know the answer to that, Miss Lange. We like to keep our private lives out of the headlines." The reporter smiles like a villain. "Now, Wyatt, that's what people say when there's more to the story. More that your fans want to know." Howe laughed. I doubt they care as long as it doesn't interfere with our game. Holly glared at him. I'll take that as you're single. The guys laughed and heckled him, but Howe didn't respond again. I knew he was single, but why was that a bad thing? Reese shook his head and leaned forward toward the mic. They're all single. Our focus is on our sport, being the best we can be this season. They are, but are you? She actually winked at him. I thought Chloe would be upset, but she was examining her nails. No, I'm not. Holly's eyebrows shot up. Tell us more. Who's the lucky lady that's captured the Boston Bachelor? Reese actually rolled his eyes. That's an outdated nickname, Miss Lange. I smiled at how he dodged her question. Chloe still wasn't paying attention. Doesn't this bother you? She looked up and shrugged. Not really. I mean, everyone on the team knows. Most of the fans that care know. It's not like we're trying to keep it a secret anymore. I was impressed with her blasé attitude. There's enough articles and photos of us out there, so we're old news. Even if she does announce it to her audience, it won't change anything. Holly turned her attention to Erik. Well, then, Erik Shultz, we haven't seen you out with any women lately. Have you settled down? His smile never wavered. You know the answer to that, Holly. He then winked. He winked at her. He also called her by her first name. He's the only one that did. What the heck? Chloe turned to look at me, but I didn't take my eyes off the screen. Holly giggled like a schoolgirl. Oh, Erik, you're such a tease. Will no one ever be able to tame you? He shook his head with his wide grin. I'm happy with my life, and I have no intention of changing it. I was numb. The rest of the interview went on without me hearing a single word. Maddie, I was shaking. No, someone was shaking me. Madeline? I looked over to see Chloe's eyes wide with worry. Are you okay? I shook my head. Oh, honey, he didn't mean that. He's just trying to protect you, keep you out of the media mess. I opened my mouth, but my brain wasn't connecting to the rest of my body. Could that be true? Could he just be protecting me? Was he just saying what they wanted to hear? Maybe. Or maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he realized what he was giving up. The single life came with freedom, perks that would disappear if we were in a relationship. Maybe he wasn't ready. He said he loved me, but maybe he changed his mind. Maddie, don't worry about it. He'll come home and you guys can talk. I shook my head and stood up. No, I don't want to see him. I blinked, trying to remember what I should be feeling. I should be mad. Sad. I should be crying. Screaming. Anything. There was nothing. I felt nothing. I'm going home. When I stood, Chloe jumped up and put her hands on my shoulders. Maddie, I know how that looked. I've been in a similar position. Don't let it ruin anything. Don't close him out. Let him explain. If she's been through the same thing, she knew how badly I needed to get away. I can't. I pushed past her and ran out the door. She didn't follow. She let me go. Hopefully her brother would too. By the time I got to my car, I was shaking. I pushed away all thoughts, all emotions, until I got to my driveway. I picked up my purse from the passenger seat and saw my phone light up. He was calling. He probably didn't know that I saw. He was probably just calling to let me know how his day went, to check in, to talk. How nice that would be, to still feel normal, to be in the happy bubble that had only lasted a day. We'd made it one day. How tragic. I ignored the call and went inside. Mom was sitting on the couch watching one of her shows when I walked in. Hi, sweetie. I walked past her without a word. How could I tell her? I heard her footsteps follow me into the kitchen. I took a handful of cookies and turned to go upstairs. She blocked me. What's wrong? What happened? I shook my head. She sighed and stepped aside. I'll be here when you want to talk about it. I nodded and drifted up to my room. I laid on my bed and shoved a whole cookie in my mouth. Chocolate was a problem solver most of the time. Right now, it was just reminding me of the one man I didn't want to think about. He said he was happy, that he didn't want to change. He realized he didn't want to be stuck with me. He knew I'd be watching, and that's how he told me. I didn't want to believe he lied to me. I wanted our moment to be real. And maybe it was. Just for that moment.
26. Erik. I was being yelled at before I even had the door open. How could you do that? Something hit the door. I stepped halfway in and looked into the living room. Chloe was standing in the center, her face red and armed with a pile of pillows. I set my bag down and held up my hands. What did I do? You hurt her feelings. She threw another pillow, but I caught it. I didn't know what her intent was, but pillows weren't going to do any damage. Who? I moved closer to her, hoping to calm her down. Who? Who? Her voice was getting higher, bordering on a screech. Yes, Chloe, what are you talking about? I was speaking calmly, hoping it would rub off on her. You're an idiot. I don't doubt that, but that doesn't explain what's going on. She glared at me, and I knew from experience she was murdering me in her mind. Did you even think about what you were saying, how it would make her feel? I thought back over what she could mean. I'd done dozens of interviews in the past few days. We had a press day today. There were hundreds of quotes she could be upset about. You need to help me out here, Chloe. What did I say? Her jaw flexed before she spoke. You said you were single, that you were happy and wouldn't want to change that. I dragged my hand over my face. That's what this is about? Holly Lang's stupid question? She nodded. I was trying to be as honest as I could without revealing anything about Madeline. The PR team still wants me to be the team's playboy. I told them I'm seeing someone. They told me they'd start directing attention to one of the other guys, but that change will take time. Until then, they want me to keep up appearances. And I never directly answered her question. I never said I was single, and I am happy. I love how things are right now with Madeline. I don't want things to change. Well, I wouldn't mind us moving forward. Chloe was looking at me like I'd grown a second head. How are men so stupid? I shrugged. Just comes naturally. You need to fix this, Erik. She was really hurt. I tried calling her on my way home. I guess that's why she didn't answer. She walked into the kitchen, but I didn't bother following. I fell back on the couch and stared at the ceiling. I hated that I was forced to play a role, but it was good for the team and had helped my career. My fan base was widely female thanks to the PR team. I couldn't be upset about that now. I just hated that I'd hurt Maddie. That was the last thing I ever wanted to do. I promised her I wouldn't. Only one day later, and I broke that promise. It was a punch in the face. Here. I leaned forward to see Chloe standing in front of me, offering me a plastic container. I took it and eyed her. She nodded toward it, and I opened the lid. The smell hit me before I even saw them. Double chocolate cookies. Of course. She was amazing, spoiling me, letting me know she'd been thinking of me, and how did I show her what she meant to me? I pretended she didn't exist. A punch to the gut. You have tonight to get your crap together. Make a plan. Decide how you're going to deal with the PR team, how you're going to let the public know, if you let them know. Decide what you want your future to be. Then tomorrow you're going to tell her. I don't care if you're busy. I don't care if you're scared. You're going to deal with this. She walked away before I could respond. Fix this, Erik. It's the best thing that's ever happened to you. She was right. She knew I was the type to push problems away, ignore them and hope they disappear. That was the last thing I could do in this situation. I needed to fix it fast. It was too late to go over right now. I'd give her the night to hate me. Tomorrow, I would explain it all. I would beg at her feet if I needed to. I'd buy her all the chocolate croissants she could ever want. I'd install a hot chocolate machine in the kitchen. I'd never speak of hockey again. Anything to prove to her how much she meant to me. I took a bite of the cookie and let it sit on my tongue. It was perfect. Happiness. I couldn't lose her. The possibility made me sick. She had to know how much she meant to me. I wanted her for forever. A crazy idea came to me. It was too much, too crazy. She'd never go for it. But people said you should make grand gestures. Would it work? Would she shut the door in my face? I pulled my phone out of my pocket and called Ollie. He had the longest relationship of all of us, which made him the master of this topic. "What's up?" He sounded like he was in a good mood. I almost let him go, not wanting to ruin his night, but I was too selfish. I needed him. I messed up. He laughed. "What did you do this time?" Maddie saw one of the stupid press conferences we did. "The one I was on?" I had to think back. Had he been there? The whole day had been a blur from practice to the press. No, it was after that. "What happened?" "Holly Lang." He cut me off. "Of course she was involved. Emma and I have had multiple fights over things Holly took out of context or twisted." I wish that was the case this time. I sighed. She was asking us about relationships. Oh no. Yeah, he was smart enough to figure out where this was going. If only I'd been able to see it in the moment. I told him what I'd said and what Chloe yelled at me when I got home. "I don't know what to do, Ollie. The words came directly from me. It's not like I can say that things got twisted. She watched it all." "Well, you never said outright that you were single or not. You led Holly to believe you were single and living it up, but you never said it." "I know. I hurt her. That's the worst part. With everything she went through with her ex, that was the one thing I promised." "That's a stupid thing to say." "What? Why? I figured he would say that kind of thing to Emma on a daily basis. Wasn't it a vow or something?" "You can't make a promise like that. Of course you guys are going to hurt each other. The part that matters is what you do next. Do you fix it? Do you try to be better? I know this wasn't intentional, and once you talk to Maddie, she'll know too. That's the part that matters most. You were trying to protect her. You just went about it the wrong way. That's what you need to apologize for. That's what you need to work on." I took a deep breath and hoped he was right. It made sense and seemed less daunting. I couldn't promise I would never hurt her again, but I could promise not to make the same mistake, to always try harder. "Thanks, man." "Don't thank me yet. You need to talk to her. She needs to know how you feel about her." "When did you know?" He paused. "Know what?" "That you loved Emma, that you wanted to marry her." I think I knew I loved her within a few weeks. I knew I wanted to marry her within a few months." "How long had you been together when you proposed?" "Erik, you're not thinking—" "No, I'm just curious." I interrupted him before he could tell me how crazy I was. "I asked her after 6 months. We got married a year after that." That sounded normal. "Okay, thanks." "Sure. Look, Erik, I know it feels like a big deal now, but things will work out." "I know. I appreciate your help." After I hung up, I grabbed another cookie and ate it in a few bites. Tomorrow I would talk to her. I would make things right. She would never doubt how I felt again.
Chapter 27, Madeline. It was snowing. It was freezing. The gray skies matched my mood. I hadn't bothered with makeup or even brushing my hair. I put on a polo and pair of yoga pants, then slipped on my coat. I had a long day ahead of me, back-to-back patients. I walked into my office without speaking to anyone and closed the door behind me. I fell into my chair and checked my phone for the 100th time this morning. I expected him to have called me already. Did he not know I was upset? I ignored his call, and I never did that, plus Chloe knew. She would have told him. She probably fought with him. Maybe he just didn't care. I mean, he was happy. He didn't want anything to change. I was a change. He didn't want me. I shook my head. How had I let myself sink so deep so fast? I was getting ahead of myself. Maybe he was tired last night. He had to have been after the day he had. He probably crashed and wasn't awake yet. Plus, he'd be busy all day, practicing, training, warming up for the game. He didn't have time. Right. I took 3 deep breaths and stood up. No matter how badly I wanted to leave work and call in for a personal day, I couldn't. I had a full client list, and I couldn't pass that off to someone else. Definitely not while I was still new. I greeted my first patient, a soccer player from a local high school. She was on a competitive team outside of school as well, so getting her back into playing shape was critical. "Hi, Anna." "Hi, Madeline." I led her to the main floor and sat down with her to stretch. "Long night?" She looked up at me and bit her bottom lip. She looked like she was trying to keep herself from laughing. "Sort of," she nodded. "Hopefully your day is better." "Thanks." I thought about that while we stretched and warmed up. That was a good point. I shouldn't let a bad night ruin my day. I was pouting. I knew it. It wasn't attractive, and I knew it was affecting everyone around me. My parents had basically hidden in the kitchen when I left this morning. I didn't want to put that on everyone else today. I decided I would think about it all later. For the next 8 hours, I would be positive. Happy. The next 6 hours went by faster than I could have hoped. Just 2 more before I could head home. I stopped by my office on the way to the front desk. I knew I shouldn't check my phone, but I couldn't resist. I had a text from Mom, and that was it. Nothing from Erik. Not even a check-in. Fine. I wouldn't let it ruin my mood. I'd been doing good so far today. I would not let it get me down. Just 2 more hours. I repeated that to myself until there was 1 hour left. My last patient was Chris, the basketball player, which was good, because I could get through his treatment without having to think too hard. We'd been working together for long enough for both of us to know the routine. "How you doing, Miss Madeline?" I tried to smile, but he saw right through me. "Oh, no, who hurt you? You tell me. I'll take care of him." I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Okay, not me, but I'll get some people to take care of him." That made me laugh, probably for the first time all day. I'd been good about smiling, pretending to not be falling apart inside, but it hadn't been genuine until now. "Come on, tell me." This was completely inappropriate. I couldn't talk to a client about my personal life. "I'm fine, just an off day." He narrowed his eyes and stared at me with his head turned. It was like he knew I would crack. I focused on sticking the electrodes along his back and shoulder, but I finally shook my head. "I've been seeing someone." "I knew it. You're too beautiful to be single." I swatted at him, but he just laughed. "What'd he do?" I turned on the machine and sat down in the chair next to him. "He said some things. I'm not sure if he meant them or not, but they hurt." He pursed his lips and nodded a little. "Men are stupid like that. We say stupid things. We don't think." I laughed again. "That's true." "You like him?" I nodded and looked down at my hand in my lap. "Yeah, I really do." "Then you got to let it go. Unless he's a bad guy, then you drop him and let me know and I'll hook you up with a real man." There he went again. I smiled at his suggestion, but he had a point. We all say stupid things. We all say things we don't mean, but that shouldn't end what we have. I could forgive him for what he said. I could listen to his explanation and move on, but not if he didn't reach out to me. That was beginning to bug me more than the press conference. Why wasn't he calling or texting? The silence was the worst. "I think we'll be okay, Chris, but thank you." He nodded. "I got you, Miss Madeline." I ended the day smiling, genuinely smiling. Chris was a great person, and one of the few patients I would miss when he completed his therapy. When I got home, I got in the bath to decompress. My lavender and vanilla bath bomb was exactly what I needed. I sunk in and closed my eyes. If only I had a dessert or a drink, then this would be perfect. "Maddie?" Mom was knocking at the door. "Yeah, maybe I could have her bring me something. There were probably some cookies left, if Dad hadn't found them." "There's someone here for you." I groaned. Now was not the time, Erik. I was finally relaxing. "Give me a minute." I pressed on the drain plug and watched my little piece of heaven disappear. I toweled off and dressed in comfy pajamas. Hopefully he didn't expect me to go out or anything. Mom was sitting in the living room when I got downstairs. I looked around, but no one else was there. "Did you make him wait outside?" She nodded and didn't look the least bit guilty. Jeez. I was a little mad, but not even I would make him stand out in the cold. Mom knew how to hold a grudge. I opened the door and stepped out to the porch and closed the door behind me. No one was out here either. I looked out to the driveway and froze. The silver Mercedes was parked and the driver door opened. Clark stepped out wearing a suit. Of course. I went down the steps but stopped halfway to him. "What are you doing here?" He smiled. "Hi, Madeline. Nice to see you. How are you doing?" I rolled my eyes. He didn't deserve pleasantries. "Fine. I'm just here, dropping off a few things you forgot." I narrowed my eyes as he walked to the back of the car and lifted the trunk lid. He pulled out a single box and walked back to me. "Just a few miscellaneous items. Your dad missed them when he was packing your stuff." It seemed like the safest option. Mom would have started a fight with him, but Dad would just silently hate him. "Thanks." I reached for the box, but he twisted out of reach. "I want us to talk." I dropped my shoulders and sighed. "About what, Clark?" "This was a mistake. I shouldn't have let you leave." "You didn't let me. I chose to leave. You don't control what I do." He huffed. "That's not what I meant. I should have fought for you." The cocky idiot. "There was nothing to fight for. You gave up on us when you started cheating, when you stopped coming home, when you pulled away from me. There was no relationship left. We were barely even roommates. I want to change that." "No, you don't. You just don't like that something didn't go according to your perfect plan. You'll move on." He pursed his lips. Looked like I struck a nerve. "We could have been great, Madeline, if you would have just stood by me. We could have taken office together." "I'm more than a trophy wife, Clark. I'm more than the cardboard cutout you want me to be. I can't silently smile and wave at your side. I have my own goals. I have my own dreams to chase." "Like what? You got your degree and your job. What else could you want?" Did he really think that was all that mattered to me? It made sense. His career was all he cared about. "I want love. I want a family." He laughed bitterly. "I could have given you that." "No, Clark. Not the way I needed." I moved to take the box, but he stepped back. "No." I shook my head. "No what?" "No, you're not leaving me like this." "It's done. I've moved on." He looked stricken. "How could you?" "How could I what?" "Move on. It's been a week." "It's been over for so much longer than that." "How dare you?" I took a step back. He rarely let his temper show, and I didn't want to be around for its appearance. "You can keep whatever's in the box. I won't miss it." He held it up and shook it. "There's nothing in here." "What?" "I needed to see you. I needed you to see how wrong you were, the mistake you made. I'm giving you a second chance." I tilted my head and really looked at him. He'd aged 10 years since we moved here. He had wrinkles around his eyes and forehead that hadn't been there before. The stress was killing him. "We're done, Clark. I wish you the best. But you can't come over here anymore." He stared me down for a few beats before throwing the box on the ground and crushing it beneath his shoe. Really mature move. I watched his fit as I walked backward toward the house. "You'll regret this, Maddie. You'll miss me. But this is it. No more chances." He really thought so highly of himself. I smiled. "Goodbye, Clark." He turned, kicked his tire, and threw the door open. He started the car and peeled out, racing down the street. Hopefully he didn't hurt anyone in his rage. He'd move on. I knew he didn't care about me nearly as much as he cared about his reputation. He probably didn't want to tell his colleagues about the breakup. He'd have to find someone else to iron his clothes and hang on his arm at events. I was done with that chapter of my life. As much as I'd hurt with what Erik said last night, the pain that I'd been living through in my previous relationship cut deep. That had killed me slowly, chipping away at my self-confidence. Made me question everything, especially my worth. That had done damage that I was still working through. Erik's words hurt in a different way. Maybe it was worse because I loved him. I trusted him to keep my heart safe. That didn't mean what he did was anywhere near the level of what Clark put me through. Seeing him put things into perspective for me. The very worst day with Erik was a good day with Clark. My level of happiness had changed in a good way. I was used to being happy, to feeling loved. I wanted that. I wasn't going to let it slip away over this. I wanted to hear Erik's explanation. Then I would make him promise not to do it again. Then I'd kiss him and tell him how much I loved him. I went back inside and sat next to Mom. "Did you kick him to the curb?" I laughed and leaned against her. "Yeah." I told him to leave and that I was done. "Good." Hopefully he heard it this time. She laughed. "You hurt his pride. Men like Clark don't know how to handle that." I nodded. I don't even know if he cares so much about losing me. It's about the idea. The ability to tell people he's with me. That's all that matters to him. Mom sighed. "You'll find some poor girl that will love to fill that need for him. Someone that only cares about his money and fame." "As long as it's not me." She patted my leg. "We were never going to let that happen." I wasn't surprised. I'm sure if I ever mentioned marrying Clark, one of them would have stopped me. Probably both. "What about Erik?" "What about him?" I turned toward her. "Your dad told me about the press conference." I bit my lip. "You know the PR team has a strong influence on what the guys say." I nodded. "You know that they like to make him seem like the fun bachelor that the lady fans can fawn over." I nodded again, even though I didn't like thinking about that. "That's what happened last night, honey. I know it was probably hard to hear, but he wasn't trying to hurt you." "I realize that now. So, you're not still mad?" "I'm more hurt that he hasn't tried to contact me since." She wrapped her arm around me, tugging me close. "Give him time. I'm sure he knows what he did and is trying to figure out what to do next." I nodded, even though I wasn't sure I believed it. A full day had passed. What if there was something else going on? I rested my head on her shoulder and focused on the home renovation on the TV. One more day. I'd wait until then to call him.
28. Erik. My bad mood had turned sour. I wasn't even trying to pretend to be okay. The guys gave me space after I hit the third defenseman into the boards harder than necessary. I ignored the calls to take it easy and pushed harder and harder. My legs were burning, my arms were nearly impossible to lift. I was beating myself up. I thought it would distract me, but nothing was working. He was back. He was at her house. She looked at him with sadness, possibly regret. I left before I saw anything that would break me. How could she go back to him after all we said? I'd opened my heart to her, and after one misunderstanding, she goes back to him? The thought of him being within 10 feet of her was enough to blind me with rage. "Shultz!" I turned to see Coach waving me forward. Perfect. I went back to the bench and sat down. He stepped in front of me and waited to speak until I was looking at him. "What's going on?" "Just practicing, Coach. Practicing killing your teammates?" "It's getting into crunch time. Every game matters now. I don't want to go soft." He blinked once. "That's a load of crap." Yeah, it really was. "If you're not going to back off, I want you off the ice. You'll go to the training room." That was a warning. No ice meant no playing in the next game. "I'm fine." "Prove it." He swung his arm toward the half door leading to the ice. I followed his direction and joined the team. Hartman hit me in the shoulder. "You good, man?" I nodded and moved behind him to run the next drill. I could push it out. All of the anger and frustration. I'd forget about it until later. I wasn't going to let it affect my game. It was my turn to practice my slap shot, so my focus zeroed in on the puck. I weaved my way forward, glanced at Ollie in the goal, rose my stick back, and followed through. It went straight to the top right corner and past Ollie's glove by mere centimeters. I went to the back of the line and got a few pats on my back. It was a decent shot, but nothing worth celebrating. It was better than I'd been performing. Not thinking about last night was harder than I thought. I went through the motions for the rest of practice and was one of the first through the tunnel when it was over. I was off. I knew it, and so did the team. This wasn't normal for me, so they didn't heckle me too much, but Reese and Hartman sat down next to me where I was stretching. "What's going on?" I appreciated Hartman's direct approach. "I went to talk to Maddie last night." Reese's eyebrows shot up. "It didn't go well? I thought she would forgive you for sure." I shook my head. "I didn't get that far." "What do you mean?" Hartman leaned forward while stretching his quads. I was driving down our road and saw a car parked in the driveway. I pulled over and turned off my lights. I didn't want to intrude if they had a guest over, so I waited for a minute. They were both watching me intently now. Maddie came out and Clark got out of the car. They both looked as surprised as I'd been. They spoke for a little bit, but when she didn't send him away, I left. I couldn't sit there and watch them get back together. Hartman was shaking his head, but Reese looked angry. "You're an idiot." "What? You have no idea why he was there. You didn't even stay to see what happened. She could have punched him right after you left. Or she could have invited him in so they could talk and get back together." Hartman looked between us, then sighed. "Reese is right. You shouldn't have left. You should have gone up and told that loser to get away from your woman." I couldn't believe they didn't get it. Why would he be at her house if she didn't call and ask him to come over? Reese looked at me like he really did think I was stupid. "He probably just showed up. Who knows? Oh wait, Madeline does. You need to talk to her. You both need to stop making assumptions and speak to one another." I tried. He shook his head. "No, you didn't. You ran away." Hartman nodded. "He's right. If you care about her like you say you do, you should have fought for her. It's too late to fix last night, but you need to leave here and go figure your stuff out. No more days like today." With that, he stood and walked out of the training room. I looked to Reese, who gave me an "I told you so" look, and got up. They were right. Why had I left last night? I should have marched up to the suit and told him to leave. Had Madeline wanted him there? I wasn't close enough to know what was said, but it wasn't like she ran into his arms. I'd let my jealousy take over. I was afraid he would change her mind and she'd go back to him. I knew it was stupid, especially after all he'd put her through, but a part of me thought he could still give her what she wanted, a stable, predictable life. This had gone too far. I'd let 2 days pass without talking to her. She probably hated me by now. I needed to see her. I needed to tell her exactly how I felt. I would make this right. I would prove I was the man she thought I could be. There were just a few things I needed to do before I saw her. I got up and hurried to the locker room. I was showered and ready in record time. A few of the guys shot me questioning looks, but I just waved on my way out. They would hear about what I was doing later. I had things to do. I stepped onto the elevator and froze. Chloe was standing there with her arms folded. I looked to her, then back to the hall, but the doors were already closing. "Aren't you getting off?" "Nope, the person I was looking for found me first." "Well, great. What is it?" I pressed the garage button and she didn't protest. Guess she was just along for the ride. "What happened today?" I was a little off. "A little? That was one of your worst practices in years. Keep showing up like that and your contract is going to be sold to the highest bidder, Erik. Is that what you want?" "Of course not." Did she really think I didn't realize that? I'd had one bad day. The team wouldn't trade me because of that. "You can't throw away everything you worked for, everything that we sacrificed to get you here because you're having a bad day." I looked at her and dropped my bag. The doors opened, but neither of us moved. "I know that, Chloe. I'm not going to let that happen. It was one bad day." "Why?" The doors closed and I pressed the button again so they would open. I grabbed my bag and walked out so I wasn't stuck in an enclosed space with my sister who was getting on my last nerve. "What's going on?" I ignored her and walked to my car. "Did you talk to Maddie?" I opened the door and threw my duffel onto the passenger seat. No. Why not? I narrowed my eyes. She was talking to her ex when I got there. Her surprise was evident. Apparently, Maddie hadn't told her yet. Erik, that could mean anything. I know. He could have been dropping her stuff off. He could have been, I know. I cut her off, and she finally seemed to hear me. What? I've already been through this with Hartman and Reese. I know I made a mistake. I jumped to a pretty bad conclusion. I should have gone to her. I should have told him to run back to his cave. I froze, though. I made a mistake, and I have plans to fix things. She nodded slowly. Good. That's good. Can I go now? Where are you going? I sighed. I have some errands to run. What kind of errands? I blew out a huff of frustration. I need to go to the grocery store, the health store on Main with the pre-workout I like, then the mall. Her eyes narrowed. The mall? Yes. Why was I standing here letting her interrogate me? I could just leave, lock the doors, and pull out of the garage. For what? Something. I'm coming with you. I stepped forward to block her, but she was quick. She was seated and had the door closed by the time I got to the passenger side. I groaned, but there was nothing I could do. Chloe was one of the most stubborn people I knew. If she wanted to do something, she was going to do it. Nothing could talk her out of it. Maybe if I took long enough at the other stores, she would get bored and ask me to drop her off. I got in and started the car. She'd shoved my bag between her feet and shot me a sweet smile. What about your job? She shrugged. I'll tell them I was doing research. Whatever. She could talk herself out of everything. Hopefully, she could keep that big mouth shut, though.
Chapter 29. Madeline. The doorbell rang, but I didn't bother getting off my bed. I'd collapsed onto it an hour ago when I got off work. Mom even brought up a small plate of cookies, so I had no reason to leave for the rest of the night. I heard voices downstairs. Both Mom and Dad were talking. Must be one of their friends. How nice. Even they have an active social life. Meanwhile, their 24-year-old daughter was upstairs pouting. They must be so proud. A knock sounded at my door. I hadn't heard anyone coming up the stairs, but it was probably drowned out by the sound of my chewing. I was a pathetic creature. Yes. Mom opened the door and cringed when she saw me. There's someone here for you. She looked me over. You should probably clean yourself up. I sat up and the crumbs covering my chest rolled onto my lap. Nice. Give me a second. She moved to shut the door, but I stopped her. Wait, who is it? I learned my lesson after last night to start asking this question. No more assumptions for me. It's Erik. My heart pounded in my ears. He was here? Really? No calls or texts in 2 days, and now he shows up to my house. Dad's voice rose, and I flinched. He wasn't exactly Erik's #1 fan right now. I'll be quick. Mom nodded and hurried down the hall, probably to keep Dad from committing any crimes. I rushed into the bathroom and stopped when I saw my reflections. Yikes! I was a hot mess. I pulled out my ponytail and brushed out my hair before putting it back up in a bun. I didn't have time to apply makeup, but I brushed my teeth while changing into a pair of jeans and a cream sweater. Hopefully, it looked like I was relaxing and hadn't been throwing a 48-hour pity party. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, all 3 heads turned to me. Mom's eyes were watering, and Dad was considerably calmer, but was still shooting daggers at Erik. I looked away from my parents to the man I loved. I did. Seeing him after everything confirmed it. I missed him, but it was more than that. My soul ached for him. Erik. He stood and took my hand and led me to the kitchen. We'll be back. I looked over my shoulder to my parents, who were bent toward each other, whispering. He opened the back door and led me out to our bench. After turning on the heater, he sat next to me, facing me. Maddie, I'm so sorry. For so much. I took his hands and pulled him to me. I had to touch him, confirm he was finally here. He hugged me tightly before pulling back. He held my hands in his while his gaze bore through me. The press conference was a mistake. I was told what to say. I shook my head. I know. I was hurt in the moment, but I understand. You do? Yeah, I knew better than to believe that. I know you have to say things to appease the PR team. Dad's done it before. Everyone has. I just wasn't thinking. He nodded. I'm sorry I didn't call you. Why didn't you? He sighed and looked at the ground. Dread filled me. What happened? I came by last night. Oh. He looked up at me and smirked. Yeah, I saw him here and jumped to conclusions. You thought I'd get back together with him? I was surprised he would ever think that. What had given him the impression that I'd ever do that after everything Clark had put me through? I don't know what I thought. I just saw the two of you together and left. I nodded but didn't know what to say. I shouldn't have left. I realize that now. I should have kicked him out. I should have gone to you. But I had a moment of weakness. Self-doubt, maybe. You have no reason to doubt yourself. I inched closer, but he didn't seem like he was done yet. I've made mistakes, Maddie. I promised I wouldn't hurt you, and I did. I'm so sorry. Oh, Erik, I forgive you. It's going to take a lot more than a little misunderstanding to push me away. He smiled, and it finally reached his eyes. I love you, Maddie. I love you, too. He leaned forward, and I met him in the middle. Kissing him was like coming home. I felt safe, loved, wrapped in his arms. His lips left mine and trailed along my cheek until he was at my ear. I love you so much. I melted. This was all I ever wanted. He sat back and studied me. I've been lost for so long. After my parents' accident, I closed myself off. I put up walls and didn't let people in. I didn't want to lose anyone else. I didn't want to feel that pain again. I was fine alone. I thought hockey was enough. I could survive with just that. He searched my face. I opened my mouth, but he continued. Until I met you, I realized all I was missing. Your compassion, your enthusiasm, your love. He smiled while I blushed. I could feel the heat wash over my face, but I didn't care that he saw. I knew he saw all of me, my flaws, my pain, my dreams. I fell in love with you so fast it scared me. I didn't know it was possible. I didn't know what to do. Then you were finally free. I couldn't let another moment pass without you being in my life. Being mine. He knew he loved me back then? Before we were really together? I guess deep down I knew too. From the very beginning. I know there's so much more to learn about each other. I can't wait for that. I also can't wait to make you mine. Officially. He slid off the bench and onto the ground. Before my mind caught up to what was happening, a little blue box appeared in front of me. Madeline Romney, I promise to love you every single day of your life. Will you marry me? I gasped. He couldn't really have just done that. Was he crazy? Was I crazy for considering it? I thought of my parents, the best example of marriage I had. They loved each other, and they taught me all that it takes to make a successful marriage. Love, communication, sacrifice. All things I would do for him. Yes. His eyes widened, and he removed the ring with a large round diamond and slid it onto my finger. It fit perfectly, of course. He wrapped me in his arms and kissed me with a passion I matched. This was it. He was mine forever. The door swung open and my mom ran out weeping. Oh, my baby! She pulled me into a hug so tight I couldn't breathe. Dad stepped out after her and joined our hug. I stepped back from them and smiled nervously. They were going to tell us we were insane, that it was too fast, that we needed to wait. I'm so proud of you, honey. Dad smiled at me before grabbing Erik and giving him a brief hug. You take care of my princess and live up to everything we talked about. Erik nodded. When had they talked? Had my parents known this was going to happen? I'm so happy for you two. I knew you guys belonged together. I shook my head and leaned into Erik. He wrapped his arm around me. Thank you, Maddie. The door opened again and Chloe burst out, followed by Reese. You said yes! She ran to me and threw her arms around me. We're gonna be sisters! I laughed and hugged her back. I know! I love you. I closed my eyes and took that in. We were going to be family. I wasn't going to be an only child anymore. I had a sister. I love you too. Congrats, Shultz. I stepped back to see Erik and Reese hug. Thanks. You kind of ruined our moment, but I forgive you. What do you mean? I looked between Reese and Chloe and realized they were both glowing. Seriously? I reached for Chloe's hand and screamed. Her ring finger had a gorgeous ring on it that rivaled my own. When? Tonight. I looked at Erik. Did you know? He shook his head and looked at Reese. Why didn't you tell me? I couldn't trust you to keep it to yourself. We laughed, but I felt bad. I don't want us to steal your special night. No way! After Erik and I went ring shopping, I forced him to tell me his plan. I was dying through dinner, thinking we would be too late. Then Reese proposed, and I was so surprised. She looked to her brother and smiled. Of course we got engaged on the same night, some sort of twin power. He shook his head and laughed. We're not having a joint wedding. Chloe's jaw dropped. No way. I get my own day, thank you very much. I went inside and returned with a bottle of sparkling cider and 6 glasses. He filled them and passed them out before holding his up. To my children, I'm proud of all of you. He looked at each of us with a smile. May your marriages be full of love and hockey. Cheers! I laughed and took a sip. This was my life. I tried to run from it, but fate pulled me back. These people were my family, my future, and I couldn't be happier.
30. Erik. Since we didn't have a game on Saturday, Coach invited the team and their families over to his house to have a joint engagement party. I was shocked when he gave his blessing for me to ask Maddie to marry me. He'd been supportive and enthusiastic about it. Marie and Beau had started planning where the wedding could be and when. Madeline said she didn't care, as long as it was small. She said only the team and close relatives, which was fine with me. Chloe and the team were my only family. I was arranging the kitchen island with the food when Coach's phone rang. He answered and walked out back. Everything ready? Maddie walked in and kissed my cheek while stealing an olive. I think so. People should start arriving soon. Are Reese and Chloe here? Yeah, they just walked in. She has a surprise planned, so she's setting it up. A surprise? Well, for the rest of the party, she already put together the video. I groaned. She'd cornered me at home last night and forced me to answer questions about me and Maddie while she recorded me. I assumed it was for some sort of newlyweds game that was going to be embarrassing to watch with the rest of the guys. Just let her have her fun. I know better than to try to stop her. She laughed until Coach walked back in. His face was ashen. She pushed away from me. Dad, what's wrong? Andrew Howe was in an accident. I instantly panicked. Is he okay? Coach met my eyes. He's alive. That wasn't a good sign. What happened, Dad? He slowly shook his head. Car accident. His left leg was crushed in the impact. Chloe gasped. She must have snuck in behind me. Is he going to be okay? They don't know yet. They don't know if they're going to be able to save his leg. He was out. I knew I should be focused on his well-being, but as a player, my mind went to the team. We lost a defenseman from the first line. We could bring someone up from the second line, but we'd still be short. This late in the season, it was a risk. We would need to pull a player from the farm team. I suppressed a groan. We were going to have to pull a fresh young guy onto our bench. This was a disaster. Howe was my friend, but he was also a key player. This loss was going to hurt. We need to go see him. Maddie broke me out of my selfish thoughts. She was right. We needed to go. Coach looked around the kitchen. What about your party? Chloe stepped forward. Someone in our family is hurt, alone, and in the hospital. We have to go. We all nodded. You're right. Let's get this cleaned up. Reese, send out a message and let everyone know this has been postponed. We worked together to get things put away and were out the door within 5 minutes. I drove over with Maddie and her parents. The ride was silent, tense. I was drumming my thumbs on my leg, nervous energy escaping. I needed to see him. When we walked into the emergency waiting room, there were already several people waiting. Ollie and Emma rushed over when they saw us. Have you heard anything else? Ollie's face was streaked with worry. Coach shook his head. Nothing. Let's sit down. We should hear something soon. Marie led us to an empty corner, and soon more and more of the fury trickled in. Everyone was talking in hushed tones. There was no news. No one knew what happened. Nothing. No answers. After an hour of staring at the white walls, a door opened and a woman in blue scrubs walked out. She looked around and walked toward us. Beau Romney? Coach stood up and met her halfway. I was too far away to hear what was said, but Coach's shoulders fell and my heart shot to my throat. That wasn't a good sign. After a minute, he turned and walked back to us. The room was silent. He just got out of surgery. They were able to save his leg, but it's being held together with pins and screws. I cringed. That sounded painful. Maddie squeezed my hand, and I knew she was thinking the same thing. He should be waking up soon. Once they get him into a recovery room, we can start taking turns to see him. I let out a breath and sunk down on the hard chair. This was good news. He was fine. He'd survived and would be able to recover. Another hour passed before someone came and got Coach. Hartman went back with him first. Ollie and I glanced at each other. We would be next. Was I ready to see my friend in this condition? It didn't matter. He needed me. When they got back, Ollie and I stood. How was he? Ollie's voice was strained. He was a little out of it, but joking. He's going to be okay. Hartman patted my back as he walked by. Ready? I nodded and followed Ollie. A nurse led us to the right room and walked off. I went in first and tried to keep my reaction from showing. Howe looked up and smiled. Hey, guys. Hey, man. How you doing? Ollie sat on the edge of the bed, so I moved to stand on the other side. I'm doing good considering. He tried to smile, but cringed a little. You scared us. I put my hand on his shoulder, but didn't squeeze. I didn't know where he was hurt and didn't want to make it worse. Someone ran a red light. I didn't even see him coming. I clenched my fist. This could have been prevented. Some idiot wasn't paying attention and potentially destroyed Howe's career. I shook my head. I couldn't focus on that now. I'm glad you're alive. He smiled. Me too. Ollie sighed. What are we going to do? Howe looked pained for the first time since we walked in. I guess painkillers didn't work on emotions. I'm so sorry. Coach will pull Doblin from the second line, but we'll still be short-handed. They'll have to pull from the farm. Ollie nodded. We all knew what was going to happen, but we weren't happy about it. Just focus on getting better. I know a pretty great physical therapist that will get you back in shape. Howe laughed, then cringed. Thanks, man. I'll do my best. We said goodbye before returning to the waiting room so the next group could see him. Maddie stood when I walked in. Is he okay? I nodded. Much better than I expected. I told him you'd get him back in shape when he's ready. She smiled. Of course. I pulled her into my arms and rested my chin on the top of her head. This had been a scary experience, but things were going to be okay. Howe was strong and stubborn. He would get better. The team would get through this. I'm proud of you guys. I lifted my head to see Coach standing, addressing the group. I know Hal appreciates you guys being here. I do too. We're a family, and we take care of our own." His eyes met mine, and I nodded. "Tonight we're going to be here for him. Tomorrow we're going to support Reese and Erik. That's what the Fury does. We support each other. We'll get through this like we get through every challenge. Together."
You've been listening to Match Penalty Utah Fury Hockey, Book 2. Written for you by Brittney Mulliner and read for you by Anneliese, Rennie, and Tim Paige.